Now, if you think for one goddamn minute that I am going to stand here and listen to my son, going on the air on YouTube Live, David Wilcock, yeah, and talking about all this conspiracy theory and all this absolute crap, you got another thing coming. I'm trying to raise this boy in the best way that I know how, and he goes out there opening his big mouth, making all these unsupported, unsubstantiated conspiracy theory claims. I have had it! This boy comes out on this show with this crazy freaking hair. Why don't you just run a comb through it or something? Because this is ridiculous. I didn't raise you to go out on television supporting the dump and having all of these crazy things to say, David. You have a lot of it. Oh my God, I just burned myself. You have a lot of explaining to do, son. And I got all these people here and they're trying to figure out what your shirt is. That's the least of their trouble. The trouble is that your mouth is just spewing garbage, and there's hardly anything that you say that I even understand, much less agree with. I have had it! Yeah! Angry Daddy in the house. Woo! Peace to Angry Daddy. Let's hope everybody like him can finally get some peace in their lives. Peace in the world. Right? Oh my God, I burned myself. Hi, Angry Daddy. I love this tradition on Sundays, people are saying. Woo, it's going to be a little bit warm. I had to show up for you guys with a really nice outfit here. We can get it all cleaned up. Yeah, it looks good. Little pieces of things that fall down off of your goddamn face. I have had it. God. You guys are all ready for me today. We already got 1,618 people the first couple of minutes. I am David Wilcock, the author of the Angry Daddy comedy character that is lighting up the charts because he is so freaking crazy that everybody says, man, that's like my dad, or that's like my so-and-so. Yes, it's an archetype, you know? And we are going up against that archetype in the world today. And guess what, everybody? The grand prize is on our way. We are going to win the grand prize. There I am with the Angry Daddy glasses, delivering for you, once again, the love that only Angry Daddy can provide, because he is so pissed off that somehow it all makes sense, and you end up finding yourself on the defensive with a man like this. Let's hear from you guys. Hello, David. All righty. Yes, occasionally we have Christians who don't like it if I say, God damn it, you guys have got to get over that, man. You got to get over that. Anyway, it's part of the character. So we got a lot of interesting things going on. I did have a birthday. Wow, right off the bat, I got a birthday present from Richard Whitney. $200, man. This is a good job. Peace, love, and light be unto you. Hope you had a great birthday. Thank you for all your hard work and insight. And yes, a percentage of it goes to YouTube and Google, and that is fine with me because that way I'm not mooching. We're actually paying our own way for our bandwidth, so I have no problem with that. I love the haircut. Sunday afternoon, gratitude and love to you, David, and everyone, says Crystal Swishu. And anyway, we're very grateful. I'm going to throw down another great Sunday show. That is right. So we have a lot of interesting Christian content today. There's some stuff in the Bible that you guys probably don't know about that's going to be very, very fascinating. I'm really happy that you guys are here. And again, one of the main things that is the hallmark of my show is that in the late 1990s, I had a telepathic contact with what turned out to be an angelic consciousness that called itself Archangel Michael. And it is the Archangel Michael. And this was one of the last things that came in. It didn't really show up until the year 1999. In fact, I believe after the time loop stuff that we got today. And so, you know, it's been a very fascinating run that I've had. Well, let's make sure it stays as wild as possible. It's been a very fascinating run that I've had. Michael Larson. Jake on the mic. Say my name, David. God. Well, yeah, there's a lot of good things going on today. Yeah, we know somebody, there's attackers out there, there's trolls out there. It's all part of the game. If I didn't If I wasn't over the target, then we wouldn't be getting shot at. So that's just part of the game. Anyway, there's a lot to cover this week, and I've got a nice dressy outfit on. It is kind of hot. Let's see if I can bear to have the opening top collar open. Yeah, I think I can deal with that. Wearing this blazer makes it hotter than ever, so but as the day goes on, it's going to get cold in here. So let's review last week's. Oh my gosh, we got more donations. I can't stop yet. Vingu Buntu says, David, you need to do an interview with Gene Decode Co-Sensei. You have to contact him on his website to book an interview. You two doing a show together would put the fear of God into the cabal. I don't really know who. I think I've heard of Gene Decode a little bit, but I'm not really sure who that is. Anyway, thank you. Nerd Painter, happy birthday, David. You have the same birthday as my fiance, who's also named David. That is interesting because, you know, we've got a lot of good stuff going on. Oh, what is the mailing address to send you an oil portrait of Monica? I'm a professional wildlife artist, Marianne R. That would be P.O. Box 3700, Nederland, N-E-D-E-R-L-A-N-D, Nederland, Colorado 80466. You guys have been sending me emails and also postal mail, and I do appreciate that. Anyway, as I said, we've got a huge, huge show for you going on today again. It's just the times that we're in. We've got very intense kinetic activity going on out in the world. And so now is the great time to hit the floor running. So let's review what we said last week. Because if you remember, I was having a real problem last week. I woke up 7 times during the night before our last show. This is not something that made me happy. I'm talking about never sleeping more than 30 to 40 minutes at a time, up to maybe 90 minutes at a time. And, you know, part of it is, again, well, I said 45 here. But part of the lesson was to take probiotics before bed and not to eat anything else after dinner. Ideally, I need to leave 2 hours from when I go to sleep, or at least 2 hours between when I'm done eating and before I try to go to sleep. Because at this altitude, if you don't do that, you're going to get nailed. So probiotics have been really helping me quite a bit. It was a solution that I heard a year ago from this Brazilian guy named Fabio when we were speaking together at Loveland, Colorado, and it really worked. So then, as I said last week, I got some food poisoning, and it was really nasty. I vomited 7 times in a row on Tuesday, and then I had not taken any probiotics for the last 3 days before I had that show. So I think vomiting actually, you know, because I got this horrible issue that happened. So the vomiting seemed to have drained all my probiotics out, and then I didn't take any more before the show. So that's where I think I lost sleep. So since that time, I've been really following this protocol where I always take a probiotic before bed, and I don't eat anything, and I've been really on a diet now, which is kind of cool. But we got another big one that came in. Tom Roberts, $111. Thank you very much, Tom. We really appreciate your help. Kaleidoscope Eyes says, I try not to eat past 7 p.m. Crystal Blue, I'm on a 5-day water fast. Wow, does it feel good to flush everything out? Well, I wouldn't do that, but anyway, we've got there's a lot of troll activity here, so that's just going to happen. The Stavati presentation was amazing. I hate puking, and I try very hard to avoid it, says Salt Rock. Yes, I agree. That's what was so weird about this, is that it was the first time I'd puked since I was in college. I had, you know, with the martial arts training, my background, I had mind over matter. I'm like, I'm not going to do this. But I also said in the last show, every time I do this, I'm taking a serious risk. We have death threats. My money has been stolen. We have the inch-thick subpoena. As I've said before, you know, we responded to them last week. I'm waiting for another round and another round and another round. I don't know if this is ever going to stop. So I have all the money ready to take them to court. And if I take them to court, you better believe you're going to learn everything that's happened. You better believe I'm going to blow the lid off of this thing. And you better believe they're going to lose. Because the whole fact that they're even subpoenaing me in the first place is illegal, because I signed a settlement agreement that indemnifies me against all future prosecution. They think they found some clause in there that lets them do this. It's nonsense. The judge is not going to go along with this. We have very clear evidence of harassment. It's exactly the same kind of thing that's happened to 47. And it's very difficult to work while you're under this kind of stress because they just keep asking me to do these things that take an enormous amount of time. It eats away at my time, and it's just ongoing. Basically, they think I'm guilty of destroying their company, so they keep looking for evidence that proves that, and they're not finding it. They're getting more and more desperate, so they keep asking me for more stuff, hoping that they're going to find the proof that they look for. But again, none of this should even happen. It's all illegal because of the indemnity agreement. So I think that there's some really powerful interests that are working in various ways to try to cause me as much pain as possible. So yes, there's a serious risk involved in doing this. However, the excitement factor makes it all worth it. And once the next phases of the list will drop, it is going to be game over. We already heard that his lawyer said there must be arrests once this comes out. And now the latest that you're going to hear this week is that they're just waiting on reviewing the names and getting out the names of victims so that these people are not trolled like I am. Because again, this kind of stuff that happens to you is very, very bad. So let's make it more wild there. Yeah. Lots of wild. Anyway, I had the epiphany on the phone last week with my father, the original angry daddy, where I was already worried sick and I had a bad fever, apparently from food poisoning. And I realized as I was talking to him, it's like every time I talk to him, I'm like, Dad, okay, here's what's going on. The evil in the world is a lot worse than you think. It's penetrated its way into everything that you see on television. It's penetrated its way into all of the major corporate structures that we have. And if you go to the highest level and you decode the mysteries that I'm doing every week, you're going to find out that there actually is a satanic cult behind this. That these people actually do these satanic ceremonies and they get results out of it. And I mean visual manifestations of what we could think of as demons. So as crazy as that sounds, the evidence keeps on mounting, and people who are not spiritually focused or who don't believe in esoteric concepts fail to understand that this is as real as it can get. Now, these creatures don't actually talk. They can only make screeching, horrible noises like animals, but they do communicate telepathically through humans that are in the group. And again, you got your basic setup of pentagram, robes, masks, candles, chanting. And if you do these processes right, you end up seeing something. And the person who really pioneered this was Aleister Crowley, who was contacted by a gray extraterrestrial that called itself Lam. So yes, the big point is that there is an alien, I would call it a technology, in which it's like dialing an IP address or a combination lock on a safe. You got to do it just right. If you make the slightest mistake, you won't get any manifestation. And so, of course, there have been occasions where they try to do this and it doesn't work, but they're very, very proficient at it, and it happens all the time. It's happening every day, every night. This is an ongoing phenomenon, and unfortunately, there are millions and millions of victims of this over the expanse of time, maybe even 800,000 a year. So, when I tried to explain this to my father, it's like, yeah, I get it. The truth is uncomfortable. It sucks. But he was having a very, very big trauma response. He does not want to believe that names that you're supposed to know and love and trust like they're your own family members might actually be involved in this stuff. And it's so bizarre. It's like, wait a minute. You're trying to tell me that the whole world is like some weird B-rated horror movie that's just got all this funny, esoteric nonsense involved? Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. So I really was able to tap in and see that, there are going to be people who are not ready for this information, probably a lot of them. As the Alliance has said in their own post, the truth would put 99% of people in the hospital, and the truth is not for everyone. But, I already talk about esoteric stuff anyway, and I got to point out, it took me many, many years of hearing about demons where I just laughed in people's faces. They'd try to tell me this stuff. Whistleblowers tried to turn me on to this for a long time, and I was not feeling it. Well, we're already up to 3,176 viewers. It's amazing. So after I got off the phone with my father, from the food poisoning, I threw up 7 times in a row. And I think a lot of it was that I was processing what he's going to be feeling as this comes out, because people like this don't even want to talk about it. You try to just tell them like, hey, isn't it interesting that they're always advertising this stuff, that you look at the Super Bowl halftime, you look at the Grammy Awards, you look at the Olympics opening, closing ceremonies, you look at movies, you look at television shows, you look at video games, and it's all this stuff with fire and devil horns and people being covered in blood and demons. And this was the same thing on the Grammy Awards year after year for so many years, where you go into a grocery store and you hear some, what I call Illumipop, playing over the speakers, and then you go back home and you go watch that video, and the video is totally devilish. So they've tried to present this as if it was a mainstream culture thing, but they do it every year, over and over again. And the public has now largely rejected it. Showbiz is in complete collapse. These types of entertainment products, as you want to call them that, do not work. People are not buying into it, but most people still just think that it's this kind of funny thing that they're doing. It's not really serious. It's just kind of this cool, oh yeah, it's a cool thing to pretend that you're the devil and wear horns and cover yourself in blood and have fire all around you and have demonic music videos. Oh, anybody that thinks that this is anything more than just them playing around, you're one of those fundamentalist Christians. It doesn't matter whether you believe this or not. It doesn't matter whether it's just some hallucination that they get from the drugs they take during these ceremonies. It's real to them. They believe they're in contact with these entities, and now we find out that actually this is apparently real. It's extraterrestrially driven, and if you think that the ET contact stopped with Aleister Crowley meeting a Gray, then that would also be wrong, because this stuff is ongoing. And the ETs are coming and going, and with the top-level people, they are in contact with extraterrestrials. That's another big part of it. Michael Larson donated $200. Wow, thank you very much. I loved your Stavati presentation. Amazing aircraft. Do the jets have anti-gravity assistance incorporated in the propulsion? Well, Chris has designed them that way, yes. So we're not really... He's worried that, the Air Force is not going to want to buy it if we tell him something like that, but I think that's going to be okay. As I said in the video, it's space flight enabled, but it only can go up to, this type of craft can only go up to 100,000 feet, but that's still low Earth orbit. And we can cruise at 40,000 feet. Vacapalo, for a Latino look, unbuttoned 3 buttons down, LOL. I don't want to do that. I got my microphone right here, and that would really ruin the microphone. But anyway, my shirt keeps getting hiked up. This is a hot outfit to wear, as in temperature warm, temperature too hot, almost too hot. But again, we're still in basically a winter climate here. And so as time goes on, I need to, start to let the air in and let this place be a little bit more, temperate. Take it off, Marina Doctor says. Well, we'll do that in time. Jody Lynn, I've experienced many of the same things as you. Hacked, stalked, money stolen. They've been doing BM on me and nearly killed my dog. I'm really sorry to hear that. But again, I am proof positive that you can go under these attacks and still come out week after week. I'm here on Sunday doing my show. Judith Lang, happy birthday, dear friend. Donated $50. Thank you, Judith. Have you got real videos of a working prototype? Unfortunately, the stuff that Chris actually built is not available to the public. So he did a number of classified projects. He's done a number of different flying machines. The way I first got introduced to him was through Pete Peterson, who said that Chris actually is the world's greatest developer of spaceships and airplanes. And so most of the stuff that he designed, again, we can't really show you that stuff, but we do expect to have a working prototype very soon. Once we get funded for our hovercar project, which will be anti-gravity. We have a machine shop now that we are going to be using to do the prototyping. I wasn't really sure where that would happen, but we know what to do. Just because this is classified doesn't mean it's fake. The trolls love to take anything that's not totally mainstream and try to attack it and ridicule you and criticize it. But anyway, if you think that the Greys stopped contacting humans after Aleister, that would be totally wrong. At the highest levels, they have had meetings with Greys, they have had meetings with reptilians, they have had meetings with insectoids. It's kept very, very tight. Very few people on Earth get to go through this. Most of the people in what we would call the Cabal or the DS never get to see these extraterrestrials. They do see demons in these ceremonies, but then at the highest levels, they are having direct extraterrestrial interaction, and they are taking off and coming back to Earth in these ships, and it appears that I went through a project like that when I was a kid, being part of the Gifted Children's Program, my grandfather working for Disney, designing their animatronics at Disney World in Florida. I was taken to Disney World in Florida in 1984, and I was given some kind of weird award ceremony for what I don't really know. But they gave me this puzzle, and I gave it back to them because I said I already have this puzzle, and they all started laughing more intensely than I felt was appropriate for adults. I'm pretty sure that Ghislaine would have been one of the people in that group. She was there in 1983. They have pictures of that. So I didn't recognize her necessarily when I saw her picture later on. But yeah, as I've said before, when you go through a UFO abduction, it changes the flow of time, which is also gravitational. Time is gravity powered. So if you go through a time gravity vortex, then when you come back from that experience, you don't remember anything except in the dream plane, which makes it very convenient because people can go through abduction, and unless they get a hypnotic regression or unless they're lucky enough or unlucky enough to remember it, you're not going to remember anything. The technology works that way. It's designed for higher beings to be able to grab you either for the positive or the negative, and you're not going to remember anything except in dreams, and then, well, dreams are just dreams. They're not real. No, apparently, if you have experiences like this, that's the only way you can access it. So the truth is very bizarre. The truth is that we're dealing with a war between angels and demons in the heavens and then through proxies here on earth. So again, when I tried to explain to my father that there's this beautiful solution, I consider it a beautiful solution. I'm looking for the truth. I try to connect all the dots together. I want everything to make sense. I want my life to make sense. I want the world to make sense. And so as I'm trying to connect all these dots, and you look at this stuff and you say, okay, I've been paying attention to this evil that is promoted in media for many, many years. And once you start looking at it, once you start paying attention to it, you can't get rid of the truth. You can't give back the truth. Every single time you watch a video, there it is again, the fire, the horns, the blood, the satanic imagery. There it is again in the Grammys. There it is again in the halftime show. There it is again here, there, everywhere. Movies, television, video games. Why are they so obsessed with this stuff? Why do they want you to think it's cool? Why do they keep shoving it down your face? Why did all of a sudden in 2020 the agenda seem to get massively advanced forward? And they're like, oh yeah, you know, these are just peaceful protests. No, not really. Not at all. There's so much stuff going on. And so to connect the dots and to realize, okay, I've had contacts with dozens of different people that worked in the classified projects. That's how I ended up in Stavati Aerospace with Chris Beskar. And now, yes, if you go to my YouTube channel, youtube.com/DavidWilcock333, I finally uploaded a static video, not a live stream, for the first time in years. And it is our SM39 video. So this is the SM39. This is the video that we did a whole elaborate little 35-minute promo reel about. And one of the things that's interesting about this is that it has a gas dynamic laser, which produces over 100 shots of multi-megawatt laser fire per minute. And so that's more than one per second. And it also flies faster, it flies farther, it flies higher than any other aircraft, and it costs the same as an F-15 or an F-16 does today, $85 million. So you're saving money, you got a superior product. There's material science breakthroughs like the cockpit. It has to be made out of a transparent metal because otherwise normal glass or anything else would melt at Mach 4. So please go and check out that video. I also posted it on my Twitter page, the only real one being @David_Wilcock. I created my Twitter account right at the beginning of Twitter, and back then, if you typed in your name, they automatically stuck the underscore in there. You could not get rid of it. I tried. So that's what the oldest Twitter accounts are like. They have an underscore in them, and that's what mine is. So anyway, it's a very exciting time to be alive, you guys, because I gambled on various pieces of information. I gambled on various pieces of truth. I decided to go public about this evil group for a long time, and many people didn't know about it. I've been talking about it since the late 1990s publicly. And now it's become this great awakening. It's become a massive, massive thing. And so I'm trying to explain this to my father, being the world's leading expert on it. And I know it's upsetting. I know it's not fun to hear about this. I know that it definitely can upset people. My father just does not want to listen to it. And there's many other people like that, you know. However, it ties together all of the things that I know about the fact that some of the extraterrestrials are really evil. The reptilians are cannibalistic, carnivorous against humans. The Greys apparently sustain themselves off of a human bath of pureed human material that they then soak in, and it soaks in through their skin. That's how they feed themselves. Some of them, not all Greys are like that, but some of them are. There are good extraterrestrials of every type. There's positive reptilians, there's positive Greys, positive insectoids, but the ones that are the evil ones do happen to have these characteristics for the most part. OLI 369 just donated and said, half of my rib cage was altered at age 17 in a car ride. Have you heard of any other accounts like that in your interviews? I still have questions. Yeah, I mean, physiological changes do happen in the cases of abduction, and people are starting to learn the truth now. Best angry daddy yet, says Paige. Thank you very much. I had to get the cigarette right. You got to kind of lick it around the edge like this, and then it'll stay in your mouth without moving. And that's the key to the character, is making sure that the cigarette stays in your mouth and never falls out, because if it does, you have to pretend that you got burned by it. But the whole point is you want it to just rest very nicely and easily in your mouth so that you can get just as angry as Daddy was back in the day. Dad never actually smoked, but the whole point with the Angry Daddy character is let's throw as much funny stuff into that character as we can. Let's make it as funny as possible because, you know, it really works for me. So I realized that I was going to throw up after I got off the phone with my dad. It's like, oh my God, I don't feel good at all. Some of it is obviously his emotional energy that I'm tapping into. I threw up 7 times in a row after I got off the phone. First time since I was a freshman in college. And again, this bad fever that I had at the same time, I was dizzy, throwing up, I had a bad fever, brought up these lifetime memories where as a kid, it was very strange that I kept waking up in the middle of the night. I'd get dressed, I'd put my, I'd take a shower, well, okay. I'd wake up, I'd take a shower. Didn't even occur to me that my parents aren't awake, my brother isn't awake. It was like I was on autopilot. I would towel off, put my clothes on, go downstairs, pack my book bag like I was going to school, and even sit down at the kitchen table and eat breakfast. In the middle of all this, like I was under a post-hypnotic suggestion, I didn't look at the clock. I didn't notice it was 3:30 a.m. or whatever time it was. And I would actually eat my Cheerios or whatever it was with milk, put it in the dishwasher, open up the side door to walk to school, and then lo and behold, it's totally pitch black outside, and I'm like, what the hell is going on? Then I kind of snap out of it. So it's possible that through hypnosis, I was actually dressing up to go somewhere, and then I would get spliced back in at the moment that I left and have no memory of the time in between. So maybe I set my book bag down. I have plenty of dreams of people picking me up at the end of the driveway in a car. So I think some of it involved very terrestrial, dumb technology, but I also had tons and tons of dreams of going out into the backyard and having a cylinder-shaped UFO land in my yard and pick me up. And then when I talk to my insiders in the aerospace community, I come to find out, yep, in the 1970s, that was one of the main things that they were using, was a wingless flying cylinder in these government-owned, military-owned black projects. So we've talked about this quite a bit, and the fever really brought that back and made me realize, you know, Archangel Michael came through my remote viewing from 96 to 2000. I've had full deliverance. I've gotten rid of any ability that anybody could use to hypnotize me like that again. I am not at risk of having this happen to me anymore, thank God, because once you become positive enough, once you earn your positivity, there are laws in the universe that prevent these negative aliens from picking you up. They can't do it anymore. You're only going to get picked up if your own personality has enough negativity in it. And in my case, it wasn't even in this lifetime. It was past life karma that brought this all about. So I've been free of it since 1987 when I was in 7th grade is when I got kicked out. There was a very obvious moment for that, and I stopped getting taken, thank God. But again, the bad fever brought up these memories in a very, very profound and disturbing way. It's like, wow, you know, I don't ever want to go through a fever like that again. And every time that it would happen, it was about 3 or 4 times a year. I'd wake up in the middle of the night with a fever, hallucinating, screaming. My mother would come in, calm me down, put towels on my head. And in one of the cases where I was screaming, my father ran into the room and he looked like a reptilian humanoid. So that might have been some kind of bleed over, like where my hallucinations are showing me some of the things I was seeing in this other lifetime. So I no longer doubt this. I think this is something that I've had to come to grips with. And again, in 1996, I started to do remote viewing, and I specifically tailored the protocol for verbal delivery. And now we've had these tapes that I've done that came through in 1999, and there was 21 of them that I had not put into my Michael Prophecies books, as I keep talking about week after week. And so they are totally, it's basically an angelic consciousness. It's talking about the Christ. It's talking about ascension. It says that our whole purpose here is that we're in a hologram and we're going to be transforming into beings who are far more capable, and we're actually going to have a light body, telekinesis, telepathy, levitation. All these amazing things are coming our way. And it all has to do with how loving you are, how much you have followed the principles and teachings of Christ in your own life. If you don't follow these principles, then you're still going to experience something called the first wave of ascension. That supposedly is going to happen sometime this year. But if you have practiced these things, then when this happens, you will start to have ascended abilities. Your body might glow. You might have telekinesis. You might have telepathy. You might start to remember your past lives, your parallel lives. And again, as bizarre as this is, I did this work from 96 to 2000, and it's now time looped into the present, predicting all of the things that are happening in our society, in our history, everything that we're seeing, all of the most important stuff, the events of 2020, the fact that how the November election turned out, that there's a negative force that we're battling against, that it has an extraterrestrial sponsorship. This all started out for me in the Law of One. Reading that in 1996 was very eye-opening. It was allegedly coming from an extraterrestrial consciousness, and it tied so many things together that I'd been studying in the preceding 4 years. Starting when I got a UFO disclosure in college, I found out NASA knows UFOs are real. They've been in contact with these beings, and they've reverse engineered the technology. And from that, we've had fiber optics, lasers, Velcro, Teflon, LED lights, infrared night vision, and most importantly, computer chips. So the whole way that we're able to do this right now, that we're able to be online and have this type of a live stream show, is thanks to ultimately what is an extraterrestrial endowment. So the Law of One was very exciting and important because it also explains that there are positive beings. It's not just negative ones. The majority of all the ETs out there are positive. And of course, my main thing is starring on Ancient Aliens, and there's over 100 episodes that I star in, many of them with consulting producer credit. I started reading books enormously after I learned about this from NASA, that computer chips were from extraterrestrial spaceships, that there are different types of beings they found in there, that some of the beings look entirely human, no different from you and me. And that was a very fascinating thing. So I started to read about 5 books a week. And in the course of the time I was in college, I read about 500 books from the library, everything from UFOs to ghosts to Bigfoot to crop circles to Stonehenge, pyramids, cryptids, chupacabra, everything I could get my hands on that was paranormal, I read it all. And as these books made great cases and put it all together, I became convinced that the same beings that are visiting us now in what we call UFOs were also here in ancient times, and in those times they'd actually land and they'd build us things like pyramids, and they'd meet with people in person. And from these encounters, we got all the major world religions. So it's a fascinating thing to reframe the concept of pyramids that, yeah, they look ancient to us, but the beings that built them travel through time, and so it's just a question of what are they doing in different eras of history. In the past, they met with us openly. In the present, they have hid themselves. And they explain that there are laws in the universe that they have to follow. The law of free will being the most important one. And the Law of One is called the first distortion. They can't openly land and show themselves to us until we are ready for this. So the ancient prophecies said that we were going to have an ascension. The Christians call it rapture. All of the scriptures seem to be in alignment in the ancient times, at least, except for maybe the Quran, saying that we're going to have a disaster, that the earth is going to be wiped out. We're going to have a pole shift. We're going to have tsunamis, supervolcanoes, solar flash. The earth gets cooked by the sun. 1,000 degrees Celsius sustained burn. And the way I thought it was going to go down, and I was teaching people this from 1996 up until pretty recently, I thought that the physical earth would be destroyed, and then we would get an extraterrestrial Noah's Ark rescue team that comes in and brings those of us who are going to ascend to safety, while everybody else gets to die on the surface. That's really what I thought was going to happen, and it wasn't until 2021 that I began to reread the Michael prophecies, this channeling that I did in the late 90s, and I realized, oh my God, it knows about the events of 2020, it knows about the virus, it knows about the shots, it knows about all the crazy things that are going on. It mentions Joe, the former president, by name. It mentions all these other things about the alliance that I'd been tracking since 2017 when they began posting under this particular letter of the alphabet here, as I've said before. That plan that they are following was started in the early 1950s with Eisenhower. It was inherited by JFK. He tried to move forward with Executive Order 11110 that would create American Treasury notes, not part of the Federal Reserve, backed by silver. Executive Order 11110 stopped the sale of silver from the U.S. Treasury so that we could hold on to that money and use it as collateral for a new American currency. Well, they didn't like that. JFK got assassinated. There's all kinds of secrets about that we're on the brink of learning. It's like the anticipation is killing me, honestly, but we're very close now. So in 1957, you had a human extraterrestrial who looks human, but his body inside was different, and he lives for 600 to 900 years. His name was Valiant Thor, and he landed at the Pentagon, and they hosted him there for 3 years. The movie The Day the Earth Stood Still is essentially the truth. It's basically a documentary, minus a couple details at the end about Gort actually blowing people up when they tried to attack him and the ship. The Gort was the robot that comes out of the UFO. The UFO looks like a flying saucer. It's very odd that there's a human being that comes out of the flying saucer. The guy looks like a man. Even though at the beginning he has a helmet on, he takes that off, he's human underneath. So the whole business of Valiant Thor being in the Pentagon for 3 years, this is where, with his time travel capability, the plan was created. A 5-inch thick binder that I was briefed on in 2009 from Pete Peterson. The idea being, okay, yes, the world is being run by a satanic cult, and yes, this is how we're going to stop it. It's a prolonged, gradual exposure, but at some point it leads up to a mass arrest scenario where the people who have been in league with this, who are actually trying to reduce population on Earth for these aliens, they get exposed and they are brought to justice. The aliens want to have a large-scale loss of life because they actually feed off of our misery and pain as their primary food supply. And just to go even further down the rabbit hole, to make people like Angry Daddy mad, these aliens have what they consider to be a god, which is an artificial intelligence. So it is ultimately an AI agenda. There is a predatory, evil AI that it also has a human-like form it could project into if it wants to, and apparently it does that in Antarctica. There is literally a place the insiders have told me about in Antarctica called Lucifer's Palace, and very elite people end up going in there, and this being will project into a human form in this gorgeous, huge palace, and then you feel like, wow, you know, he does rule the world because nobody else has a building like this. But the being doesn't usually want to project into any form where it could be shot at or abducted, because then it would have to face God's judgment. Because there is a creator, there is a logos, there is a Jesus. So instead of actually showing up in any form where it can be captured, it works through machines and technology. And it uses artificial intelligence to promote its agenda. And again, the energy of misery, suffering, pain, and death is like electricity for this being. So the more electricity it has, the more good it can do. So again, we're still at the beginning here. The bad fever brought up these parallel life memories where I apparently was brought into places like Lucifer's Palace, where I had to deal with reptilians. And again, it seems outrageous. There's no context for this in the material world. It doesn't seem possible, but yet I had very intense trauma. My therapist has confirmed that she believes I was a victim of sexual abuse, but yet there's no evidence of any of that happening in my normal life. It did seem to happen through this parallel life. So again, last week, my sleep was disrupted throughout the week. I couldn't get back to sleep, and it was helping me process what someone like my father is experiencing, which is, if you get your news from the television, if you believe what they are saying, you are now living in faceless terror because you are being told that what has happened since November is this terrifying timeline that we're on, that everything was okay before, but now it's really, really bad, and everything is being spun as the rise of Hitler and Quasimodo, his sidekick. And, so Taxes Chainsaw Massacre, they're trying to frame the whole thing as if it's so bad, and they're pushing the hatred of wealthy individuals, which is a very communist belief. Everybody's supposed to have the same money. Only the people in the government get to have any more. So what's really going on, folks, as you already know, is there's two completely separate, distinct realities that are going on. There's people who get it and who understand various levels of the fact that, yeah, there's some really crazy evil going on in the world. Joy just donated. Happy joy to David. You're amazing. Thank you very much. Thank you guys for all the birthday wishes again. It was my birthday on Saturday. I'm now 52 years old. Seems hard to believe. Somebody just told me I look 28 in my Twitter X feed the other day. So thank you for that. It's because I eat really healthy and I haven't been drinking or smoking or doing any of these kind of negative behaviors. The clean diet, lots of hydration, good exercise, and living in non-toxic locations, all that stuff really helps. So again, there's two, we had another donation, Alive and Thriving, happy belated birthday, namaste. And we're actually almost at 5,000 viewers now. We're getting close. We're at about 4,700 right now, so that's awesome. Anyway, there's two separate and distinct realities. There's people who are aware that there's something really strange going on in the world, that they've been pushing their agenda. They really cranked it up in 2020, and they're pushing it out with all this propaganda, the Satanism, all this kind of stuff. And then there's people who just don't get it. They just can't connect. They don't want to believe mommy and daddy are evil. They don't want to believe the television is telling you the wrong stuff. They don't want to believe that you could be lied to about your health on such an epic level, that something that's supposed to help you is actually just the opposite. They don't want to face the truth because, again, it makes them feel like they're going to need to throw up. But as I discovered, if you throw up, you will feel better. And now I've proven that again. So another way to look at these two realities, believe it or not, is that it's an ascension timeline versus a non-ascension timeline. So interestingly enough, we're going to get a first wave of ascension, and many prophecies say it will be this year, including Michael, after the Alliance arrests these people and we get this disclosure event that I was told would happen back in 2009. That you're going to get emergency messaging systems on your phone. There's going to be a temporary shutdown in society where people are being arrested. You're not going to be able to leave the house. You're going to have to stay inside, and hopefully it won't be 10 days. It could be up to 10 days. It may only be 1 day. But the point is that these people are very powerful and they're not going to want to be arrested. So you're going to have to do some emergency activity. You're going to have to do special emergency actions in order to make sure that these people are brought to justice without creating large-scale damage to the planet. And again, the truth is not going to be for everyone. I'm basically giving you a summary of this. I doubt that they're going to give you all this in one dose. It's going to start out with, oh my God, they're evil. Oh my God, they've been abusing people. Oh my God, they're perverts. Oh my God, they've been stealing all our money. Oh my God, they wanted to kill a bunch of people. They wanted to kill 47. That's where it's going to start. And then as it unravels, as you learn that these people are involved in this stuff, it's going to come out. Oh, by the way, they actually had the satanic cult. Oh, by the way, they got results. They saw things. They experienced contact with some type of entity that we could only really describe as a demonic entity. And that's going to be a real shell shock for people, that whether you believe it or not, they did and they do. And it's as serious as a heart attack. So this is where, again, it's the Alliance, which was following the plan given by Valiant Thor in 1957. angelic ETs versus the so-called DS. And again, I've been studying this for a long time. I consider myself an expert on it. I first learned about it in 1992, right as I got off of all drugs and alcohol. And then I read books in 1993 that really blew my mind open. So by the time I got online, I was actively looking for this stuff. And once you can see it, once you can see the truth, and it doesn't make you want to throw up, and it doesn't make you blank out, now you start seeing it everywhere. Now it's just like, oh my God, how could I ever have not seen this? And so the reason why the election turned out the way it did last November is because a huge number of people are now seeing this for what it is. But if you don't see it for what it is, the media is still trying to get you to have nothing but hate, nothing but fear. It's the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. What we're really dealing with ultimately is a proxy war between angelic and demonic extraterrestrials. And another important thing is that since the time of Moses in the Law of One actually screwed up. He wasn't really, he started out okay, but when they got the burning bush and the 10 Commandments, thou shalt not do this, thou shalt not do that, the Law of One explains that's actually a flawed teaching because it encourages you to do those things. If somebody tells you don't do this, reverse psychology makes you want to do it. What it should have said is, if you commit adultery, then someone will commit adultery on you. If you lie, someone will lie to you. If you cheat, someone will cheat you. If you kill, someone will end up hurting or killing you, etc., multiple lifetimes. So Moses unfortunately brought in the negative Yahweh, the angry father God that wanted human sacrifice, animal sacrifice, plagues, locusts. He wants to kill your firstborn child. He's angry. He's a jealous God. There's lots of that stuff in the Old Testament. And the Law of One explains that ever since this demonic portal was opened, and the priesthoods have been following that ever since, that we've now had a battle involving extraterrestrials, both positive and negative, in the sky. Because when that opening was created during the time of Moses, it allowed negative beings to enter our atmosphere with their ships. And so the reason I bring this up this week is that there was somebody on my X page, actually a couple different commenters, who had a very, very derogatory view of, oh my God, David is designing weapons. David is designing something that is obsolete because as soon as we ascend, we're not going to need this. We're not going to need to fight anybody. We're just going to be walking around all high and all happy and blissed out. Dude, that is not what the Law of One says at all. You don't just start in the Seth books, the entity that was channeled by Jane Roberts, who my mother was really into when I was a kid. Seth says that when people die and they go into the afterlife, that at first they might actually sit on a cloud and strum a little harp, and that most people only are interested in doing that for approximately 1 day, and then they get bored and they need to do something else. So even though ascension is very harmonious and blissful, you've now entered into the galactic community, and it's not like you never get invaded, it's not like you never get attacked. So just to underline that point, that why we are going to need to defend ourselves, here's a quote from the Law of One about them fighting in our skies. So, you spoke of an Orion, that's the Draco reptilians and other negative ETs. You spoke of an Orion confederation and a battle being fought between the confederation of positive beings and the Orion confederation. Both sides call themselves confederations. The word has a very neutral meaning. It's not about the confederacy. It's a whole different thing. Is it possible to convey any concept of how this war is being fought? And again, the source at that time called itself Ra. Now it says its name is really Archangel Michael. But he didn't want to, the questioner didn't want to have Archangel Michael, so they had to give it a different name. They used their old time-traveling name from Egypt, which was Ra. And it all got distorted to the negative, by the way. So here we go. Picture, if you will, your mind. Picture it then in total unity with all other minds of your society. Wow. You are then single-minded. And that which is a weak electrical charge in your physical illusion is now an enormously powerful machine whereby thoughts may be projected as things. So this is a really important point. They call it a social memory complex. As we go into fourth density, one of the things that starts to happen is that we all begin to share telepathically one consciousness. And as we do that, each individual who is a part of that cloud computed consciousness now has an enormously powerful machine that they have available to them where their thoughts are projected as things. This is the fringe benefit of joining the so-called social memory complex. You now have amazing, amazing ascended abilities. Even John 14:12, Jesus actually says, as I do these things, meaning miracles, so shall you do them and greater things, for I go unto my Father, Mother, God. That's the original Aramaic is Father, Mother, God. It shouldn't just be one masculine gender. Christianity is not trying to masculinize everything. It's just a misunderstanding over time. So again, we form this social memory complex. Our minds are unified. Apparently in the Law of One it says Archangel Michael is the unified male persona of our 4D self. And there's also a unified female persona. So now once you get the social memory complex, Alive and Thriving says we are one, thank you. Your thoughts no longer are just a weak electrical charge. They've become an enormously powerful machine where anything that you think of literally manifests into a thing right in front of you. There's John 14:12. Greater things than what I'm doing as Jesus will you be doing. Then the reptilian Orion group charges or attacks you with light. They have their own weapons that are based on this same technology. The result, which is a standoff as you would call it, both energies being somewhat depleted by this and needing to regroup. The negative is depleted through a failure to manipulate you. The positive is depleted through a failure to accept the service that the negative tries to give, which is the service of enslavement. They're going to explain that. So could you amplify the meaning of what you said by failure to accept what is given? And then he says, at the level of time-space at which this takes place in the form of what you may call a thought war. So think about like any great movie that you've seen, like in Star Wars, where you're shooting beams of light out of your hands. You can materialize objects. You can throw huge objects with telekinesis. This is a very intense, superhuman, superpowered, superhero battle involving telekinesis, manifestation. It's very, very amazing. Doctor Strange, the Doctor Strange movies, you look at what that Marvel character can do in the movies, quite amazing. Alive and Thriving. God is a perfectly balanced masculinity and femininity. Yeah, I would agree. And we're now over 5,000 people. At the level of time-space where this takes place in the thought war, the most accepting and loving energy would be to so love those evil beings who wish to manipulate you that they are surrounded, engulfed, and transformed by your positive energy. However, since it is a battle of equals, the positive angelic confederation is aware that they cannot, on equal footing, allow themselves to be manipulated and maintain their positivity, because then they'd end up, if they're manipulated, they'd end up doing what the negative wants. For then, though pure, it would not be of any consequence. They would be placed under they would be placed by the so-called powers of darkness under their heel. So you cannot allow them to take you over. It is thus that those who deal with this thought war must be defensive rather than accepting in order to preserve their usefulness and service to others. Thus, they cannot accept fully what the Orion Reptilian Confederation wishes to give, that being enslavement. And it is a total enslavement where you're now killing people on their behalf, and it's really, really bad. Thus, they have to lose some of their positive polarity due to the friction between the two groups, and both sides, if you will, lose energy and have to regroup. It has not been fruitful for either side. It's like a stalemate. The only consequence which has been helpful is a balancing of the energies available to your planet, so these energies have less necessity to be balanced in space-time, and thus this lessens the chances of planetary annihilation. Because yes, if the negative got what they wanted, they would destroy the Earth. So these positive beings have to fight on our behalf in fourth density, that's what they're about to say, to prevent our planet from being destroyed. If they let the reptilians do what they want, they would literally blow up the whole planet, and we would all die except for a small number of us that they would save to feed off of. That's what they're trying to do, you guys. So this is not a situation where you can just dance into the ascension and, oh, it's so blissful and amazing, we never have to worry about evil again. anybody that says that on my Twitter feed, like, no, this is why I need to explain this. Candace Klein, David, happy birthday from another March baby, March 21st. I look forward to your message every week. I've been following you since 2018. Go treat yourself to something good. Well, let's finish the show first. But anyway, first super chat, thank you very much. So thank you, Ridgeline, my team, for also taking care of the trolls as they pop up. We are obviously going to be trolled constantly because this group is real. There are people that support this group on Earth that is controlled by extraterrestrials. They practice and worship evil. This is no joke, and they want to destroy the planet. So positive 4D angels are fighting them. This is a very important thing that I guess a lot of people didn't realize. This is a very important point, I believe. Does a portion of the Angelic Confederation engage in this thought form battle? What percentage? They didn't want to give a percentage. This is the most difficult work of the Angelic Confederation. Only 4 planetary entities out of 53 at any one time, so then the other 49 get to sit it out and go on the bench. Only 4 planetary entities at any one time are asked to partake in this conflict. It is the most difficult work we have. Fighting evil, fighting the reptilians. What density are these 4 planetary entities? These entities are of the density of love, numbering 4. Then he says, I assume this is the most effective density for this work. Well, no, it's the only one dumb enough to do it, actually, as he's about to say. Would this 4th density, an entity of 4th density, be more effective to do this type of war than, say, 5th or 6th density? And then he responds, the 4th density is the only density beyond your own that lacks the wisdom to refrain from battle and warfare, and therefore sees that this battle is necessary. Well, you're going to have to do it whether you want to or not. That's the problem. Thus, it is necessary that 4th density social memory complexes be used. Oh, but wait, it gets even worse than that, because the Law of One also tells us that we are going to become responsible for our own planetary defense. We of Earth are going to become one of the 4 planetary entities. So if you still think that, David is designing obsolete technology that we're never going to need. No, this is a good transitional step, because with the gas dynamic laser, we can fight UAPs. We can go higher. We can go up to 100,000 feet altitude, which no other jet does that. The jets we have right now are useless against UAPs, but this would not be. Live and thriving, virus, parasite, host body relationship. That's a good point. And then we had Eva 3 donated $100 right there. Hi, David. I had a dream where a fire broke out in the next building. At first, we watched it, but as it grew, people were panicking and they started evacuating. I stayed calm, packed up my money and gold first while others were frantic. What would this mean? Well, the fire is about anger. So if you have a dream with fire, and it means that you're going through something that you're angry about, but you're not processing your anger properly, and it's telling you that, yes, you're going to need to evacuate whatever. It might be a situation, it might be your job, it might be some entanglement with a family member or a friend, who knows what. But the point is, you're packing up, you're aware that there's a problem, and you're going to be able to take care of it. 7 geometric thought forms. On Gaia, Pete Peterson was talking to you about an intricate spiritual science of acupuncture points and how there were acupuncture mappings that could cure most alignments. Can you talk about that someday? Yes. Acupuncture meridians are real, and that's a very big part of our own health, but again, we're way, way off track if we talk about that now. Roland Frappier, happy birthday, David. Wish you the best with your planes and cars. I wonder, what will you do with them in 5D since it's 3D technology? Unless we'll have to stick here for many, many years. Well, that's literally what I'm just talking about, you guys. The war that we're going to have to fight involves, we are responsible for our own planetary defense, and we're not all going to be ascended beings who can just kick everybody's butt right off the bat, fly around and build light beams and fight with light. We're going to need technologies like this. That's why Stavati is important. The Law of One just explained to you. We are not going into 5th density. We are going into 4th density. There's all these channelers that wanted to jump over 4 and go right to 5. Oh, we're going into 5D. No, we're not. 5D is very different than 4D. In 5D, you're an energy being. You only exist as a point of light. You can project into a body if you want to, but you don't have to. Whereas in 4D, you have an evolved body that is human, but is going to have bigger eyes and a bigger head. They don't all look like Greys, but typically these beings are going to have larger eyes, different physiology, and they have amazing telepathic and telekinetic power. So yes, it is very important that we build hover cars. It is very important that we build spaceships. It is very important that we build next generation technology, because we will be responsible for our own planetary defense. I also read this quote about the Antichrist from Archangel Michael, channeled through Edgar Cayce, and we've talked about how he rose off the table when Michael was speaking. But I think all of the source that comes through him is Michael in various ways. So this is very important to understand what the negative is. The fruits of the Spirit of Christ are love, joy, obedience, being obedient to a higher power, long-suffering, that's patience, brotherly love, and kindness. Against these types of behaviors, there is no cosmic law. In other words, you're promoted, you're going to go through ascension. This is the Spirit of Christ. It's what we're here to learn. If you don't learn it, then you're not on the right track. The spirit of hate, the Antichrist, is contention, strife, fault-finding, lovers of self, and lovers of praise. Those are the Antichrist. They take possession of groups, masses, and even show themselves in the lives of individuals. So this is so important because, again, some Christians have erroneously got this idea that the Antichrist is this one being who's going to pop up in a planet that otherwise was fairly decent, and he becomes somebody who seduces everybody, and he gets you to take the mark, and you accept the mark of the beast, and in the Nostradamus, his name is supposedly Perse, and he comes out of the Middle East, and so it would imply somebody like Bin Laden or something, or somebody else who's like him. No. The Cayce readings did not say the Antichrist was one person. Archangel Michael, through Cayce, said it is the spirit of hatred, contention, strife, fault-finding, jealousy, anger, rage. That takes possession of groups and masses, and that's your so-called DS. It is ultimately run in a hierarchical manner by negative beings from fourth and fifth density. The fifth density being the AI, the fourth density negative being Dracos, reptilians, insectoids, greys, etc. So we are going to have to fight them. And so don't throw shade on me for trying to build the technology that we're going to need to fight this war. Because once the planet is handed over to us, we're going to have to take care of this ourselves. And unless there's enough of us who can do it just with thought forms, we're going to need UFOs. Most 4D entities use UFOs, positive and negative. They use them for warfare, and they use them for benevolent purposes. So it's very strange that people have this weird belief system that we're going to ascend and everybody's just happy and blissed out, stoned out on Earth. Everything is wonderful. We never have to deal with any evil or negativity again. No. The most difficult work of the Confederation is to fight these beings. Only 4 planetary entities do it at one time, and we're going to have to become one of those planetary entities once this happens. So do not shame me for wanting to get us ready for this war that's coming. There's a big war coming, and we're going to need to be able to fight it as we go into fourth density. So the battle has gotten incredibly vivid and exciting. The mass arrest scenario is now playing out, and again, once the truth is exposed, it changes people's consciousness. They're going to cry out to the positive because now they realize that this unhinged evil really exists. And once people start crying out to the positive, that's called the calling. Each additional person who calls on the positive, who prays to Jesus or to whoever, whatever their higher power concept may be, as long as it's positive, those count exponentially. So each additional person praying to God or the Creator or the higher power creates an exponential increase in the so-called calling, where if you're trying to do black magic, if you're trying to do evil, your vote only counts as 1. And if 2 people are doing it, their vote counts as 2. And if 100 people are doing it, their vote counts as 100. But if 100 people are doing the positive, it's exponential off of each one. So the calling is much greater. The universe is built this way so that as people begin praying, that the Christ consciousness can respond. You're supposed to be loving. You're supposed to be positive. That's what the universe is here to teach you. Karma is where you get feedback for the stuff that you do, and there's a cause and effect relationship between your thoughts and then the things that you experience in your actions. So again, it was an extremely difficult thing to sleep up here. It's always difficult because it's highly dehydrating. In fact, you leave a piece of bread on the countertop, and after half an hour, it starts to go dry because there's so little moisture up here. So I'm always at risk of cracked lips, sore throat, raw nasal passages, constipation, and excessive peeing during the night. And so again, last Sunday, I woke up 7 times during the night. I typed it so fast I spelled during incorrectly. There's some wabi-sabi for you. It happens. But in order to stop this thing from happening, I've now almost completely cut out all ingestion of sweets. I'm having no food after dinner, and I'm leaving myself a 2.5 to 3 hour window where I do not eat. And then I only have 2 or 3 prunes, which up here again, your regularity, whether you're constipated or not, is life and death. Alive and thriving, wherever 2 or more are gathered in my name. That's true. I eat 2 or 3 prunes, which stimulates the eliminations. I take a probiotic pill, 20 billion probiotics. Megaflora is the brand I'm taking. I'm not getting a paid endorsement. And then I drink it with coconut water. And so as a result of doing this, I do feel a stomach burn, but I'm not overtly hungry. When I do wake up in the morning, I get far more hungry. But this has caused a startling and very positive weight loss result in just 1 week. I had the dad bod, I had love handles. The love handles are actually going away now. And even in 1 week, my body is transforming into the hunk. And this transformation is actually mentioned in this week's time loop. I also, as we've been talking about, finished editing a promo sizzle reel 35 minutes long for our new jet, the SM39 Razor. And so, again, a couple people were trolling me. A couple people were like, oh my God, you said you were going to arm Israel. Look, when we filmed this, the Israel war, I think, had just started like a day or 2 before. Nobody really knew what was going on back then. So please don't troll us for that. We are not working with Ukraine or Israel. We have not sold anything to anybody at this point. We're still in the development stages. We're still just raising initial capital. But then some people got really, really pissed off about that in the comments. Okay, look, we filmed it in 2023, early October, right after this thing had just started. Nobody knew what was really going on back then. Now it's a very different picture. They've made a lot of what I consider to be very huge mistakes in the public eye. And, of course, if you watch my show, the Alliance is talking about them negatively week after week. So, you know, that's something that we're contending with. So I'm going to dig back into this story of good versus evil. But first I want to explain, once again, that there is an alliance, that they do have extraterrestrial technology. This is a very important point. The alliance is working with these beings that are essentially positive angelic sources. I don't know to what extent they have in-person contact with them, but I do know that at many different secret bases around the world, including Area 51, that if you're in the aerospace community, if you're working in this community, it's commonplace to be hanging out with positive human extraterrestrials. That's just the way it works. And we have a number of different insiders who can attest to that firsthand. So when disclosure comes out, when we get the UFO part, it's very exciting because it's going to include deep underground military bases with all different types of ET human species that have been here. And you're going to find out that there's other groups besides Space Force or Majestic. There's other groups that are very evil, that go back to things like Nazi Germany, where they were working with reptilians and they were working with Greys as an offshoot of the contact that started with Aleister Crowley. So we're going to learn that, in fact, there are human beings who are directly meeting with these aliens all the time, every day, working in bases where they're standing around as guards. There's reptilians standing there as guards in the base right around you. And these beings, the negative ones, wanted to take over the planet. They wanted to destroy the planet. And they want to enslave us. And so the positive angelic forces do need to fight them. That's right there in the Law of One. I just read it to you. So that war is happening in the heavens, and then again, different groups are contacted by these beings on Earth, and I am a positive contactee, so the Michael Prophecies is the voicing of what they have to tell us. So when we get the mass arrest scenario, when people learn that the evil is real, that extraterrestrials are real, that there's evil aliens, and that they've been trying to run our planet this way, that creates the free will where now the positive beings can appear in front of us. And so part of what we're expecting this year is the Galactic Family Reunion. And at the same time we get the Family Reunion, we also get Ascension, the first wave. This is non-catastrophic. We are not going to have a pole shift. We are not going to have the sun blow up. We are not going to have a super volcano. We are not going to have a tsunami pole shift scenario. We actually have a very positive mass ET contact event that simultaneously coincides with us getting these ascended abilities. Jim Garrigus, happy birthday, David, he says. I loved the Stavati video you released this week. Everybody has. Thanks for teaching us every week and keeping me on the edge of my seat. Yeah, wait till you see the stuff we're going to talk about today. I'm still only just getting started. So first of all, I want to say that the headlines, this week's news headlines, this is not just normal news. We are in the very final stages of a battle that defines ascension. Once this battle is over, once the people are arrested, once the Alliance tells you the truth, that directly paves the way for the second coming of Christ, which is the return of Christ and other angelic beings to the earth, and our own ascension without a catastrophic event. We get rapture while the planet survives, and we're not going on separate timelines either. There are going to be some people who are more ascended than others, and we're all going to be living here on earth together. But once we go through this shift, everybody has some kind of a change. And the Michael Prophecies, again, talked about this. I didn't know this was going on until 2021 when I started unsealing this stuff, and I wrote the 7 books in 22 and 23, and then it wasn't until September 24 that I discovered the other 21 tapes. And now since September 24, every week I'm reading these prophecies. And somebody, Alexander Tan, thank you for the donation. Why is somebody on YouTube mocking me? Well, because people are trolls and they're very unhappy, and that's what they do. I don't need to explain that. Should be obvious. So we're going to start on Sunday the 2nd. And this is something, in this week's time loop, Michael warns us that we are facing the possibility of severe wartime right now. This is one of the things in this week's time loop, and so I'm looking for that as a result of what's in the time loop, and we found it. So check this out. They are blocking all humanitarian aid, and the ceasefire could collapse. They do not want to hand over the policing of it to America. They want war. The entry of all goods and supplies, and then later on, we're going to find out it's also electricity. They're cutting the electric, or they have cut the electric. They're trying to create a huge catastrophe. And again, the original Yahweh got replaced by a negative being. And so this satanic culture exists around the world in various secret ways, and this is one of the places where it still exists. There is demonism going on at the highest levels, and that is what is behind this, folks. This is pure evil. So again, we are not paying enough attention to the possibility of severe wartime. Alive and Thriving, The Matrix Attacks, Truthsayers, Agent Smiths, yes. We definitely have very evil people who think that it's fun to attack me, and, we don't need to talk about that. So then Rubio, who was not treated well by the Alliance at all, has suddenly sent them $4 billion. What emergency is actually happening? Well, they do not want the truth to come out. Then they're threatening military intervention in Syria, in Damascus, as fighting engulfs their suburbs. So again, nobody's paying attention to this right now. Michael is telling us severe wartime could be on the horizon. We need to be very careful. Here's another piece of news where LA is not even funding their own fire departments. 2.3 million spores of mold when the safe level is under 700 in the dining hall. It's very, very sad because these people are on the front lines. Why do they want the fire department handicapped? Because they want fire. Because that's a burnt offering. That's a sacrifice. That's what they like. LA was not a random event. It happened on purpose, and they allowed it to happen. So then this was the big setup of what happened on Tuesday night, which we talked about in advance. It's going to be big, and he will tell it like it is. And, of course, it was a really great speech. Very, very inspiring. Then, once again, both of these wars are not going the way we want them to. He's not going to apologize. He rejects the ceasefire. We are not for sale. So this could all flare up again. It probably will. We'll talk about that a little bit more. And then, whoops, I forgot to make that one bigger. In fact, let me go ahead and do that now so you guys don't have to see it in a small size. So let me go ahead and do this real quick. I can find my cursor. Here we go. I have a neat freak kind of thing about my personality. So if I have a mistake, we fix it. All right. Here we go. Back to the slide. So he says he's going to cancel the military aid, which he later did. This is the worst statement you could have possibly made. We will not put up with it for much longer. And again, severe wartime. It could still happen. So the poly market prediction that all military aid would be ended before April went up by 25%, plus 12% boost. It's a 25% chance now that that's going to happen, and it actually did. And then he's meeting with his aides to discuss canceling all military aid, and the odds shot up to 25%. And it did happen. So then he said, this is the worst statement that he could have possibly made. America will not put up with this for much longer. It is what I was saying. He doesn't want there to be peace as long as he has our backing. And in Europe, the meeting they had, he stated flatly, they cannot do the job without us. Probably not a great statement to have made in terms of trying to show strength. What are they thinking? Okay, so then this is another really interesting one, and we'll just tackle it piece by piece, starting with the article at the top. Top FBI official, and thank you, Alive and Thriving, Cleanliness Next to Godliness, Vanessa Swayfit, love to you, David. I hope to meet you in person. I think I'm going to be doing more events in the future. Anyway, top FBI official forced out after he criticized the investigation. James Dennehy, head of the New York office, that's the one that was holding back the list, right? Is out 1 month after he urged his colleagues to dig in after the new administration requested the names of everyone who had worked on this case. Well, that's part of it, and the list is the other part. So then what does he say? He says, here we go. The head was forced to resign, fired. The same New York office that withheld the files. The same guy who told them to dig in after he wanted details on who was doing these investigations. Looks to me like they are identifying the rats who are standing in their way. In other words, they are addressing the situation. Everyone needs to be patient. The entity is fighting back, but the wheels are moving. So this is huge. That was the guy that was standing in the way of the list, and when the list comes out, we're only a couple steps away from the final moves because they do the arrests. That's probably going to lead to the, emergency messaging system, the post-34 scenario. So we don't have to wait very long. We're right at the end, and I'm so excited about it. So then we got a huge update from the Attorney General here. It says a truckload of files were delivered. He's investigating why these were withheld. The guy that did it was fired. The team is reviewing thousands of files. She called them out for sitting on the files. She says that we're going to see everything. She admits that some information is going to have to be redacted for national security and grand jury information, mostly just the names of victims. It might be more, but even if they try to redact anything, I don't think it's going to last. In other words, they have the situation under control. We all need to just let them do their work. I understand everyone is anxious and angry. His appointees have proven their intentions are legitimate. It's happening. The ball is rolling. That was still just Sunday, man. Now we're going to Monday. Everything is going to come out. She says she received a truckload of hidden documents, and America has the right to know. And again, the lawyers are telling us that arrests will begin immediately. They're not going to go easily. It's going to get to be really intense. Then already, unfortunately, people are starting to get threatened. Things are happening that the alliance is not happy about. So here he is, Junior, releasing this endorsed statement saying that this is a spiritual and moral disease that corrupts our societies and leads to violence. So somebody is leaning on him, and we know who it is. And this is the whole write-up if you want to do it. If you want to read the whole thing. 2.4 million views. The Alliance was not happy about this. So unfortunately, he has, this is something that's going to come and bite him in the butt. Real bad. Trade wars have begun. This is what you need to know. The tariffs went live. Canada and Mexico, additional 10% on China. Most of that got canceled later in the week. But again, this shows how contentious things are. This... Good morning, sir. Have you accepted him as your Lord and Savior? Well, I had to put that one in there. It was so freaking funny. That meme came out on Tuesday. And it just shows the silliness of what's going on. And notice his hand gesture. Notice the hand gesture, okay? It's really funny. Tuesday, why is she still begging us for money? Well, now she's signed with a talent agency. She's out there fundraising because, again, they're broke and they need money. This is real. And then the Dems were originally thinking they were going to do disruptions with eggs, noisemakers, and props. That did not happen. And he says he's going to tell it like it is. And we had another meme come out, which is from the movie Say Anything, but now it's our buddy Z, and he's trying to apologize. But no, he doesn't really want peace. It's a very strange situation. So after the arms sales were paused, he's reportedly ready to sign the deals. But then, again, they're not doing that. This was another meme that came out on Tuesday. Some of you are sitting at tables you were sent to flip them, says Jesus. That really made me laugh, too. So, this is when he delivered the address. The American dream is unstoppable. We're going to reverse the damage and make it affordable again. And I really, really am very happy about this talk. And over half of all of their voters on the left are tired of these politics. Without dramatic changes, they will not win any elections again anytime soon. Thank God for that. And this was hilarious that when he said the word HT, those two words, he pointed right at them. And in fact, this shows up in the Alliance post at the end. However, one of the rules of DC is don't embarrass us. This was a hot mic moment that doesn't look good for the vice president. He said on the hot mic, by the way, I think the speech is going to be great, but I don't know how you do this for 90 minutes. Ooh. The hardest thing, he says the other guy, Johnson, was doing it during Biden when the speech was a stupid campaign speech, and he then's like, oh my God, the mic is hot, we got to turn it down. So this went viral, and again, the opponents try to use it, but then J.D. Vance came out with this meme. He posted himself. The best way to make people laugh is to meme yourself, which he did here. So here he is with the Leonardo DiCaprio meme with the beer and the cigarette, but it's his face on there. And he posted the meme and it surpassed 70 million views. It was a really nice way, a kind of a interesting, self-deprecating way to apologize for that hot mic moment. And I thought it was really funny. Well done, JD. Well done, Mr. Vice President. So then we go to Wednesday. And once again, severe wartime is on the horizon. You're not paying enough attention, Michael says. They are preparing a hell plan. Consequences you cannot imagine. So this whole thing could flare up again. In fact, I'm surprised it hasn't yet. But we got enough time to get the prophecy in first. Then right in the middle of flying to the UK, they turned it around. The arms were turned around. And so they're probably going to have real problems very soon because they don't have any supplies. And then the new army chief is sworn into the small country. We have not defeated them. The mission is not over. Our moral duty is clear. Bring everyone back home by any means possible. So again, there's a big buildup here that most people are not seeing. However, this is positive for the military. The recruitment in the Air Force is at a 15-year high. Americans are excited to serve their country again. The next generation of American warfighter will join the greatest fighting force the world has ever known. And yes, we're going to need to fight reptilians too, so don't think that you're just going to be walking around in a bliss bubble in 4D. This was another very fascinating thing that happened. The dying Pope was attacked by demons. This again, breaking news. The Pope had a horrific night, screaming at demons trying to drag him to hell, according to the Vatican. And it says the pontiff had to be sedated with drugs to knock him out after he was screaming in his bed, "Get these evil bastards off of me," as a portal to hell opened up at the end of his bed. Well, yeah, if you mess around with this stuff, which presumably he has, because again, the Vatican is a very important center for this, if you mess around with this stuff, then when you are dying, you are going to have demonic visitations. This happened to Hitler. We have that in the Michael Prophecies books about how he had multiple hallucinations of demons at the end of his life. He would be screaming. He'd go crazy. Same thing happened to Stalin. So this is not uncommon. And again, after you die, if you've played around with this stuff, you probably are going to go into the lower astrals, or what we would call hell, and you probably are going to suffer attacks from these types of entities. So this is fully in keeping with everything I've been telling you for so long. And then we got to give Joe all the great credit here that he went mainstream with this very contentious topic, dropping massive truth bombs on the show, eloquently laying out the truth, explaining the contents of various emails and on certain pages, as well as the psyop that has been pushed to deflect from what was really going on. Thank you for the shout out. She says, Liz says, I'm very humbled. He did fantastic work. I have an extra level of respect for him because he always gives people credit where it is due. And that's pretty rare. Believe me, I know. The last time I was mentioned on the show, my work exposing this was ignored. I was falsely cast as a flat earther in an obvious attempt to smear me right before my documentary came out. So it's nice to have a full circle moment. When I took a picture of this, it was already almost at 1 million views. Candace also had something to say. Oh, the tears that will flow from this interview. Our cup shall overflow with wonderful, beautiful tears. Well, again, we don't want to gloat about it. We don't want to gloat about people being upset. It is a very upsetting thing. But the point is, that's the most mainstream show there is, man. When it's being talked about on that level, that means it is now common knowledge. It is something everybody is talking about. Everybody is discussing it. And this paves the way for the first wave of ascension, the second coming of Christ, the Galactic Family Reunion, where we all get this burst of ascension. The sun is going to give an energetic change that spontaneously changes the way your body works. So everybody's going to have some type of psychedelic experience. But if you have been following the teachings of Christ, if you behave that way, even if you're not necessarily a Christian, that won't matter. It's really about, do you embrace the principles that Jesus wanted you to teach? Do you embrace love, forgiveness, patience, long-suffering, kindness, and compassion? If so, then you're going to turn into a superhero. And it's learning about this evil stuff. It's throwing up that makes us feel better. It's the mass arrest, the great moment of truth where everybody learns what was really going on. That's what opens up the door to ascension. And it's so exciting. Here's another sign of it. The Disney is firing 6% of their staff, and there is an implosion going on. They're going to combine Good Morning America into one show instead of 3 different hours. So this is obviously because so many people are waking up and they're tuning it out. Now, this is something that popped up when I was looking at the Alliance's own posts. And it sounds like it's a really hilarious question. Is Zelensky the reincarnation of Napoleon? Well, no. Most people would just be like, well, that's silly. There is no reincarnation. Well, first of all, I have written extensively on reincarnation, following up on the work of Dr. Ian Stevenson, who in the 1960s found over 3,000 children in the Middle East who claimed to remember having been someone before. And one of the fascinating pieces about reincarnation is that your face looks the same. You have the same face, you have similar astrology, and if you're a child and you're in a culture that embraces reincarnation like they have in the Middle East, some of these children could remember having these past lives, what they did, who they were, where they went. Dr. Ian Stevenson followed up on that research and found out, yes, in the cases where the children remember being someone in a past life, where it has empirical data, you can fact check them. You can go back and find out, yes, there was a person with this name. Here's the house they lived in. Here's the painting they said was on the wall. One kid remembered the names of something like 24 acquaintances they had. They actually remembered the first and last name. They remembered details. There was a case of somebody solving their own murder. So reincarnation is one of these things that the DS does not want you to know about because it promotes a spiritual reality and it gets away from the idea that you only have one life to live and that if you die, your life is over. That type of fear of death is greatly manipulated by the government, by the DS, so that you worship them with fear and you want them to protect you from death because you believe that if you were to die, that there's no turning back and your life is over. So again, facial similarity is the name of the game, and facial similarity does exist very prominently between Zelensky and Napoleon. It's freaking crazy. I saw this and I was like, oh my God. And James P. Weber said, I think Zelensky is a time Trevor. That's probably his autocorrect, meant to say traveler. But anyway, let's zoom in on this really nicely side by side. Holy crap. The facial similarity is bang on the money. And of course, that's not just all there is, okay? It's not just a facial similarity. It's a similarity of their karmic timeline on Earth. We have Napoleon, who invaded other countries. He was a warlord. He was a dictator. He created enormous amounts of death. And now we have the main war that's going on at the end of the cycle here. There's only two of them. There's Israel and there's this one. So wouldn't it be hilarious if it turns out that this actually is Napoleon reincarnated and he's doing the same thing? He remembers being a warlord before and he has to replay his karma. Well, yes, I actually now believe that this is another example, and he's back again and he's trying to do the same stuff that he did before, and he's facing the same karmic cycles. One of the things that I've taught you in my books is that when you have a reincarnation, the lives will be connected by evenly numbered cycles of time in this harmonic geometry. So sure enough, I looked up Waterloo, and we find out that there's exactly 210 years between Waterloo and the year that we're in now, 2025. So again, notice the date, the arrival of the Prussians, and again, Prussians, Russians, isn't that interesting? Russians and Prussians. Prussians completed Napoleon's defeat, and then if you subtract 1815 from 2025, you get 210 years. Now, I wrote a whole book on this, which we'll talk about in a minute. And the point is that you have to factor the number to see how harmonic the number is. The more different numbers divide into the number, the more harmonic the number is, and history works cyclically. I wrote a whole book on this. So 210 is actually a really nice geometric number, and these harmonic numbers actually create sacred geometry vibrations. And Alive and Thriving says he had to dance and drag on live TV. That's right. So you're creating sacred geometry with the vibrations. So let's show you all the different ways that numbers divide into 210. You'll see how this means. First of all, you can take 10 times 30 and you get 210, 10 cycles of 30 years. You can take, it's 7, I forgot to, what is it, 7 times 30, that one is right. It's 10 cycles of 21 years. So let me go ahead and fix that, I'm sorry. The first one was wrong and I got to fix that because I did this in different stages. So here we go. Whoops. Every now and then I make a little mistake. So 210 is 10 cycles of 21 years. 21 times 10 is 210. 210 is also 7 cycles of 30 years. You get the all-important number 7. 30 cycles of the number 7. It's also 6 cycles of 35 years. 6 times 35 is 210. It's also 5 cycles of 42 years. 5 times 42 is 210. Do the math. I did it. It's also 3 cycles of 70 years. There's another factor. It's also 2 cycles of 105 years. Therefore, 210 totally fits with our harmonic cycles of history, which I'm about to explain, because it has a factor of 10, 7, 6, 5, 3, and 2. So most of the numbers between 2 and 10 are included. You're only missing 4 and 8. Right? I think so, yeah. 2, 3, blank, 5, 6, 7, blank. Oh, and 9. There's no 9 in it. But you're only missing 3 of them. Now, this is also really fascinating if you consider that it looks like, you know, he's about to be defeated on the battlefield in the present. There's a 210-year cycle with Waterloo. What about their birth times? Well, believe it or not, the birth dates are 209 years apart, only 1 year off, and you're allowed to have that in the harmonic cycle thing. It's not exact, but again, here it is. I just did this morning. Napoleon was born August 15th, 1769 in the Ajaccio, France, whereas our new guy was born January 25th, 1978. 1978 minus 1769 is 209 years. So again, I wrote a whole book on this. It was a New York Times bestseller called The Synchronicity Key. The reason why I chose the maroon shirt for you guys today. And again, the key is actually Christ. And so part of that key symbol is of Christ on the cross and the arms, and the blood of Christ is the red background, because this is the cycles of time. And so this is the another logo that's on the side spine of the book, where you see the 2 keys there. So all of this stuff ties in with the 25,920 year precession of the equinoxes At the end of this cycle, we supposedly get a solar flash, which causes ascension. So the Law of One talks about this, says every 25,000 years we complete a master cycle, and this causes ascension. And apparently anywhere in our galaxy, it appears to be 25,000 years. Now we think that this is the result of the Earth wobbling on its axis, when in fact it appears to be that we're in a binary solar system with the star Alpha and Proxima Centauri, those stars, their star group. And we orbit Alpha Centauri over the course of 25,000 years, which actually, as Walter Cruttenden has explained, this causes all of the effects of precession. I've talked about this in previous episodes. I'm not going to do it right now because it's a very complex technical discussion. But again, the Law of One talks about a major cycle of 25,920 years, and there are also minor cycles. For example, the age of the zodiac, okay, we're in the age of Aquarius now. It started in 2013 or 2012. We moved out of the age of Pisces. Each age of the zodiac is 2,160 years. And of course, there's 12 signs in the zodiac, so take 2160, multiply it by 12, there's your magic number, 25,920 years. What is the age of the zodiac? Why were they tracking this? Well, it's actually a fractal of history. It's a harmonic. And I wrote a whole book on this, following up on the work of a Frenchman named Michel Helmer, who wrote in a magazine for France called Cahiers Astrologiques, which means astrology magazine or astrology periodical. So this is a real thing. History is cyclical. The 2,160-year cycle, the age of the zodiac, is one of the most important ones of all, dividing this cycle into 12 units. And the Law of One gives us some very provocative quotes. This is from Session 16, Question 21. They say, there is no history as we understand your concept. What do you mean there is no history? There is no history? Let's try to meditate on what they are really saying. There is no history means that everything is happening in the now. Everything keeps repeating in these even cycles of time. We replay our own karma. This is structured on a cosmic level so that you get to reincarnate and your soul already knows what's going to happen before you get here. Your soul already knows if there's going to be a war, if there's going to be a famine, if your country's going to get invaded. It doesn't necessarily know how the war is going to turn out because we make choices. We replay the cycles of history, and we're either going to do the same thing or we're going to do a different thing. So Zelensky is replaying what he did as Napoleon in a 210-year cycle, and 210 is a very harmonic number. So there is no history. Then they say, picture, if you will, a circle of being. Session 16, Question 21. There is no history. Instead, picture a circle of being. The same thing keeps repeating. This is, again, the Ouroboros, which was not originally evil. The snake eating its own tail is the symbol of history recycling itself. The same events keep happening in precise cycles. And then they say, we know the Alpha and Omega as infinite intelligence. So everything ends up leading back to karmic healing. We have to heal the wars. Napoleon is now healing the wars he did before in France in the present. The circle itself, he says, never ceases. It is present. There is no history. The circle never ceases. So the same things that happened before happen again on the circle. It's like if you have a turntable, like an old-fashioned phonograph record player. The way that the record is originally made is that the needle is jiggling with the sounds of the voice or the music, and it etches into the wax, and then when you play it back, the etching causes it to play the same sounds. So it's as if the record is skipping, and we go back through time. The circle never ceases. There is no history. It is present. Wow. Try to meditate on what they are really saying here. The circle itself is a structure of geometric, living, conscious intelligence that we move through as a planet, and events in previous cycles are then etched into the circle, just like we see on a skipping record. History is like a skipping record, and events repeat themselves. We are telepathically influenced, including the great warlords. They come back and they do it again, and either they're going to get better or worse, or sometimes they just stay the same, but history repeats itself in a circular pattern. The cycle is present. One of the ET contactees with human ETs and flying saucers in the 1950s who seemed to be real was George Van Tassel. And he actually drew the 12 ages as individual circles. He called it the Vela sector system. And as we move from third to fourth density, he's talking about this. But again, I think he was really onto something, because if we presume that we are in a binary star system, that would be Alpha Centauri in the middle as the blue star, and our sun and our solar system as the orange star up at the top. We orbit this other star in 25,920 years, and then there are individual circles, just like we see in the previous slide here. Imagine now that each of these notches on the clock are 2,160 years. Now imagine that there's a circle in each one of these 12 spots, and that whatever we jiggle into the circle in the previous spot comes back the next time around. This is karma. We have to replay what we did before, and we have to redo our karma. So again, the 2,160-year cycle is the most provocative. There's stunning connections between ancient Rome and modern American history. So, fascinatingly enough, on March 7th, 1999, I received the transcript of Francois Masson's book. He was a Frenchman. It was transcribed into English by my friend David Steinberg. And March 7th, 1999, well, wait a minute. This is just over a week after where we were in the current time loop. Last week we were on February 22nd, 1999. This week we're only going to make it up to February 24th. And then it was just my birthday on Saturday. And again, this was my birthday present. They gave it to me as a birthday present to get this manuscript. And he said, David, you really need to read this, because he says history repeats itself, and I've never seen anybody else do this research except for Francois Masson. So here we are in my time cycle. We're in a time loop right now with 1999, and I only discovered this material on March 7th, 1999, just over a week after where our time loop is right now. So isn't that interesting that this is when I first got a hold of this? The book was called The End of Our Century. It took me a while, but I scanned it up and published it on my website as of January 10th, 2001. The key chapter in the book is called Cyclology, the Mathematics of History. And again, the author was Michel Helmer, and he wrote these articles about this science in Cahiers Astrologiques. So I actually found it online. Les Cahiers Astrologiques, Revue de l'Astrologie Traditionnelle. You can read it on from there. Let's see if I can pronounce this right. La localisation de l'influence des constellations dans le zodiaque. The location and influence of constellations in the zodiac. The review of traditional astrology, right? So, and here it is. I found it actually in the International Association for Preservation of Spiritualist and Occult Periodicals. A pretty disturbing little symbol they got there. They got the Templar skull and bones. It looks pretty weird, I got to say. But Suite 333, interesting. Anyway, occultists are going to follow this stuff. Here's another example. This says La Procession des Equinoxes, thème de l'hémisphère sud. The procession of the equinoxes, themes in the south hemisphere. And again, Cahiers Astrologiques. So this is where actually Michel Helmer's research was published. And he wrote in this magazine from 1958 all the way up to 1974. So it said here, published from 1938 to 83 under the direction of Alexandre Volgin, the magazine Les Cahiers Astrologiques is a real goldmine for the astrology lover, containing 104 articles written by 357 authors. Among the 238 issues, there are some special ones devoted to a single subject. And we have all these things you can read here: statistics, Nostradamus, ancient astrology. And in here, of course, is solar revolutions, lunar projections, and cycles. The cycles would be Michel Helmer. So again, astrology is much bigger than we think. It's not just when you were born and what planetary alignments you have. It's these long-term cycles of history that all divide into the 25,000 years. That's what Michel Helmer's writing about, these fascinating, the age of the zodiac, 2,160-year cycle. You can go read this stuff. It is available online. So, this is from that website. In the Cahiers Astrologiques Journal of 1960, which is actually also started in 1958, Michel Helmer presented a theory on the cyclical repetition of historical events, based mainly on using the ideal preeminent number 25920 and its factors. Again, factors are dividing smaller numbers into the big number. If you apply this theory, Helmer was enabled to make many exact predictions, both economic and political. He predicted things ahead of time. So this includes the journal number 75, Solar Revolution in 1958, Untitled 91 and 99, 61, 62, Encrypted Documents of Heaven and Earth number 162, Untitled 114, 118, 121, 65, and 66. And this is where we're going to see now the prophecy of Joan of Arc coming back in France. The harmony of the world is based on the rhythm in the golden section. What do you think? Issue number 126, 1967. Discovering the mystery of the Sothic cycle, Untitled 132 and 133. And lastly, Pluto Survey Answers with 10 other authors in number 168, 1974. So 1968 is a key year, and this is again where he discovered that Joan of Arc was replaying, the history of Joan of Arc was replaying in modern French history in a student revolution. Very, very interesting. All tying into the 25,000-year master cycle, divides into 12 ages of 2160 years. Revered, the ages of the zodiac were in Sumer, Egypt, Greece, Rome, and India. Everybody was tracking this. Why? Because they knew that history was cyclical, and this is what's done by the higher forces so that we can repeat and perfect our karma. We have excellent scholarship confirming that history repeats in 2160-year cycles. And what's fascinating is that as the history repeats, the characters repeat, and they have facial similarities. The same people come back with the same faces and do the same kind of stuff exactly across 2,160 years. Now, Michel Helmer in all these publications did not see the facial similarity. He didn't catch that part. I figured it out on my own because he mentions, for example, that Hannibal and Hitler invaded the same countries at the same times, the same pieces of land, exactly 2,160 years apart. In fact, there were a series of wars called the Punic Wars in Rome, and they precisely overlap with World War I and World War II in modern American history. And it's down to the day. It's very, very amazing. So he's got a whole bunch of examples I talk about in Synchronicity Key. And again, we're not going to get into all the specifics right now, but there are many cases of overlaps between Hitler and Hannibal down to the day, even including Hannibal invading with elephants, which is the equivalent in modern times of Hitler using tanks, and Hannibal would invade very, very quickly, which is the concept of the Wehrmacht, the lightning war, the blitzkrieg. That's what they used the same military strategy, and they invaded the same parts of land, and it was exactly 2,160 years apart. Then people say, oh, David, you're only saying warlords do this? No. But I'm saying that if you were a warlord before, you come back and you have to repeat the karma for better or for worse. Now check out the facial similarity. On the left, we have Hannibal. On the right, we have Hitler. They look basically identical, the same nose, the same eyes, the same ear. And the only thing that's really different is that Hannibal had a beard and Hitler had his infamous funny mustache. But that facial similarity is astounding. Michel Helmer in these publications also mentions many similarities between Richard Nixon and the Roman Emperor Scipio Africanus, including Watergate. The whole events of Watergate precisely correspond with Scipio getting thrown out of office, just like Nixon got thrown out of office. Scipio was caught bribing the enemy. He ripped apart the books that proved it in front of the Colosseum, and he resigned. And of course, Nixon resigned. Well, guess what? Look at their faces. And this is all 2,160 years apart, Watergate and Scipio's resignation. And they are astoundingly similar. They both have the baggy eyes, the droopy eyelids, very, very similar chin, very similar lips, similar nose, similar ears, everything. Unbelievable. And then it happens again with Jimmy Carter, who overlaps very precisely with Cato the Censor in a 2,160-year cycle. Now, Cato was president or emperor for a lot longer, but again, Michel Helmer in his big book, the final manifesto, if you want to call it that, although it's kind of a negative term, maybe I shouldn't use that word, but the final write-up of all this was in 1980. That's the book, The End of Our Century, where he was using this stuff to make predictions, and he found lots of amazing connections. And both, Jimmy Carter was a peanut farmer. Emperor Cato grew up in a farming family. They had similar laws. They had similar perspectives. They did similar things exactly 2,160 years apart. And wait for it, here it comes, a facial similarity. They have the same eyes, the same brow. Even their interesting-looking nose is the same. Their lips are the same. Their chin is the same. The ears are the same. The neck looks the same. They both have that waddle under the neck the same way. It's amazing. So now here we are. We got Zelensky and Napoleon, and they're celebrating a 210-year cycle. The same events are happening 210 years apart, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in just a minute. But another one that I've been bringing to your attention is General George Patton and President Trump. And so here is a great example. I just cooked this one up today on my own of them looking off to the side. It is freaking astounding. And there's an exact 80-year cycle separating the two of them. So I do believe that this is reincarnation. And so people have been noticing this. I've been talking about it. I mean, look at the faces. Look at the shape of the nose. Look at the eyes. Look at the eyebrows. Look at the cheeks. You can't really see it here, but the ear is the same. We'll see that in the next shot. And look at the lips. Everything about the face is so astoundingly similar. This is a really, really good one. So people have noticed it online. This is one of the ones I found online. Look at the shape of the smile as they're making the smile on their lips. Look at the shape of his ear. Here's another one that I found online. Somebody had done this. You can see when he's got his eyes more open, when Trump has his eyes more open. The eyes are very, very similar, as is the nose, as is the shape of the mouth. It's amazing. And remember, Patton defeated Hitler. Patton had a very important role in the defeat of Hitler. He wasn't just some guy. He literally defeated this guy who had been Hannibal 2,160 years earlier. So probably we're going to find out that Trump also exists in Roman history, and that what he did as Patton overlaps with what he did. In fact, I know Michel Helmer talked about that. So we got to find out who Trump was and then compare his picture to that Roman guy. And I imagine that we're going to have some great facial similarity there as well. So then this is another meme I found. General Patton believed in reincarnation. Welcome back, General. It says he died December 21st, 1945, and Trump was born June 14th, 1946. He only took 6 months off, not even to relax, and he jumped right back into a body to finish the war against evil that he was fighting as Patton and had fought against Hannibal before that. Here's another one online you can find by Tony Platt, a distinguished affiliated scholar at the Center of Study of Law and Society in Berkeley University. And sure enough, he says there are strange and shocking similarities between Trump and old blood and guts. You can read that article. Moral courage is the most valuable and usually the most absent characteristic in men. And here's another shot where you can really see how similar they look. Somebody put that online. And here's another one that I found before that I didn't have to do. So again, look at the shape of how they're pouting. Look at the way the eyes look. Look at the nose. I mean, dude, this is like so freaking amazing. It's just beyond imagination. And so I was really excited about this. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, I've never really done the slides before, but we need to do those slides. We got to get this stuff out there. And then, Alive and Thriving says they used a Patton quote during the inauguration. Well, thank you for that. So yeah, this is really, really mind-blowing content, and I'm still keeping it up to two hours. We haven't got past the 2-hour mark yet. So remember, one of the other things that we're expecting to see is a cycle of time that's an evenly divisible number, has a lot of factors. The Zelensky-Napoleon cycle is 200 years. And remember, it's got all these other factors in it. Most of the numbers from 1 through 10 divide into that number. And that's part of what this is about. The years are actually a geometric thing. As our sun is orbiting this other star in the solar system, we have a 25,000-year cycle. You divide that by 12, it creates 12 bubbles, and the events on one bubble repeat on the next. The cycle of history is present. There is no history as you think of it. Whatever Hannibal did in the last bubble, 2,160 years later, we go to the next bubble. It comes around the same way. It plays the same notes at the same time. Hannibal comes back as Hitler. He does the same things. Scipio comes back as Nixon. Cato comes back as Jimmy Carter. And then there are shorter cycles as well. And one of the cycles that's really important is 540 years, which is 2160 divided by 4. We'll get into that in a minute. However, I discovered, sure enough, there is a cycle between Trump and Patton, and I only discovered it last night, or this morning, actually. I was sitting at breakfast. I had already put this in here, and I ran downstairs. I said, oh my God, check this out, you guys. 1945, the end of World War II, to 2025 is exactly an 80-year cycle. And yes, the number 80 is very harmonic. It totally fits with the theory of the original Michel Helmer work in Cahiers Astrologiques, these journals that I showed you. So Patton and Trump are doing the same things 80 years apart. World War II ended in 1945. This weird World War III is very likely to end in 2025, and that's exactly 80 years apart. Mustang Debbie just donated $50. Thank you very, very much. Wow, so here it is. Here's the proof. The end of World War II in Europe was May 8th, 1945, and then he has come back to finish the job against evil. In that case, it was Hitler. Now it's something else. But he came back to finish the job, and 2025 is the year it's happening. And of course, I'm also a part of this because Edgar Casey and I have a 96-year cycle I talked about in Synchronicity Key. We also have an astounding facial similarity between the two of us. You can see it right here. The same nose, the same lips, the same chin, the same, almost, ear's a little bit different. His earlobe is a little fleshier than mine. The nose is a little bit different, but the eyes are incredible. The brow is incredible. You can really see it in this shot, my brow versus his. And here's a really old-fashioned astrology comparison chart between Casey's astrology and mine. And if you're looking for synastry, the synchrony between astrological alignments from birth, there's all the actual angular alignments here. The comparison planets, which are my planets. I was born with the sun at 18 degrees, 27 minutes Pisces. Casey's sun is 28 degrees, Pisces 23. And it goes on down the list. You can do all the work off of this chart very easily. And here's the one that I normally have been showing you, but it's harder to see all the angle measurements. Anyway, each of these 2,160-year ages, as I just said, divides into 4 cycles of 540 years, which again is consistent with harmonic geometry. If you have 12 bubbles that are like the record player, and then you chop it up into 4 pieces by building a cube inside the sphere, then you have to build a sphere again around each side of the cube, which I didn't draw here, but it would just look like a pattern of 4 circles that perfectly conjoin with the sides of each of the sides of this square, which is really a cube. Now you have a 540-year bubble. Now, for some reason, history doesn't precisely follow this pattern. You have to subtract 1 year, and you end up with a 539-year cycle. And again, this cycle was something that Michel Helmer found everywhere. It's an astoundingly consistent pattern that shows up again and again. He said, the 539-year cycle is surely the most important of those whose scope we can comprehend. It is the turning point of the basic cycles of a civilization, exactly a quarter of a zodiac cycle. It beautifully integrates with the 11-year sunspot cycle. That's probably why you have to take 1 year off, is because of that connection. And here's how that works. The sunspot cycle is 11 years long. You multiply it by 49, you get 539 years, meaning there's exactly 49 sunspot cycles in 539 years. Now, why does that matter? Well, it matters because the sunspot cycle is where you either have lots of sunspots or no sunspots, and it goes over an 11-year period. And there was a Russian historian named Chejevsky, and he found that all of the most significant events in human history always happen at the peak of the sunspot cycle. We don't realize this, But the sun is driving our behavior. It's driving our actions. There are more wars and there are more scientific breakthroughs. It's both negative and positive. And so we keep having this breathing pattern that's very precise. And if you take 49 of them, you add up to this quarter of the zodiac. So this is how smaller cycles add up to bigger cycles. It's freaking amazing. And I don't think there's factors of 11. Let's just check it to make sure here. Hold on a second. I want to actually check this math just to make sure what's going on. No, I didn't think so. 210 divided by 11 is 19.0909. So it's almost exactly, yeah, so it's very close to 19 cycles. So again, whoops, sorry, I had the wrong thing. If we look at the math, 210 divided by 11 is just very, very slightly over 19. So you could almost say the 210-year Zelensky-Napoleon cycle is almost exactly 11 or 19 cycles of the sunspot cycle. It's 19.09, which is very close. So, and there's a little bit of give in this. Again, the 540 years drops down to 539 to make this fit. So the 210-year cycle, same kind of thing. So this is very, very fascinating. Anyway, let's go back into the slide now, if it'll work. There we go. Okay. So here's another very important point. There's 49 of those cycles of the sunspot cycle in the 539-year cycle. Exactly 49, which is a harmonic of 7, because 49 is 7 times 7. It is 7 squared. Now, this is very interesting because it becomes biblical, you guys. Check this out. 7, the number, divides evenly into 539 as 7 times 77. And this shows up as a Bible quote, as I'm about to show you. But before we get there, I want to point out again how this history stuff works. That certain numbers have more vibration, more geometry than others, and this is called harmonics. And so, as I was saying, you calculate this by how many different numbers or divisors you can divide into the main number. So this is the first basic harmonic table where you see the number of divisors, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You see, like the number 12 is very harmonic because it has, you can divide 2, 3, 4, and 6 into it. So this is how it works. 16 is very harmonic. It's got 1, 2, 4, and 8, if you see that on the right. Well, now we're going to start doing larger ones. So the most important harmonic numbers in 1 to 100 is 2, 4, 12, 24, 36, 48, 72, and 96, which means each of these are going to be harmonic cycles of history because, again, it's the way that the numbers divide. The more harmonics you have, the more likely it is to be a cycle. Somebody just commented and donated. Kaylin Robinson, a standard, fascinating, wonderful donor. Oh, Lisa Cianci. David, wasn't Napoleon dabbling in the occult? Didn't he uncover the Book of Fate? Yes. And you're right. It's the Bible quote. That's the big thing. You guys are already foreseeing it. If you are to forgive your brother, you must forgive him 7 times, 77 times. What was Jesus talking about? That was a code because Jesus is the Logos. Jesus is the representation of our sun and our galaxy. And he knows these cycles. So thank you guys. The Kaylin Robinson donated $20, says, this Trump patent stuff is crazy. I saw Trump at a rally at an Air Force base. Everyone around me was saying he was walking like a general and he was giving off big general energy. Yes, this is quite something. Roger Sigmund says, David, this is a hell of a show. We're still just getting going. Why does Tony Soprano see himself as Napoleon, says Jay. Raylene Lang says, you'll love to hear this. In Calgary, we have 39-kilometer-hour winds gusting up to 63 kilometers per hour. All right. We got trolls. Yeshua had 12 disciples, says Alive and Thriving. No coincidence. You know, whenever people are given this new information, and again, it's self-evident, it's obvious, they get angry, and some people want to troll, but whatever. Anyway, thank you for the donations. So, the most harmonic numbers that are also going to be cycles of history in Earth years, and you also got to factor in the sunspots, 11-year sunspot cycle. We got 12, 24, 36, 48, 72, 96. Now, as we go on to the next thing, and this was Ray Tomes, I believe, did this. I think that's the name of the guy. I'm pretty sure that's who it is. Detrended strength of harmonics versus log harmonic number, log 18. So now we're going to zoom in on this up close. And this is a much longer, you can look at it here. The biggest harmonic numbers off to the side, 12, 24, 48, 144, 144,000 people ascending. There you go. 288, and then 1440. These are the most harmonic numbers because they have the greatest number of divisors, the greatest number of factors. We zoom in on it up close, and we see 144, 160, 168. So then you got 216. And right next to 216, you see that line right above it that's pretty long? That would be 210. So 216 is a little bit better, but nonetheless, 210 totally qualifies as a harmonic number, and that in this case is the Napoleon Zelensky cycle. So here's more of it, the rest of the chart, 1440, 2880, 8640 is a very important number. 864,000 is a really key number with the Earth. 17,280, 34,560 is a very critical harmonic. And you got 69,120, da-da-da-da. You can look at the rest. And there it is up close even more. 1920 is another really great one. 2160, there it is. 2,160 right there. That's the age of the zodiac, folks. You can see it up close. And it is a very, very harmonic number. It goes almost as high as the other ones do. So this is how the cycle, this is how the science works. So you can integrate 7 and 11 and increase these harmonics because, again, it has all these factors, the sunspot cycle, the number 7, which, again, links it directly with the solar cycle. So you guys already knew this. You're a very smart audience. Matthew 18, 21 through 22, you got to look at the New International Version. This is crazy after what I just showed you. How did Jesus know this? Then Peter came to Jesus and asked, Lord, how many times shall I forgive my brother when he sins against me? Up to 7 times? Jesus answered, remember, he always speaks in parables. I tell you, not 7 times, but 77 times. So Jesus is giving us a code. Take 7 times 77, multiply them together, and you get this massive harmonic cycle number of 539. So Michel Helmer tracked this number in a variety of different contexts. I want to actually get all of his articles from Cahiers Astrologiques. I want to get them all translated because I'm the only one that's doing this research. Nobody else has picked up the ball on this. So I'm the only guy doing this. I wrote a whole book on it. But again, he found out that there was a student rebellion in France in the late 1960s during the time of the Summer of Love and Flower Power that precisely overlapped with the original Joan of Arc rebellion 539 years earlier. Now, what was the student rebellion about? Okay, you got the hippies, you got Woodstock. Hey, peace and love, man. Wow, dude, this is great. So basically what was happening is that the students in France were in segregated dormitories. They were not allowed to have co-ed dormitories. If you were a man and you tried to go into the women's dorm in France, you would be arrested. They won't even let you go inside. That was how puritanical it was. And then the people in college are going, wait a minute, this is supposed to be the greatest time of our lives. We're supposed to be finding the people who we're going to marry, the people who we're going to live with. We want to find our wife. We want to find our husband. We're not trying to have lots of crazy, maybe some people wanted to have a lot of sex, but anyway, how are you supposed to have a boyfriend or a girlfriend if you can't go into a co-ed dormitory? And here they are in the middle of 1967, the Summer of Love, Make Love Not War, the Beatles, All You Need Is Love. Everybody is talking about it. They're smoking weed. They're wanting peace. And the kids in France, as a national federal law, cannot go into the dormitory of people of the opposite sex. You'll be arrested if you try. So they got really, really mad, and they said, we are not going to stand for this. We want to have the ability to go into the dorms of people of the other sex. This is a crazy puritanical law. It has no place in modern society. The world is changing, and we demand that this happen. So Michel Helmer actually caught this student rebellion in progress, and he realized, oh my God, it overlaps precisely with the revolution caused by Joan of Arc. And there was even a political figure for both of them. In the modern times, Joan of Arc became a man named Daniel Cohn-Bendit. And if you think their faces are the same, You're jumping ahead, but you're absolutely right. And he didn't catch this. So he made very precise prophecies of the future in the astrological journal Cahiers Astrologiques. And I came in later on and found out they have a facial similarity. We'll get to that in a minute. And you'll look at it yourself. So here's what he writes in Cahiers Astrologiques and in the book, The End of Our Century. Joan of Arc's critical victory against the British in the city of Orléans occurred from April 29th to May 8th in the year 1429. Helmer's prophecy did not disappoint his readers in the least. 539 years later, practically to the day, the French youth on another level of the spiral brought about the shift and incredible destruction of a whole state of mind belonging to the past. Let's be clear now. Joan of Arc did not win the war, but she inspired the people of France to rise up against Britain and throw them out. And millions of people ended up rising up because they wanted to believe in her story. Remember, Joan of Arc was supposedly having divine visions. She was being contacted by God, but then she ends up getting burned at the stake. It's very, very sad. But her story had the hero's journey in it, and it made everybody want to rise up against oppression of the British. So again, pay attention to this, because the same thing happens with the kids in France. They want to rise up against the oppression of their government, and this student rebellion created a massive workers' revolution where everybody went off on strike, and they said, we are not going back to work until you allow these kids to go in each other's dormitories. So it had exactly the same historical effect. Michel Helmer saw it coming. He called it in advance. When the rebellion started, he was already on top of it, 539-year cycle. So the critical victory was from April 29th to May 8th in 1429. 539 years later, practically to the day, as he had predicted in Cahiers Astrologiques, the French youth brought about the shift and incredible destruction of a whole state of mind belonging to the past. On May 3rd, 1968, just 539 years and only 4 days after Joan of Arc led the previous uprising, a new uprising started in France led by young college students. They were in single-gendered dorms, and they were not allowed to visit dorms of members of the opposite sex. The students started actually throwing cobblestones at riot police. They were tear-gassed. And there was one kid at the center of the whole thing named Daniel Cohn-Bendit, a redhead. And here he is, mouthing off to the armed police. This is a classic image from the 1960s of the hippie time. Notice the shape of his teeth. Notice the shape of his face. This is going to be Joan of Arc. It's the same person reincarnated, the same face. You'll see that in a minute. But now this is what he's doing, or what she was doing, gender change. In the new cycle, he's leading the student-led rebellion. There he is, jumping over their barricades, leading the other kids to riot. There he is on the microphone with the loudspeaker in the microphone, telling people this is not fair. We should be allowed to be in each other's dorms. There's another image of him where he was in a public news conference. Here he is in a very important moment when he was getting arrested. This is a picture somebody took as he was being arrested by the police. And there he is with a stogie hanging out of his mouth. Well, wait till you see the facial similarities of Joan of Arc. It's incredible. So here he is with the long hippie hair. He grew his hair out, and he's got some other obvious hippies behind him. This is after it first happened. He became a big activist, and he's still around. I mean, I'm not sure if he's alive now, but I think he is. There's how he looks today, or relatively similar. I took this maybe about 7 years ago. I grabbed this picture online. Okay, so is there any way that we could actually get a face comparison? Because if the cycles match so well, does he look like Joan of Arc? Well, they can reconstruct her looks based upon this death mask that was made. And here is the death mask. And so also, if you go back to the original skull, you can rebuild the face by adding flesh to the skull. So anyway, this is what they did here. And the best computer forensic analysis of what Joan of Arc looked like is right here. And so sure enough, you put the two faces beside each other, and he does look like a male version of Joan of Arc. The eyes are the same, the nose are the same, the lips are the same. There's another reconstruction picture of her in the armor that she might have been wearing. And again, you see the picture of him with the cigarette. Look at the shape of the lips, folks. Look at the shape of the nose. It's astoundingly similar, and even later in life, the piercing blue eyes, the nose, the lips, all look very, very similar. And again, down to 4 days of difference, the student rebellion that he started overlapped with what he did as Joan of Arc in the previous life. So the transgender people are going to love this, right? There she is in her outfit that she was wearing at the time, this authentic outfit. So then we have another one, a 1903 engraving by Albert Lynch in Figaro Illustré magazine, which again, this is based upon research from the death mask and what she would look like as she smiled. And so you can see, yeah, it looks pretty similar, but there again, look at the smile, even the way the teeth look, and the nose and the eyes and everything. It's very, very creepy. And there again, Daniel Cohn-Bendit, 539-year cycle. I mean, I'm the first person in the world to unseal this with the facial similarities. So again, in the cycle, several students, including Daniel Cohn-Bendit, were accused of agitation. They were arrested. They were threatened to be expelled out of school. They planned a demonstration in front of the venerable Sorbonne on May 3rd. The demonstrators had been promised that they could leave freely and everything would be okay, but then about 400 kids were brutally arrested. This caused larger demonstrations to form, and they began throwing pavés or cobblestones at the police. The Paris police, supported by a few busloads of the notorious CRS riot police, responded indiscriminately. They were whipping kids with batons. They were spraying them with tear gas, assaulting students, journalists, anybody passing by, tourists, people watching movies, elderly couples. All of them got assaulted. Many of the younger victims and some of the older ones ended up joining the riots and throwing stones. By that night, barricades appeared all over. The key battle of Joan of Arc ended on May the 8th, 1429. Remember, this started on May the 3rd. And she and her soldiers lost. She ended up getting burned at the stake. She is the classic martyr figure. But thankfully, because we're supposedly going to heal our karma in the cycles, no one had to die in the next cycle. So again, her key battle ended on May the 8th, where they all lost. However, their loss inspired a major public uprising that defeated England and threw them out. 2 days after this key battle in the new cycle is when the student revolution had its own turning point, only 2 days apart in a 539-year cycle, exactly 1/4 of the age of the zodiac, which is 1/12 of the 25,000 years. It's all geometry. A group of students who were armed with nothing but bare hands made direct violent attacks against the riot police. A week after May 3rd, a large crowd of students tried to liberate the Sorbonne, which was rigged by the riot police. Trees were ripped up, they turned over cars, they hurled stones, and they exposed yards and yards of sand. The students were defeated with brutal force, which is precisely what happened to Joan of Arc's army. They all got killed. Just 3 days later, in the new cycle, 8 million people, the workers of France, rose up against this tyranny, demanding that they have co-ed dorms. The trade unions, against the better judgment of their own leaders, called a one-day strike and demonstration. 8 million people, forcing the government to withdraw the riot police. An immense student and worker demonstration choked the left bank. The strike did not end after 1 day, as the leaders had planned. 8 million workers went on an indefinite wildcat strike. This is the largest labor walkout stoppage in the history of France, and it worked. Quote, there were other student revolts in Europe and America before and after May 68, but in no other country did a student-led rebellion almost bring down the entire government. In no other country did a student rebellion lead to a workers' revolt, one that rose up from blue-collar grassroots and overwhelmed the paternalistic trade union leadership as much as their paternalistic conservative government. So, wow. Look at the facial similarities. They look astoundingly similar. We have an 80-year cycle between Patton and Trump. In this year, 2025, the Battle of Waterloo ended 80 years earlier. And getting back again to the 539-year cycle, the one that I really needed to know about was, of course, the events of late 2001. I got to be very careful what I say. And then I found out, sure enough, there was something 539 years earlier, almost to the day, called the Battle of Soissino, which was the tipping point in something called the 10 Years' War. You got Bill Clinton, who shows up in the previous cycle as the King of Poland, and the events of 2001, when Bush was president, line up almost to the day with the Battle of Soissino, which is very, very interesting. And I haven't built slides for this. I still have never fully explored this data on video. So maybe I'm going to come back next week if I feel like it, or sometime soon, and we'll run that comparison. I'll show you all the data, because literally there was an entire war going on, and right down to the day, 539 years earlier, was the Battle of Swicino, in which crossbows were the weapon that won against the Germans of that time. And they were just as oppressive back then as they were in World War II, and the good people beat them down. But wait a minute, wasn't the event of 2001 a loss for the DS? No. It was so botched, it didn't get done what they wanted to get done. Everybody figured it out, and it caused them to really lose quite a bit. So I say the Battle of Swicino was actually prophetic of how the DS would lose the events of 2001. And again, it's almost right down to the day. 539 years earlier, this event that we've all heard of, oh yeah, the Twin Towers and da-da-da-da. Well, did you ever think about it as being part of a cycle that happened exactly 1/4 of an age of the zodiac before? No. But the important point for today is that this is prophetic information that we can use now to predict events in our future that haven't even happened yet. But before we get to that, I want to point out that I also, in my book Synchronicity Key, discussed the work of Professor Anatoly Fomenko, whose work was actually endorsed by Garry Kasparov, the world's leading chess grandmaster. And Fomenko concluded that all of written history keeps repeating in cyclical patterns. And so I'm not going to go through all of it because, again, it's very dense and complex. But you have, as you can see in this graph, K, which is yellow, H, which is green, P, which is orange or brown, and then C, which is blue. KHPC, KHPC. So start at the bottom, and you see KHPC, and there's a little N on top of that. 330-year shift, 333 years, the same thing comes up again. 1,053 years, the same thing comes up again. Claudia, thank you very much for the donation. Then 1778 years, KHPC, and then European history. So these are basically the 4 parts of the hero's journey storyline. The setup, conflict, and resolution. That's what the KHPC is. History is cyclical. It's absolutely fascinating. And again, this is happening for a reason, because history follows a story that's the hero's journey, and we can plan out our future incarnations so that we know if we're going to incarnate in a war, or if we're going to incarnate in a reconstruction, or wherever it is. Our soul knows in advance what we're going to have. And we repeat our karma. The KHPC thing is a karmic repetition. So he's saying all history is cyclical. So that means, and I do believe this is true, I'm very convinced of this now because of the 210-year cycle, Zelensky is now replaying what he did karmically as Napoleon. The same thing is playing out again in modern times, and we have to give this particular individual, James P. Weber, he gets credit for finding this. I didn't find this, he did. So the facial similarity is astounding, but now let's focus on this. June 18th, 1815, you add exactly 210 years, you have June 18th, 2025. Now again, Waterloo was between Napoleon's French army and a coalition led by the Duke of Wellington, Marshal Blucher. The decisive battle of its age. It concluded a war that had gone on for 23 years, ended the French's attempts to dominate Europe. What Napoleon was trying to do, he was a conqueror. He wanted France to run everything, and destroyed Napoleon's imperial power forever. So remember how we said that in these cycles, whether it's Hitler and Hannibal, or whether it's, Joan of Arc and Daniel Cohn-Bendit, that it's almost down to the day. So if Waterloo happened on June 18th, 1815, is the end of what's happening now going to occur around June 18th, 2025? Well, dude, that's only like 3 months away. We got March to April, April to May, May to June. And we're on March 9th right now, or March 10th or something like that. My birthday was the 8th. Yes, it's March 9th. So we're only like 3 months away from the cyclical defeat of Napoleon in the 210-year cycle, dude. So this is how we can predict the future. Something big might happen by then, but then again, there are other cycles that can wash out the cycles that are already happening. So you might have one cycle that becomes more powerful than another cycle. So even though the June 18th is there, is the Napoleon cycle going to beat out the Trump and Patton cycle? Maybe, maybe not. Okay, so again, June 18th 2025 is very close. And so actually what it corresponds with is, I didn't even build these slides. Let me go and build that for you because there was something else I was supposed to add here. Let's go grab those, the Trump slides once again because I missed that one very important detail. Okay, so let's do this. That way we've got the whole thing. Okay. Sorry about this, but you know, I was literally building this. I only had the Trump cycle came in right when I was eating breakfast, and I couldn't even believe it. I was so excited. I'm like, oh my God. Okay, so here we go. All right. So back to the slide. Now I've got it in place. So we got Napoleon is now playing out his karma in the Ukraine war, and Waterloo is coming. It could be June 18th. However, we also have Trump and Patton, and the World War II ended in 1945, which brings us to 2025. That's the 80-year cycle. So guess what? The day that Patton destroyed Hitler was May 8th, 1945. That's a full month and 1 week earlier than the June 18th. May 8th is happening only 2 months from now, less than 2 months away. That was the end of World War II. So if Trump's cycle of 80 years is holding true, then holy crap, we've only got less than 2 months left. And that might also swallow up the Napoleon cycle, by the way. So May 8th, 1945 could become May 8th, 2025. And again, look at the astounding similarity between their faces. It's so creepy, man. It's incredible. So will he be defeated around June 18th, or is it going to actually be May the 8th? So that's my very fascinating, intriguing discussion of history. Now we're going to blow through the last few slides here before I take my pee break of what happened this week. So now we go up to Thursday, because it's all building up to potentially May the 8th, only 2 months away. On Thursday, we have the Supreme Court raging, the dissenters at least, because the Supreme Court stopped some of the money from being frozen. So the war is still ongoing. They unfroze $2 billion. It's probably all being stolen. Then they're creating fake news. They're saying, oh my God, they're going to stop all education. No, that's not true. And we're going to take all necessary steps to facilitate this. Well, they denied the report from the Wall Street Journal. So this was fake news. And then, remember I had the line, craft a meat cleaver in order to do this? Well, now they actually say, use a scalpel, not a hatchet. That was pretty incredible. So this was a really nice quote that he came out with. The golden age of America has just begun. Over the past 6 weeks, our administration has delivered on promises like no administration before, putting America first. It's been an incredible success. Now that the cabinet is in place, I've instructed secretaries and leadership to work on cost-cutting measures and staffing. We will say the scalpel rather than the hatchet. The combination of them and other great people will be able to do things on a historic level. We had a meeting with most of the secretaries and others. It was very positive. It's important we cut the levels down where they should be, keep the best and most productive people. Again, this is the same guy defeating Hitler on an 80-year cycle, the new Hitler. We're going to have these meetings every 2 weeks until this is done. Relationships between everybody in the room is extraordinary. They all want to get the exact same place, which is to make America great again. So yes, it's less warlike now. We're not having bombs. We're not having these countries actually fighting per se. Yeah, there's 2 little wars, relatively speaking, but nothing like what we had in World War II. So the cycle is doing better this time than it was 80 years ago. And then this article said we're witnessing the death rattle of the resistance, where the people who were revolting against him, the guy shaking his cane, it was all cringe, and it's really pissing people off. They're losing all their voters, as we said. Less than half of Americans are now sympathetic towards a small country. It's 46%, and believe it or not, on the left, it's only 28%. So, wow. I mean, things are really, really shifting here. And then we see that the actual company, as you can see on the bottom, those 3 letters, their hires are being purged in a mass layoff. It says they're purging probationary employees hired in the past 2 years, coinciding with their most fervent hiring period of this certain characteristic. And so, yeah, we don't need to read the rest of that. But anyway, that's a big, big thing too. So the new World War II, the World War III version 80 years later, is much more peaceful in the next cycle. Now, this is something very, very exciting that you might have missed, that he is going to receive a report about 2 assassination attempts next week. That's this coming week, folks. He already seems to know something. He repeatedly brings up the second guy who had 6 cell phones, foreign apps, and strange markings, plainly suggesting there's a larger conspiracy at hand. Giving the second assassin, Ryan, was openly pro this particular country, traveled there in 2022 during the war, tried to help recruit Americans to fight. We obviously have a prime suspect as to which nation was assisting him. And we're going to find out next week. Now, imagine what happens, you guys. Imagine what happens if this story goes public and we find out that Napoleon 2.0 was responsible for this. There's your Waterloo. Remember, Patton ended Hitler on May the 8th in the last cycle. And this is all lining up right now. So is it going to be June 18th or May the 8th? Well, either date is very significant in these time loops. We got a 210-year time loop with Napoleon. We've got an 80-year time loop with Patton. I am so excited, blown away like you cannot imagine, you guys. Live and thriving. It's mostly non-kinetic compared to the Second Brother War. Absolutely. We got 6,000 people watching now. So imagine what happens if this comes out. How is Napoleon going to save face in the public eye this time if he's exposed as having ordered this? Wow. Let's read a little more. In addition to his affiliation, we have now seen the funding get cut off, pulling out of NATO, auditing where the money went. With the benefit of hindsight, it's now incontrovertible that those who stood to benefit the most from him losing were this individual, Napoleon, and his handlers. Napoleon has been using this funding to enrich himself for hundreds of billions. If this man won, the flow of money would be cut off. He knows this. This is his Waterloo. The money laundering would be shut down and the criminality would be uncovered. I don't have any direct evidence that they were involved, but if there's a broader conspiracy, they would undoubtedly be suspect number 1, given they had the most to gain from the political assassination. So wow, you guys. Wow, wow, wow. So here's another one, and that's the full screen version of it. Well, it looks like I just got a really big donation here. Zero Quanta donated $50. Thank you very, very much for that. I am about to take my break, but I want to get through the week's news first, because we also actually do have some very, very amazing time loops for you guys as well. So getting right back to it now, here's another thing that Clandestine had to say. Let's tighten it up a little bit, and we'll zoom in. Which nation did he visit in 2022 during wartime? Oh, that's right. We know which nation that was. Which nation did he recruit soldiers for? Oh, that's right. Which nation stood to benefit the most from him not winning? Oh, that's right. Gee, I wonder which nation he was communicating with. So you can see at this point, like, the handwriting is on the wall. It's incredibly obvious. And this is going to bring the whole DS apart, because it's going to unravel, you know. And remember, I had that dream where we predicted that he was going to be shot at, and I was actually like Neo, bending the bullets in the air. And I even have this weird holographic ear injury that looks the same. It's like a hole in the side of my ear here from what in this case was a tent pole. But again, I had a prophetic dream that we'd already published before it happened about what was going to go down. So really, really fascinating. This is going to bring the whole thing apart, you guys. Now we're into Friday. They're scouring the world for egg supplies after the insane slaughter of 150 million chickens. And then he's actually calling for disarmament, which is not going to help anybody watching TV. Obviously, he's still the bad guy if you watch TV, but no, pay attention to the real headlines, not the disinfo. And then we find out that the auto pen signature, this bombshell discovery, could render all of the previous administration's actions null and void because it was done with a robotic pen. He was so senile, they didn't even bother to try to get him to write his name. They just used a robotic system to do it, which means everything that they passed could be completely unconstitutional, null and void. That is astounding, you guys. Astounding. Now we're up into Saturday. And again, I was really working on the video during this time, so I didn't have as many of these, but it also just got kind of slower. Now, all of a sudden, sure enough, Napoleon's army is being defeated. His own Waterloo is imminent. And the people who finally defeated him before were the Prussians, and this time it's the Russians. It was when the Prussians came in Waterloo that the battle ended. And it's so fascinating how these cycles intersect. His last bargaining chip is now vanishing before our eyes. And again, in the cycle, he would be defeated on June 18th. If it's exactly down to the day with Waterloo, which it may or may not be. The Patton cycle might be first, which again is May the 8th. Only 2 months away, less than 2 months. Oh my God, this is huge, right? That China is being given a $24 billion judgment, which is going to lead to the asset seizure of real estate because they covered up what was really going on. They hid personal protective equipment. They covered up that it came from them. This stuff used to be conspiracy, but now they've actually lost this huge court case for a massive, massive amount of money. Can you even believe it? I mean, it's like, I just can't handle all the winning, man. I'm overwhelmed by all the winning. Oh, S. Nort just donated. Snoramore, I love what you are doing. I hope we don't get eaten by some tall lizard-like being still watching you after 10 plus years. The reptilians are not going to win at all, and they can't just pick you up, but we are going to have to fight them. So I just want to make that clear. This is a war, and we are going to have to fight them. That's why, again, don't hate on me because I'm trying to build you things that you can use to fight these guys, all right? We need this stuff. Unless you want to do it telekinetically and you think you're strong enough, go ahead. But we're going to build the tools anyway to fight this war. So this was another thing that the Alliance put out there. It's obviously the Attorney General, Pam, but then they call him Bill Blondie. That's Bill Barr, his face with her hair, and it says DS Network up at the top. And the video is just of him stroking his hair like he's a trans woman, just like my character Trama. Well, they are not happy with her because, again, she's withholding some of the list for national security reasons. They're not happy about that at all, you guys. So, yeah, there might be turnovers in the administration once the arrests happen. Let's just put it that way. They're setting it up again. Then, now we're up to today, Sunday, just in, that now you're going to have joint military exercises between Iran, Russia, and China. And remember, Michael is about to warn us of severe wartime coming up. Here's another one that showed up today. Brush fires on Long Island, prompting the New York Governor, Kathy Hochul, to issue a state of emergency. And I have a prophetic dream about fires in New York and LA in the time loop. That's why I put this in there. And then here's another one about the severe wartime. Just in, Israel has cut the electrical supply to the Gaza Strip, signed by the Energy Minister Eli Cohen. Wow. And at the same time, their F-35I fighters are conducting joint drills with U.S. B-52 bombers. Are they preparing to also strike Iran? Oh my God. So Michael is about to warn us that war is coming up much more soon than we think. But again, remember, Patton defeating Hitler on May 8th, 1945, that's the entire end of World War II. That's only less than 2 months away. That means all of this stuff is going to go away. All of these wars are going to go away. The arrests are going to happen, but we're in the final phase. And so don't get complacent right now and think nothing is going to go down. So this finally brings us up to the latest time loops. But before we do that, I do need to take my break. So let's actually cut back to here. And so once again, because I love Monica so much, I think we're just going to have to go back to our Monica footage, unless anybody has an objection. I mean, this never gets old to watch the footage with Monica. So anyway, again, St. Jerome in his study, he's got complete telepathic control over the lion. It doesn't hurt him or his dog. The strength card in Tarot issues the same kind of thing. The woman can hold the jaws of the lion open, not because of physical strength. This kind of strength that the card is talking about actually refers to spiritual strength, hence the infinity symbol over her head. This is the spiritual strength. So I didn't even really think about that until after this, but again, the moose is the most dangerous animal in the woods around here. It's not the bobcat, it's not the mountain lion, it's not the bear, it's not the coyote, it's not the wolf. The moose is by far responsible for killing more people in the mountains than any other animal. If they get mad, they will trample you to death. But this moose was staring at me for 2.5 hours. I've known her for 7 years. I named her Monica. I said, you know what, I'm going to go out there and film. Because if you haven't seen this before, it's a very touching encounter with Monica. Again, I learned from my trolls that you can't feed them, it's illegal. So there's other videos where I threw her an apple. I did not do that this time. She was quite content to eat my bushes anyway. But anyway, what I'm going to do is pause the microphone right now. We'll pause the microphone, and then I'm going to roll the tape. Oh, we had 2 more donations. JSW432, Jeff Spike, and Alive and Thriving says Gnosis. So I'm going to pause, take a quick pee break, and then we will have the magical moment with Monica the Moose. Here we go. Okay, my microphone is off, and let's roll the tape. Here we go. Monica. You're always safe here? You don't have to worry about anything. You just keep on being a good girl, okay? Yeah, Daddy loves you. I'm going to go back inside so you don't get scared, okay? Yeah. You're my baby. You know that? You're Daddy's baby. You have such sweet little eyes. And you're a good girl. And I decided today that I really love you. And you're not even afraid of me. Yeah, you can eat that crap. I don't want that crap. You can have as much as you want, Monica. You can crunch on it and bite on it, and she's looking me right in the eye. It's so cute. That's a good girl. Yeah, that's Daddy's good girl. I think you're a great friend to have around. And you know, you're just kind of, I don't think you're dangerous. I don't think you're dangerous, Monica. You had me a little worried there, though, because you were lying down in the middle of Daddy's board meeting. And I was like, well, you know, is she sick? Something wrong with Monica? But no, you seem to be in perfectly good health. Yeah, actually, you're helping me out if you clean that crap up, because I don't like it. It doesn't really do me any good. So you just hang out. I think there's plenty of good things you can eat. But, you know, I got to have time to take a piss. So this video that we're doing gives me some new stuff. I can do new stuff, Monica. I don't have to... Well, you're really getting in there, aren't you? You just love to eat. I was worried that you might be sick. You had me a little scared there. But we're having this moose encounter situation. And it's really awesome. You know, you definitely... your fur looks very warm. And you don't have to be afraid of me. I was worried that my dog might attack you, but we don't have to worry about that anymore. I just think you're good. Yeah, I think you're good. You just keep eating and eating. Because honestly, that bush doesn't really do me any good there. It pretty much just captures the snow. And the snow gets all piled up there, and it's like a big mess. So you want to graze on that and eat it down, that's fine with me. I'm really glad you're letting me get this close. You know, I would just consider that bush to be junk. I mean, I don't need it. So yeah, you just crunch away on that stuff. And we're hanging out, and we're being good friends. And you're letting everybody see you, Monica. And I want you to feel really safe here. I don't want you to feel like you're in any danger at all. I know you were watching me and laying down out in my yard. But we're having a really great special encounter now. Yeah, you look kind of like a horse almost. You're like a big horse. And I don't think you're dangerous. Yeah. You want to come even closer? That's okay. I don't feel scared. Not really. I mean, it's not a big deal to me. As long as you don't try to, like, kill me or something, I think we're okay. We're already going up towards 6 minutes, though, and that's about as much as we need. Yeah, you just eat and eat. You're so cute. You're so cute, Monica. What do you have to say to the audience? What do you want to say to all the people out there on YouTube? You say, well, I'm just a big old moose, and I hang out in the forest, and I got this funny stuff under my chin, this hair that hangs down. It's no big deal, because I'm just your friend. You know, we get along really well now, and I'm not worried about anything. You're like my pet, you know, and I can't believe that you love to eat that crap, because to me it just looks like a bunch of sticks. It's pretty freaking gross, actually, you know. But you just seem really relaxed, so okay. Thank you, Monica. Boom, yeah. We'll talk to you later. That's a love blink. We're going to talk to you later. You go have a good day. You go move around, do what you got to do, eat stuff. Sorry, it's hard to get this camera to work. I'm watching her very carefully so I don't have to go running. All right, we're going to end it now. Thank you, Monica. Have a great day. Bye, girl. So there you have it. I spent just enough time talking to Monica so I can go eat something. So let's put the microphone back on. Hold on a second. Here we go. Okay, it's always got to be right. I don't like having the shirt hike up on me, but it's also kind of hot in here. So anyway, there's Monica. We love her to death, and we are back on. So thank you for being here with me. What a show today, huh? An amazing, amazing show. Monica is our friend. I need a Monica. That was wild. At least her name is not Christine. You are so sweet, David, says S. Gashner. Eric Fornasari, great to finally see you live from Australia. Be careful with the moose. They will look gentle, give you a sniff, walk by you, and then turn around and charge you. Well, she had been watching me for 2.5 hours, and I'm like, you know, maybe it's going to be okay. Maybe she's not going to come after me. So I know it's dangerous, but that's why, again, I use the strength card. It's an advanced spiritual technique to interface with this animal. Do not try this at home. Yes, you will probably get killed if you try to get anywhere near as close to a moose as I did. But because I built up a relationship with this animal, she actually let me do it. I'm very happy about that. So anyway, wow, look at how crazy and stringy, wonderful my hair is. Even when I got it short, Trop Cal says it looked like she was trying to lure you in. No, I mean, she really did just seem to be peaceful, and there's other video we have of her hanging around. We all love Monica the Moose, but not my ex named Monica. She was kind of wild, says John Seals. Temple Lion says we might have to make a moose animation for you, David. David is the Moose Whisperer, says B Rad. As long as you stay calm, she will be calm also, says Twister Chris. Yeah, I really felt like do not get nervous. Do not act nervous around this animal. And it was fascinating that when I told her I had to go, that I'd used up the 6 minutes, that she then turns to me and gives me that love blink, just like cats do. So again, it's an advanced spiritual technique. And now, without further ado, let's get back into the Archangel Michael time loops. So remember, I was given the manuscript that taught me about all this stuff about the cycles of history that I just gave you a quick class on. And again, I wrote a 500-page book on this stuff, you guys. Synchronicity Key was one of the only books they allowed on the New York Times bestseller list, 2 of them out of 4 that should have been on there. You must be this tall to ride this ride-esque, says Alive and Thriving. So, yeah, we definitely, I wrote a whole book on this, and again, the events of 2001 overlap with the Battle of Swicino. The Joan of Arc thing was interesting because she died, but she inspired a massive uprising where the entire people of France threw out the people of Britain because they wanted her story of God talking to her to be true. Daniel Cohn-Bendit got arrested along with 400 kids, but their story inspired a worker uprising of 6 million people that forced the government to let co-ed dormitories exist. So it's a very, very fascinating thing, and Michelle Helmer predicted it in advance. So the fact that we have an 80-year harmonic between Trump and Patton, the fact that we have a 210-year harmonic between Napoleon and Zelensky, focuses us on May 8th and June 18th as potential dates where the whole war could come to an end. Whether it's Waterloo or whether it's World War II, we're going to find out. But I wouldn't be surprised if this works because, again, these cycles are the mind of Christ in action. Jesus said, if thou art to forgive thy brother, thou must forgive him 7 times, 77 times. Why did he say that? Because, again, the 539-year cycle is the basic driver of human activity. Now, I also want to look back and see, I mean, I'm just getting this research started. I only discovered the 80-year Trump cycle this morning. But I want to look, for example, at the meeting that they had in the White House last Friday, Friday of last week, the week before last week. And I want to see, okay, for example, is that cyclically paralleled in something that happened in Napoleon before Waterloo or something that happened in Patton before the end of World War II? And I'll bet you that it is. It's not just going to be the one event, it's going to be a whole history of events. The events that led up to what happened in 2001 with the 2 towers, there's a whole bunch of them that I track in Synchronicity Key. So again, this is massive, massive scholarship. Most of these so-called highly intelligent skeptics, they never even question me on the data. The one troll who's the most persistent just is constantly doing character assault. But even Richard Hoagland, back when I first started following him in 96, he was always being attacked. And he would say, challenge me on the data. The cycles of history are well established. The science of reincarnation, the facial similarity is well established. You can't deny the facial similarity. You can't deny the overlaps in history. Patton was getting ready to win World War II, and it definitely looks like 47 is getting ready to win World War III right now. So I'm blown away by this. And these are near-term events that the cycles allow us to predict outcomes. So let's see how accurate that turns out to be. What an amazing show this week, you guys. Anyway. So Archangel Michael, the time loop, we resume on February 22nd, 1999, right after the Uruel reading from last week. And again, remember, I was handed all the data on the cycles of history on my birthday, the day before my birthday, March 7th, 1999, only like 2 weeks after this. So it's so fascinating that all these cycles are coming up now, and I was first given this information in the exact same time in the time loop 26 years ago. Really, really interesting to say the least. Oh, and let me also point out that in the sense of sacred geometry, remember they said the cycle, there is no history as you understand it. It is the alpha and the omega at the same time. So even though it appears that there's 12 spheres of 2,160 years, and you jiggle one sphere by creating a war, it's going to jiggle you again in the next sphere to do the same thing. There's only really one sphere, and that's the awakening Christ mind, which is our mind. So therefore, the cycles of the past are also changing. History changes. The events that we recorded may not be the events that happen. And Michael in Michael Prophecies actually says that as we heal ourselves in the now, there might be timelines where Atlantis doesn't sink, and the people of Atlantis actually awaken into the same ascension that we're awakening into now, even though that was 12,500 years ago. Their continent might not sink. It's really, really fascinating stuff. And the geometry is key. So the 20-year cycle is very important because it takes 20 years for Jupiter and Saturn to come into a conjunction. It's exactly 20 years. It's tracked by the Mayans, and they call that cycle the Katun. Or, no, it's not the Katun. It's a smaller one. The Katun is about 400 years. Or no, that's the Baktun. I got to have those slides up. But anyway, the 20-year cycle was very important, tracked by the Mayan calendar, and the Trump cycle is exactly 4 units of 20 years, 4 conjunctions of Jupiter and Saturn. So when Jupiter and Saturn are conjoined, all the geometry that follows along with them in that discussion, geometry of the solar system, all the geometry is aligned. And when the geometry is aligned, the angelic beings and our souls can very easily skip between the timelines. So that's why the general pattern thing is so fascinating, because it's exactly 4 conjunctions of Jupiter and Saturn, 20-year cycle. It's really, really interesting. Anyway, I first learned this information on March 7th, 99, and this is where we are in the present with the time loop right now. So, right after the Uruel reading is where I resumed my transcription, and I began transcribing this in 1999, not 2006, and it says later in my notes, as of April 2nd. And I was inspired to start transcribing again after I went and saw The Matrix on April Fool's Day 1999. The movie completely blew me away. I came home and Michael began speaking, and he kept trying to tell me, "You are Neo, you are Neo." I didn't want to say that. I kept hearing those words and I wouldn't let them be said, but we still had a beautiful reading anyway, and I'm like, oh my God, I need to transcribe this. And then I started to go back to older tapes as well, but I skipped 21 of them because I was just too buried. And then we only transcribed in 2006, and those are the ones that are now time looping since last September. It's very, very interesting. So in my notes, I acknowledge that I had 21 untranscribed tapes since December of 98. And, again, I didn't transcribe until 2006, most of them at least. And then 4 of them we didn't get done until 2024. I had no idea that these 21 tapes would time loop into 2024, 25, but that's where we are now. So here's the first time looped dream that feeds right into the present. 9:03 a.m. on the I was watching a very old pornographic movie that someone had rented. The women starring in it were dressed like they were from the 1950s. I did not want to see it, and in fact insisted that it be turned off. And so as I said here on the 5th, as I was first unsealing this is prophetic of the tapes that are going to be released probably very soon. We're waiting on the final list. We're being told we're going to get it very soon. Pam is being shaded by the Alliance because she hasn't done it yet. And she's going to protect national security, which we know what that is. Probably a small country is involved. And it shows, again, the porn from the 1950s shows how far back they've been making tapes like this and using it for blackmail. And turning it off means stopping this from happening. In the next section, I was back at my high school. Men were training to be like black ops guys that you hear about from the Army. They had black suits, ski masks, and night vision goggles. This is a vision of the Alliance and stuff they're already doing to bring us to justice. In this dream, I was being shown this, and I was a part of it. I was actually participating. And, believe me, what I'm doing is very much a part of the Alliance's mission. There was definitely a difference between the guys dressed in black and a regular soldier who was dressed in camouflage. The last thing was strange. So that's obviously talking about the Alliance and what they're doing right now. The last thing was strange, involving a chair in the White House. Something about how the chair itself was evil. It was talking about how other presidents had sat in it and they ended up starting horrible wars. And in my dream, Charles Berlitz had done a whole book that was based on this chair. Well, this is directly prophetic of what we just heard about the auto pen signing, that he wasn't even signing anything. He was being manipulated by people behind the scenes, the previous administration. And we're all finding out, yes, the bottom line is it's all evil, it's all crazy, and it has to be stopped. So this is very, very interesting timing that this dream would show up on February 22nd, 1999. The chair was ornate, and you could lie back in the chair. When I actually saw a picture of the chair, it looked like a giant reptilian snake's tongue. Right, because they're being run by the reptilians. Same thing in the Vatican. They have snake imagery in the Vatican. It was a combination between a snake's tongue and an anchor for a boat. Well, what about the boat anchor? Ah, that's right. The Knight Templars became the pirates. They funded the DS through massive stolen gold from the Caribbean, Pirates of the Caribbean, right? Using these various types of attacks, the FF, and then because they were on the seas, they created maritime admiralty laws. Maritime means sea, and those laws have been secretly running the world. So they actually used the skull and crossbones as their symbol, the Jolly Roger, right? Symbol of the pirates, mixed with the symbol of the reptilians. Very, very timely prophetic insight into who's really running the show, that the president is not really in charge. It's a reptilian tongue, and it's in the shape of a boat anchor. Admiralty law. Unbelievable prophecy of what's going on now. Then I wrote, I just noticed that it's snowing outside. I wondered what that stuff was. We actually have snow. It doesn't usually happen in Virginia, but it did. And then just a few minutes ago, the snow had started falling when I first unsealed this on December 13th. And then just as I was preparing my final unsealing, this was on my birthday, the 8th, we had 2 days of snow again. Now it's wonderful once more. So then I say, this seemed to have been a war prophecy, the president in his chair and the Black Ops troops. War prophecy more than anything else. There was lots of elements of warfare in the dream. Then I got a reading that came in at 6:45 p.m. That was pretty rare. I started hearing Michael, and I said, okay, I'll dictate what he's saying. This is what he said. The orchestral sonata beckons in a few more new participants who do not think of themselves, or did not think of themselves, as being inherently superior to that which has gone before. So I say this is prophetic of General Patton in his 80-year cycle, his new administration, in the sense of honor and duty that they have. What they are doing is like a sonata. It's like an orchestra. And remember, he loves Nessun Dorma, which is the operatic sonata. Da, 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 da. So very interesting. The new participants are the people who are now doing the efficiency work and bringing everybody to justice who's part of this evil cabal. It's fascinating. It is more important to say that the inherent, inevitable focus of any entity who chooses to do this work must remain severely grounded in the joy and appreciation of others, and the ability to generate the same through the unification of self with the one. So we have to be staying in joy and always appreciating other people, even the ones that we don't like, the ones who appear to be our enemies. Now and again, there arises a series of difficult circumstances necessary to embolden those who might otherwise be stricken with grief and with repentance at the shallow nature of their own shortcomings. So again, the difficult circumstances would include the wars, would include the LA fire, and Michael is saying very specifically that this is necessary to embolden people who might otherwise be stricken with grief and think that they're not worthy of being part of this sacred battle. The difficult circumstances get them to rise over their shortcomings and get boldness instead of grief. To backtrack just a bit, think about those in the Saudi Arabian sphere. Oh my gosh. In the surrounding environs, i.e. small country, it's right near there, right in the same little area, and how this present environment has manifested itself in a sense of depression and despair. And yet they're getting ready to do another war again. They cut the electricity. Every week, also, I point this out, the Alliance reminds us that Saudi Arabia used to be the main financier of all of the worst aspects of the DS. But all of this changed after there was a revolution. Over 100 people in the government were arrested on November 4th, 2017, predating what's going to be happening here and in many other places as well. So isn't that fascinating? I mean, I'm almost tired of it, right? Like you guys know, every single week, the alliance is Saudi Arabia, Saudi Arabia, Saudi Arabia. It's been going on for months now. We're looking at the videos, a certain number of seconds, and it always comes back to SA, which is the initials for that country, and then it ties back in with previous presidents, starting with the last name starting with C, and how they were financing everybody. This is a direct, obvious prophetic tie-in to what the alliance keeps trying to tell us, and it's dazzling. And again, in the surrounding environs of Saudi Arabia, the depression and despair. This is why they keep wanting to make war. Marlene Bola says, happy birthday, David. She donated $100. Thank you very much, Marlene. Let's go back over here. So this is really, really exciting. I mean, the time loop is so undeniable that the trolls can't even really point out anything in the data. They just insult my character. Oh, he's disgusting, he's a con artist, he's a grifter, whatever. For those who have eyes to see, these time loops are bang on the money. Let's just put it that way. Raging loneliness then equates with raging destructiveness, and it is the loneliness of isolation. For even in the midst of the apparent presence of a strong and deeply rooted spiritual faith, namely Mohammedanism, and they're not saying the other one, but you know what the other one is with the small country. They're talking about both. There is as yet a sense of longing for a creator that does not actually emerge into the mind, into the workings of the mind, and into the environment of physical surrounding the mind. In other words, people worship a scripture, they're not actually having a direct experience, like I am here. The opportunities are then made more clear in the present moment for how these opposing systems of beliefs might then run together. Without there being a clear-cut definition of who and what God is, or if God exists even at all, there can be those who run rampant with their own ideas and ideals, oftentimes quite inexorably separated from the truth of the all there is. Well, that's a pretty big diss to these two different faiths at the same time. To the betterment of these conditions then, that's what the Alliance is up to, Michael's helping them. To the betterment of these conditions then, we find the appropriate action is that of humility and forgiveness. To move forward through these problems is to arrive at a new vantage point that is clearly juxtapositioned against those miserable circumstances of the past. And again, cyclically, the Waterloo is on June 18th. The end of Hitler is on May the 8th. We're right at the new vantage point. This work then begins with the individual and is a function of the dawning Christ light within. To merely oppose oneself and one's work with the idea that there is no highest goal that can be attained is to falter. To bury one's inconsistencies in the mind and to not allow them to be brought up for healing is to fail to cleanse and purify the self. And remember, that's what I'm doing with my diet now. I've stopped eating after dinner. To the proper degree of attunement necessary to perform any function related to the work of the reunification of self with the divine. And I am unsealing this immediately after discussing cleansing and purifying my diet and my sleeping habits with my therapist. Oh, let me point that out too. By not eating sweets before bed and by having the probiotic now, I'm getting reliably 6 to 8 hours of sleep each time I go to bed instead of it being 3.5 to 4.5 to 5 hours. Even on the low end now, I'm getting, like, a bad night for me is now 6 hours. A good night is 7.5, even 8 hours. It's incredible. So here it is in 1999 talking about cleansing and purifying the self, and that's exactly what I'm now doing. So again, the time loop is astonishing. The processes then involve the discrete determination to embolden the vitality of the light structure by subjugating the will of the ego to that of the divine self, or that spark of light within each entity or soul, and that is the Christ. Not to remain callous and hardened to the lessons as they come forth, but rather to renew and revivify the personality through the greater desires to strive towards this reunification of purpose, to be clear and considerate, and to work towards the healing and helping of other selves is to forever leave behind the notions of apparent separateness. This notion of separation is silliness, as there can be no other way but that of the one true path, from the light that extends downward and through the trunk of the tree of mind, spreading out of the roots and into the soil, and vice versa. So beautiful, isn't it? It's scripture. It's incredible. I didn't write this. Michael wrote this. You are the root of the tree of mind, currently engorged with those earthly elements that surround you, and yet realize that it is very important for you to keep those roots firmly in place and to use them. These roots will provide the foundation upon which the tree of life can then grow into the mind, and the leaves indeed will strive towards the light of the great central sun, then receiving their blessings and allowing greater growth to then occur. And again, if you're going to do a biblical exegesis, the concordance, the concept of the leaves of the tree shows up in the book of Revelation because they talk about that tree, and it says the leaves of the tree are for the healing of nations. So it's a prophecy of the coming of the new Jerusalem, or the new heaven on earth, the new heaven and the new earth. So this is them using that biblical revelation metaphor of the leaves of the tree are for the healing of nations. And it's said here, the leaves will strive towards the light of the great central sun, which is the Christ logoic consciousness. It's very poetic. Do not lose your marbles in these crazy times, but rather grasp them. Be aware that the Creator extends within and throughout all that you do, all that you experience, all that you feel. Remember, they were talking about spiritual blindness. People don't really feel it, but it's there. The light and love that comes to you with this knowledge is far more profound than that which comes in the apparent isolation of solitude and separateness. So again, they're telling me I got to stop being so solitary and get myself out there, and I'm sure the Alliance is going to have a job for me coming up here. Again, this is only a misnomer, cleverly designed so that you might then polarize towards the choice. What is the choice that we are speaking of? Well, this is in the law of one, choice between service to self or service to others. That's what defines third density, whether you make the choice or not, is whether you determine how you're going to graduate to fourth. What is the choice we are speaking of? Mainly this, to be present at one's own discretion within the realm of the service to self or the service to others, the negative path or the positive path. That is all for now. Peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. Then that same night, February 23rd now, 1 o'clock in the morning, I wake up and I have another prophetic dream and more time loops, 1:30 a.m. So it's basically the same day, but now it's the 23rd because it's after midnight. A black man came and built a steel-looking house on our concrete plate near the yard where I was living on the farm in Virginia as I was bringing this in. The concrete plate was now closer to the end of the road. There was a whole section having to do with that. So, spontaneous, brand new, military-looking Quonset hut building made out of steel. Oh, isn't that something we had last week? That's right. Gitmo has been massively expanded with over 175 new structures built in weeks under Patent 2.0. So here they are showing this prophetically with the building of a military steel building on my land where I was having the dream in the barn at the time. Another fascinating time loop into the present, isn't it? I was concerned with how the new building might impede my view of the road. The building was big and it covered everything up. And I say here on my birthday, this is prophetic of our imminent financing, because we're going to use buildings like this to build airplanes, and of my work with the Alliance leading to change. In other words, the building was getting in the way of my ability to see what I wanted to see out my window, and this work with the Alliance, as it turns into a very public thing, it's going to greatly impact my life. I'm not going to be able to have the freedom that I do now, but I'm ready for that. I seem to know who this guy was. I think it was the same guy I did a reading for named Winston. Later on, I was riding my bicycle. Bicycle is a symbol of ascension in a dream, usually. Down a few quick streets that started in Virginia Beach. I had a specific destination in mind. It was as if I was driving or looking for work again like I had done in Schenectady on my bicycle. That was in high school and college. I had to get a job. My mother demanded it. Then definitely at some point it turned into Schenectady or was just an analog of it. I was riding, this is in the book by the way, but I gave a very condensed version of it compared to this. It is in Michael Prophecies book 4. I was riding along, there was a distinct place I was looking for. It was called Patient First Healthcare. You're going to see how this talks about the negative DS aspects of all that stuff that we all know so well now. I also had this idea I was going to stop off at the deli first to get a soda or something gross like that. Again, that's talking about getting rid of sugar, which I just did. I'm riding around, I get to what looks like a nursing home parking lot. Now my friend Artie's in the nursing home, so that's a time loop. I was riding down the parking lot, there was a yellow traffic bump there, and I saw these two black girls. I asked them if they knew where the healthcare place was, but they weren't being friendly. They weren't nasty, but they weren't very nice either. That didn't get me very far, so then I ended up riding across the street. It now looked more like downtown Norfolk, Virginia than Schenectady. That's where all the military is, by the way. I came across a big building on my bicycle. I either brought it inside or left it chained up outside. Once I went inside the building, I saw an average-looking guy who had a black t-shirt and black pants. He didn't look abnormal per se. There was a Hispanic-looking woman there with him. He wasn't totally Hispanic, I think. He might have been Italian, maybe had some characteristics of both. I asked these people if they could help me with where I was trying to go, the Patient First Healthcare. They wouldn't give me any information. They almost wouldn't even talk. Somewhere along the way, I found a paper hole puncher. Well, this is about injections, believe it or not. And it's about voting, the hanging chads as well. Paper hole puncher. This becomes a very important metaphor. It didn't have both of the handles intact. One of the handles on the paper hole puncher was partially missing. One side was like a straight line. The other side was like a circle. It actually hurt my hand when I tried to squeeze it, but for some reason I felt like I had to do it anyway. And then I went outside. And as I say here, a hole puncher associated with Patient First Healthcare is an analogy of the you-know-what. Now we are seeing that it hurt me to use it. So this is prophetic of how, again, people are finding out that maybe they weren't given something that was healthy after all. Maybe the hole that they punched in themselves actually was going to cause damage. So that, again, this dream is very prophetic. Plus, it's talking about in 2000, we had the standoff in the Supreme Court between Gore versus Bush, and it was all based on holes that were punched in pieces of voting paper and little pieces of paper that hung off of those holes called hanging chads. So it's also talking about election stuff as well and what happens during the election. Very interesting metaphor. I was leaving and I tried to talk to this Hispanic woman for more information about where is Patient First Healthcare. She finally told me it's off the street a little more, pointed me where to go. Then she goes and resumes her position on the street corner, where I then realized that she was working as a prostitute and the normal-looking white guy was actually a pimp. And this is, again, prophetic of our mass awakening about healthcare, that they are whoring themselves out and that what they're doing is actually very dangerous. He was young but balding and had glasses. He definitely didn't look seedy or underworld, but there he was. Just like the people that were pushing this on you did not look like they had any criminal intention. Anyway, both of these people were doing their thing. I brought back the paper hole puncher to Winston, who was associated with building the military buildings, the Gitmo, right? So that's the evidence of what they've been doing that I'm now bringing back to the Alliance. He told me it was used by pimps, and it was something that they had designed for them to pop cards with. Again, prophetic of the negative aspect of the treatments and voting and hanging chads. Very interesting, huh? It's the guy who built the military building that told me they were pimps. That's what the Alliance is now doing with Patent 2.0. So I just got a tone in my ear right at the exact second that I thought this dream was predicting disasters in New York City. I would say that is an affirmative, maybe also California or Los Angeles, definitely an urban disaster of some kind. And again, this is prophetic of the riots and the recent LA conflagration or mega disaster by fire, which also, as I pointed out at the beginning, is now happening in Long Island, and Governor Kathy Hochul has declared a state of emergency. I mean, think about how amazing this is, that I specifically got this tone in my ear, in the right ear, and I'm saying that this dream is prophetic of a disaster in New York and LA. And both of them are now have had or are having fire. It's amazing. The time loop phenomenon is so amazing, you guys. So amazing. At some point, I asked him a rhetorical question. And I said, what would happen if these girls got a tip from one of their Johns and they wanted to keep the money? He kind of showed me, or I just realized, that the pimps would strip the women down completely naked and strip search them. Well, this is prophetic of how the DS wants to search through every aspect of our lives, surveillance, and remove all of our privacy. And the way that they treat us, like we're slaves, like we're animals. They were taking off all of their clothes and being searched before they could ever leave the pimp's presence. That was shocking and horrifying to me. And Winston seemed to have this incredible mechanical ability. He was taking apart the paper hole puncher, but in his hands it became a lot bigger. And again, Winston represents the military, Gitmo, the coming arrests, and this analogizes the hole puncher now with the idea of a handgun as a lethal weapon, breaking down and building a gun again. He was trying to fix it, and he had some obvious engineering knowledge. In fact, he was using terms that were so technical that it blew my mind. And I was unsealing this exactly after I had just posted the video of our SM39 where Chris was using very technical terms. Ah, there it is in the time loop from 99. I subtitled those terms into the video so it's easier for the viewer to understand things like CFD, computational fluid dynamics, blah, blah, blah. So Winston said he didn't think that the device was fixable. It was too late to save it. This would represent a lot of people in the DS that are never going to change. I guess that could have definite connotations with a deluge. Again, I kept thinking deluge, which is flood by water, but I was actually getting prophecies about LA and New York being burned by fire. Fascinating, huh? Different elements, but same disaster, same destruction. I went back into the term, only this time I seemed to be with the police. I believe I was with an overweight Caucasian female police officer. Later on, there was also a black woman walking with her, and I was walking with both of them. There was someone sprawled out on a car who was obviously drunk, and the cop wrapped her billy club on the car to wake him up. People were definitely afraid of these two women. There was an aura around them of threat and fear. So this is, again, talking about the DS and their wokeism and all the riots and everything else that was going on. As we were walking along, they were talking about who they would arrest, why people got arrested and stuff like that. Think about what they've done to me, what they've done to 47. I noticed these black guys walking around totally drunk. Everyone was just totally intoxicated. What was going on to me was just disgusting. And so this is the state that they've put us into. They've made people more addicted. Addictions have gone way up. They've made us feel terrible. They've made us want to escape reality. So this is talking about the sickness that they've caused in the public, and people don't want to see them for what they really are. People who are watching television, who don't want to see the truth, they're not really processing how evil this all really is. Even though it was a city and there were a lot of people around, everyone in sight was intoxicated, and it made me really sick to see it. The next thing was we came upon a group of people who were stumbling drunk. They actually started stumbling over on top of each other and spilling their drinks on each other. For some reason, this grossed out one person enough that he started vomiting. It seemed to start a puking chain reaction so that the others were puking too. It all happened one by one. Well, didn't I just say that I threw up last week 7 times in a row? There you go. It's talking about that. Sayromi Nam just donated $88. Dear David, I wanted to join live to personally wish you a very happy birthday. Thank you. I appreciate your messages so much, the synchronicity they bring and the laughs. Thank you so much for being you. I want to send you so much love from Australia. Sent you Tibetan Reiki. She's got 16 thumbs up. Thank you very, very much. So yeah, Master Kenobi says, hey gang, I just joined. Hey David, you're looking fresh. For sure you look a lot younger than 52 years old. Thank you, I really appreciate that. So anyway, lots of good stuff going on here, and this stream is amazingly time looped because again, I just vomited for the first time since college last week, and I was analogizing this with my father waking up and that he doesn't want to hear the truth, and because I was processing his angst, it turned into vomiting for me. And I also said that if you throw up, you'll feel better. We're all going to have to go through this. So this dream is talking about how people are going to see the DS for what it is. There's going to be arrests. We saw the steel building. They just built 175 buildings. So the time loop did not end at all. It's still ongoing. And it starts this vomiting chain reaction. But then the dream goes even more on the nose because it involves Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman, and they end up going through this as well, and they were in the movie Eyes Wide Shut, which is the ultimate expose of everything that we're going to be learning about. It really is a documentary, and that movie had already come out by the time I had this dream, and I watched it. It really freaked me out. So it is so on the nose, obviously, talking about that the puking chain reaction is a result of people learning about the things that were in the movie Eyes Wide Shut on a global level, realizing that this is as serious and real as a heart attack. So now we're going to track Tom and Nicole up close because they actually in this dream represent people who have awakened already and don't need to go through as much of the puking as everybody else does. Now I was on the outside and watching them walk. He had a wet shirt as if it had alcohol all over it. There was a puke stain on it, dried over his right eyebrow and on his cheek as well. It was also on his shirt. Nicole said, now don't you throw up, honey. He replied, no, I promise I won't. As they were walking along, I heard this pretty beautiful music. It sounded like your standard chick rock these days, as I call it. She was singing, "Look into my eyes and you will see." See. It was definitely in the minor key, and I don't remember the melody, unfortunately, on this one. Then it seemed that they actually merged into one being. It looked like Nicole Kidman, or it alternated between the two of them, but they were actually one being. As they were walking, he was just puking, and I was seeing this in slow motion, straight out in front of him. It was very gory and disgusting. So again, this is what I just went through, and it's talking about as the genders come together. That's like the idea of ascension. It's in the book of the Gnostic Gospel of Thomas. Jesus said, if thou art to enter the kingdom of God, and thou art male, thou must become female, and if thou art female, thou must become male. Jesus actually did say that. Oh, we had a whole bunch of stuff come in here. Michael Fielman, thank you, David. How do we reconcile reincarnation with Christianity and the Bible? I already do that in Synchronicity Key. Jesus did teach reincarnation, and he taught it to Apostle Peter, who taught it ultimately to one of the founding Christian writers, that the big secret teaching of Jesus was reincarnation. And it appears in the Bible in a few places that Constantine didn't censor, such as where Jesus said, who has sinned? Somebody asked him, who has sinned, this man or his parents, that this man was born blind? Well, if the man was born blind, how could he have sinned before? So then there's in 3 different Gospels of the New Testament, they're speculating that Jesus might have been Elijah the prophet in a past life. So it's still in there. It's just that the Romans covered it up from you because they wanted an airtight trinity of God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, and you're going to hell unless you give us money. Pay your tithe. Anyway, I have a lot of stuff on that in Synchronicity Key. Alive and Thriving says Stanley Kubrick, GWB, Order of Melchizedek. And then Vax, I can't even say that, passport punch cards. Anyway, yes, that's another good point, the cards. I hadn't even thought of that. Temple Lion says, David, it's my birthday Tuesday, fellow Pisces. Awakened One says, YouTube sucks. Well, you can get the ad-free subscription if you want, and then you don't ever have any commercials, and I definitely do it. Zuvia says, David Wilcock, do you remember when Zelensky said, you have your ocean and you will feel it soon? He said feel, and you said deluge on the last few slides. I don't think we're actually going to get a flood, but that's a very interesting connection, yes. Alive and Thriving, Council of Nicaea rejected 711 books from the Bible. I hadn't heard that before, but that might be true. What's up, David, says OG Flippa. I just got here from Michigan. Thank you, my customer service team, for continuing to delete the trolls, because they always hit the hardest when we're doing the time loop. They hate me because they don't want to believe in God. Basically, that's what it is. They think that this must be fake. But again, you can decide for yourself. The time loop is very self-evident. So we got Tom and Nicole merging into one being, and he's puking. The music was playing, look into my eyes and you will see. And she was still talking to him. In between his events, he was talking to her. Then they merged together, but she was still talking, although it was his body. And stuff was coming out of the mouth. Although I don't know how he did it, he was able to keep her from even seeing that he was doing this. So then I said, quote, earlier tonight when I was trying to think of a way to get past my writer's block, it dawned on me that perhaps the best way to do that would be to think about all the other people who would be helped by my work and how important it is that they get this information. And then I got a dream like this. It is pretty obvious to me that I am in a genesis point. My own swing on this is the dream is showing me the iniquities of today's societies. Obviously, with the ear pressure thing, I have another prophecy of disaster in California and possibly also in New York. That is so accurate. I got the sense that the dream was telling me there would be people who would be able to walk through this horror without it affecting them, as in Tom Cruise and Nicole, because she didn't even know that he was throwing up. She was completely unaware of it. She didn't have to experience it herself. Now we get into the really good stuff. This is the one that's just so amazing. This reading is so amazing. I went back to bed around 5 a.m. and I just got up. Once again, I thought I'd picked up my tape and I started to dictate, but I did it out of body, not in the physical. And this is definitely a habit I have to break. So then we get almost entirely reading. There's just a little bit of dream data, but hardly anything. Your true guise will be delivered soon. Well, the true guise means your true form. That's the light body. That's the ascension. So soon, again, implies 2025. So we're on time. It is all going to happen this year. Better instead to focus upon the present moment than to exist plainly in the past. You see, the decision is that there is a renewed interest in one's own financial stability, that comes to the fore. And thus you have your dream this morning where you were continually fighting against financial difficulty as such. And sure enough, one of the reasons why I did this SM39 video is to show people who are about to invest in our company that yes, we are real. This is our premier product. And remember, I also just took out a business loan so I can fight back against a subpoena if I have to, blow the lid off of the whole thing in court, get it thrown out. Shouldn't be hard at all. We have amazing, amazing evidence. So yes, I had to get my financial stability under control, and it's really nice to have extra money. Plus, I also got a line of credit from the same lender now, so I have a great deal of capital available if I need it in an emergency that I can now use. This is designed to implant within your subconscious and hopefully your conscious mind the need to be concerned about one's finances. Oh, and it's 3:33 p.m. as I see that. Fascinating. In Mountain Time. You need to go and get these things done, David. Okay, I will get it done today. The time is 9:42 a.m. And remember, very likely the troll guy that I'm fighting against, Stephen, stole my credit card, cashed out about $7,700. He tried to steal another $4,000. We blocked it, and I had to replace all my credit cards. And so just before I unsealed this, I had changed, 7 different things that I pay for and given him new cards. So that was a fascinating thing because it said you have to be concerned about these finances and you got to go and get these things done. So that was very interesting. And then here it comes, why I set this up at the beginning. I cued on the words severe wartime. So I noted that, and now Michael is going to take those words and go from there. Here we go. Severe wartime. You haven't asked us about this as often or as frequently as we would like. And remember, they're talking to us right now in the present. There are certain developments now taking place that have made severe wartime a much more current proposition than before. And at the same time, those differences between the past and the present are largely ignored in the conscious sense. Well, the differences between the past and the present, we've got a Patton time loop. The end of World War II would be corresponding with May 8th. We've got a Napoleon time loop. Waterloo overlaps to June 18th. And severe wartime is happening now. I just showed you they've cut off the electricity. They've cut off the food to Gaza. They're getting ready to bomb Iran. There's joint wartime exercises between Iran, China, and Russia. Things could be about to go, and Michael is pointing this out to us. Linny Kenny says, happy belated birthday, David. My 76th birthday is Tuesday, March 11th. Longtime watcher, I appreciate you. One love, Lynn. Thank you very much, Linny. We appreciate that. So again, it's very exciting and scary because there could still be a major war that breaks out. This is the last thing left that the DS can do before the list drops, before the JFK list thing comes out, before disclosure happens. It's now or never. And so Michael is warning us that there are developments now taking place that make severe wartime a much more current proposition. And again, in the issue that we had with Napoleon, his army is now being surrounded, and things could get really nasty if they go through a final defeat process. So get ready, because people are not spending enough time thinking about the idea that major war could break out, but it very well might. Michael is giving us a big hint here, and I would take this very seriously based on the accuracy of the time loop. There, I've said my piece. Now we get to the really, really good one on February 24th. Again, very little dream data, just about some jazz stuff, but then an amazing, amazing reading. Here we go with the dream. I was playing jazz with the former piano player from my college band, Andy. We won't say any other parts of his name because, again, we have trolls. Andy was asking me to play certain pieces of jazz that I recognized from tapes that I was using to practice with. This is where I would drum along with certain tapes. I didn't even have any drums. I was making jazz brush patterns on my legs in order to get a jazzy sound out of them. And the number associated with the jazz music we were playing happened to be 58,302. I just saw this as a harmonic number in one of the books I was reading. Okay, if you've been following this week after week, then when Michael gives us a specific term like this, like a number, then what we got to do is go to Google and look it up in the present moment and see what comes up, and that is part of the time-looped amazing message. So I went to Google, I typed in 58,302, and it was an amazing prophecy. Siggy Rameli, $50 donation, as you can see right here. And then we have Live4H, donated $5. Thank you very, very much. Siggy says, I've been following you since 2001. You're one of a handful of Patriot influencers I trust. Thank you for all your hard work and dedication. Thank you, Siggy. So, what happens when you put 58,302 into Google in the present? Well, I did that because that's what you're supposed to do in these things. So, again, the number associated with the music I was playing was 58,302. This turns out to be directly prophetic of my getting into the electric vehicle business. Because remember, we're going to be selling an electric sports car. It looks like a Porsche or a Ferrari. And when I typed that in, the entire first page of search is all for one brake pad for the Hyundai car manufacturer. And here it is right here. It is the rear disc brake Hyundai 58302 P28A30. Hyundai OEM parts online. So there you go. I mean, that really fits because, again, it's a number that corresponds to a Hyundai brake pad, and we're going to be manufacturing cars. And in this case, I was playing the music. I didn't even have any tools, and I just did the video yesterday. 2 days ago, I just did the video promoting our SM-39 aircraft. So this is very prophetic and very amazing. But then I said, wait a minute, it's also 58,302 music. So let me type in those two words and see if anything else happens. So when I did that, it brought up a child star whose name, I've never heard of him before, maybe you have. His name is Johnny Orlando. And specifically what comes up is a star, a wall print, a poster that you can put on your wall of this kid. I don't know why you would want to do this. But again, Orlando, Florida is where Disney is. Disney World. Oh, and he's a child star. Orlando, Florida. I don't want to get too much more specific, but there's that whole side of it. So it's talking about the DS, and it's talking about some of the horrible things that have gone on. And again, Mar-a-Lago is in Florida, and I've had multiple dreams and readings week after week suggesting that I'm going to be working directly with 47, which I embrace. I'm happy to do it. I've certainly worked very hard for this administration, and it would be nice to be given respect and honored and acknowledged, both for our aircraft work and for the work that we've done for the Alliance and the Michael Prophecies and all those things interconnected. So, another part of this besides Johnny Orlando, the Orlando is Florida, and it's the future work with 47 and the Alliance. So this is actually the picture that pops up. And again, it's kind of creepy. I stretched it out for you so you can see it like this. His lips are awful red. His skin is awfully pale. It kind of looks like a modeling shot. It kind of looks like something that a sicko would want to put on his wall. With his hand going through his hair so lovingly. I mean, it's just... And again, no shame on Johnny Orlando. I hope that nothing bad ever happened to him. But this is definitely part of the message, because it's also suggestive of the abuse that is going on, including the fact that Disney is in Orlando, okay? So that's 58,302. Now, Michael comes in after giving me these amazing time loops that talk about all these different things at once, and he says, it made, meaning the prophecy he just gave us, made the procedure more interesting. We had the front panel off, which again, he knows he referred to a car, the brake pads on the car. It's like the front panel, it's referring to Stavati and our future work building cars and airplanes and hover cars. We had the front panel off and concluded what analysis, research, and work still need to be done. In this case, you see a distinction clearly being made between the music of the spheres, or the cycles you've been studying, which include the cycles of history, with that of the music of the piano, bass, and drums in the jazz circle. It is for this reason why you remembered those frequency numbers popping up when Andy was trying to explain to you how to play the music. Of course, there were forest fires. Whoa, where did that come from? And we have them in LA and in New York at the same time. They just predicted this the day before. Wow. Of course there were forest fires. This is less of a shock when it is understood and realized within the people that the entire awareness, the entire mode of awareness that is coming about involves a reunification of the human spirit with the divine. That's what all these disasters are coming into, is our ascension. It's meant to wake us up. To place oneself in a thought bubble of mere truth is to fail to activate the whole range of psychic and physical capabilities. In other words, you can't just be seeking this information. You got to actually awaken your psychic powers. These psychic capabilities would include the following: active telepathy, staring at a distance, sounds like remote viewing, revealing insiders' information. That's what we're doing in the show, talking about the alliance. That's fascinating. So there's a psychic component to that, which I use all the time. Climbing to new heights upon the Mount of Self, and here I am at 8,600 feet. That's very interesting. Offending no one, realizing the purity within, accepting the self as the creator, etc. When we have combined some or all of these discrete elements, we have an interesting situation here. The more time we spend looking at this, the better we are able to roll up our sleeves in the present and to then get down into what really matters the most. Those entities that demonstrate a grade of distortion that is sufficiently high enough to be construed as the raising of vibrations will indeed find it no longer necessary to reincarnate in the third density any longer. Yay! I'm done with third density. I don't ever want to be in third density again. So I ask a question. I was speaking with a client of mine last night, and she was so entranced with the physical, partly because she was rich, that she did not want to leave. She was antagonistic to ascension. She was trying to convince me that everything should stay the way it is. We shouldn't have a dimensional shift. Could you give me an essay on that, or just talk about that? About why it is necessary for the physical to be changed? Then he answers, even though we are already working very hard in the present, there are those whose myopic blindness is indeed grand enough that they fail to see the difficulty of their own existence, of their own lives. You're living under the DS and you don't even notice that it's bad. And so you might indeed find that with those whose lives move closer to that of physical success, albeit on a much slower scale than the success of ascension, much lower scale than the success of ascension. So again, ascension is much greater than being a billionaire. There is indeed a motion towards a desire to maintain this worldly physical success. In the case of this entity in question, there was indeed a very large and prominent position held in the corporate community prior to this most recent physical incarnation. And thus that lifetime did then see the presence of extreme amounts of wealth, utilized for the most egregious, meaning disgusting and evil, outcomes for the self. Another reference to the DS. Now in the present moment, what we see is a being that identifies so much with physical that it is not clearly able to comprehend the higher peace and tranquility that is resonant with divine particles that will formulate the fourth density. These particles indicate to us that the fundamental nature of matter as a whole will be transformed and renewed. Oh, I love it. So amazing. Matter as a whole is going to be transformed. Indeed, there are many of those upon your plane who would be as the fence sitters, who would rather put these planetary changes on the back burner, so to speak. It shouldn't be black, it should be back. That was a mistype. One of the human traits we constantly work to put down is laziness, and it can well be said that the desire for everything to stay the same is indeed a form of laziness. Interesting. For even in those cases where one is spiritually aware or partially spiritually aware, it is quite difficult for them to realize what exactly has occurred on the planet as a result of human habitation. For these souls, they will continue to cling to what is comfortable and what is familiar, not desirous of change in any of its forms. Failing to see the destructive result of their actions, they indeed need to have their karma forcefully shoved in front of them. Remember, they just predicted disasters in LA and in New York. Forcing the karma, shoving it in your face, that's a very bad thing when you have a wildfire. As the angry parent forcefully shoves a plate of spinach in front of a non-compliant child and gives the injunction, "Eat, that ye may be made whole." So that's literally what's happening. It's because too many people in these areas are out of alignment. They're not living a spiritually truthful lifestyle enough to be in the Christ vibration, so they attract these disasters, which is the equivalent of being forced to eat your vegetables. How interesting, huh? These planetary changes are indeed then presented to you, whether you ask for them or not consciously. Subconsciously, you are crying out for them, and the loudness of this call resonates throughout the entire Let's get back to that. Subconsciously, you are crying out for them, and the loudness of this call resonates throughout the entire creation as a high-pitched shriek that is unable for us to ignore. So even though we think some of us think everything's fine, if you're wealthy or whatever, no. Subconsciously, we're screaming, and they can hear it, and they have to answer the call. It is very important for you to focus on the coming changes, planetary in scope, as being an increase of those entities who are then harvestable, meaning those who will achieve ascension. And again, harvest is a biblical term in the book of Matthew, where the weeds are plucked out from the wheat one by one, gathered into bundles and burned, and then the righteous shall shine as the sun. That's the light body activation. It's in the book of Matthew, Matthew 13. So that's what they mention when they say harvest. And again, we're in a non-catastrophic ascension here. That Bible prophecy indicates that, because the weeds are plucked out one by one, and then the righteous shall shine. There's no disaster in that story, except for the negative people. What matters most to us in coming months, wow, and years, so that means, again, 2025, first wave of ascension, the coming months. We already know there's 2 deadlines for the end of this war. It could be May 8th or it could be June 18th. Coming months and years is whether an entity is capable of being a being of light and intriguing others as such. This is so exciting. We want to see you, the viewer, emerge with the essence of pure light and pure love, and drift away from any feelings of self-indulgence and the desire to avoid change. So you see, when it comes to the truth and the work that needs to be done, we are no spring chicken, but rather well experienced, and knowing full well the effect of the great solar cycle upon the cycles of human civilization. And even the mention of spring chicken is interesting because right now 150 million chickens have been slaughtered, and the administration is trying to find eggs, and it's in the spring. So they need more spring chickens. We are no spring chicken. We are rather well experienced. We know full well the effect that this solar cycle will have upon your human civilization, turning you into essence of pure light and love if you are Christ compatible. You must keep in mind that the kingdom of the Father, Mother, God, soon to awaken on this sphere of the earth, is far more joyous, far more harmonious and wonderful than the third density could ever be. This wonderful realm is something that will become so natural to you. Let me try it again. This wonderful realm is something that will become so natural to you that you will wonder how you could have ever functioned in the third density. Isn't that amazing? Indeed, we understand how difficult it is. So you're never going to suffer like you do now once this thing happens. It's so exciting. And so, seeing an entity who refuses to give up third density, we find there is indeed a certain blockage of sorts. And then I had to channel this in later because it got lost on the tape. But Michael gave it to me when I was transcribing. I just want to make that clear. When the vortex opens, there is a stumbling at the door, a hesitation that can be quite damaging to the entity, causing the decision not to be made properly. We do hope that those who hesitate will understand that the next cycle is not to be missed. So let's make this point clear. When this first wave of ascension happens, you will be invited as to whether you want to have a light body activation or not by some type of entity that might appear to you as Jesus or an angel or something. But some entity is going to approach you and ask you if you want to ascend. And you have to actually decide, and you have to say yes. And if you don't, then you still go through the first wave, but you're not going to have the light body activation. So you have to actually make a choice. And part of the problem is that people don't think they're worthy of this. So training you to be feeling worthy of ascension is one of the things that we have to do in this work that I'm doing. So that's what he's talking about. When the vortex opens, there's a stumbling at the door, a hesitation that can be quite damaging to you. And we hope that those who hesitate will understand this next cycle is not to be missed. It is the path of all entities upon your plane or any other in this universe to transcend their mortality and physicality, and to then be placed within a realm where these higher levels of light, love, and purpose can be realized. It's so beautiful. We can't just sit here and tell you exactly what it will feel like, as the words do not come to mind that will describe this ascension adequately well. What we can tell you is that it is time to begin taking this seriously. The windshield wipers on your car sometimes need to be turned to their fastest setting. That happened to me the last time I was driving, if the rain comes down with enough ferocity. Similarly, the changes upon the physical sphere will come with greater and greater speed, forcing each one of us and each of you to turn up the intensity of the personal vibrations in order to match that which is occurring, with the water of spirit coming in greater and greater amounts. Things are not going to stay the same. Remember, they just said there could be a big increase in war activity before this all comes to a head. They are not going to stay comfortable. Things are not going to stay normal. As a result of the karmic outcomes of that which has occurred upon this sphere, remember, Napoleon is still playing out his karma in the present, the human conditions in the third density will inexorably tend towards chaos. This is an inevitable fact, and one that those who are entranced with the physical will be faced with. Should the entity not choose ascension, should the entity not be focused on the Christ in thought, principle, and action, but rather dangle on the precipice, wondering whether it is better to continue in self-indulgence or to choose a path of service to humanity in full humility, then there is an entity that may indeed experience these changes directly. So think about the number of people in New York and LA who are not focused on the Christ, who are not thinking about it in thought, principle, and action, but they're dangling on the precipice, wondering whether it's better to continue in self-indulgence, and they experience these changes directly, and they just said New York and California. It's really amazing. So if you're in an area where enough people are out of alignment and they're not being loving enough and they're selfish, then these disasters will occur. That's the bottom line. There are many of you who are still entranced by the physical and who still cling adamantly and refuse to let this stranglehold go. To all of you, we do say that the deepest limiter of any human endeavor is fear. As you overcome this fear or let it drop, overcome, Law of One doesn't really like that word, but that was probably my own mind that put that in. As you let this fear drop away or fall away, you can indeed work towards a trust and confidence in the workings of the divine creator. So let me just point that out again. The way that Michael works with me is different than the Edgar Cayce readings of Law of One because I get to choose the words. And so if it was pure Law of One, it would probably have said the falling away of fear, not overcoming. They don't like the word overcome. But I get to have some degree of choice of, like I see a concept and I can pick the word. So that word probably wasn't the best choice. But again, 99% accurate. You're going to have 1% that's a little bit off. That's what it was. Your ego mind cannot comprehend the fact of its own destruction or its own transformation. More appropriately, as to it there is only one path, and that is the path which can be seen, touched, and measured. Understand, though, that this great solar cycle of which we speak, that's the 25,000 years, and the subcycles of 2,160 years and 539 years, the Christ cycle, 7 times 77, this is also a tangible reality, as are the higher dimensions. These higher dimensions are so much more euphorious, that's their word, so much more wonderful in every way, that it is nearly impossible for you to fathom the joy, peace, and bliss that your life will become. Wow. It is only because you have not sought this bliss in yourself that you are incapable of seeing that it may exist. Amazing. Perhaps for just a brief moment you have captured a glimmer of the joy that your life might be. But even then, did you really identify it as such? Or did it simply slide away into the ether realms? Know that it is more normal for you to focus on every day and try to enjoy your life in the now. However, you need to realize that in the pinnacle of enjoying your life, you are moving towards a state of grace, a state of happiness, and a state of venerating and enjoying the presence of others. Simply see that these things will all be raised, that the happiness and joy and unity will be much clearer, much better defined. It will be as though everyone is your brother and sister, and there is no distinction from one to the other but that of unity. Isn't that exciting? I kind of already feel that way now. I mean, I have so many people who meet me and they're so happy to see me. They want the selfie, they want to talk. But again, you know, this is what people who come in as ET souls from the higher realms, they remember this type of vibration. And then when you find out that there are people who are evil in this world, who are going to lie to you and betray you and deceive you, it's very painful. And I get that. But once we go through this change, it will be like everyone is your brother and sister. It's very exciting. It is this kind of society and civilization and world that you have all longed for, striven for, and wished for in the depths of your heart and soul. And so we come to you with a message. That message is as follows. The time of transformation is upon you. Remember, they said this year, 2025, they know where we are right now. Do you want to think about this and prepare for it? Or would you rather sit and wait and see if anything is going to happen? Do you choose to remain entranced with the physical world, a world wherein suffering is the path by which you might learn? Or do you choose to go to a more utopian realm, and a realm that the earth is transforming into? Do you choose to continue to see the whole-scale destruction of the earth continue unabated? Or rather, would you like to ascend and become a direct participant in the cleansing of same? Think about these things. We speak to you from the knowledge that these higher realms are indeed unfathomable to your ego mind, in their scope, in their vastness, and in their glory. For that reason and that reason alone, we can only speak of approximations, and in those approximations we may give you a glimmer of the glory of what this will be like. We do understand your fear, your desire not for things to change, and your desire for your life to remain manageable and consistent in a format that continues along without any hitches. Indeed, many of you are completely entranced with the physical. That's what we were calling orange ray, the animal consciousness, the group consciousness. And you will need the knocking of opportunity on the door in order that you may even realize that the door existed in the first place. And part of that opportunity, again, is disaster. Scares you into an awakening. So see these negative and positive planetary changes as an opportunity for things to become more exacerbated, more extreme, as they inevitably will. You are then led to the realization that a passage into a higher density might indeed be made. Do not be disgruntled if others have gone before you and then come back to teach the way. Your time will come at what is best for you. We want you to be aware that our methods of preparation involve allowing each one of you to take the time necessary to make the decision for yourselves. And again, this is why you don't have the ascension happen in a catastrophe. Your time will come at what is best for you. You need to have the time to make the decision. So some people will ascend right away in the first wave. Other people are going to have to go through more training to get that to happen. But it'll happen at the time that's right for you. But if you want to be nice, if you want to be loving and compassionate now, you're going to benefit much better when this finally happens. The arrests occur. People learn the truth. They begin praying. And then you get the Galactic Family Reunion and the first wave of ascension happening simultaneously. Very, very exciting stuff. For some, it will be the envisioning of the true second coming of Christ, or the arrival of those other selves whom you have known in their ascended light body form that will push you over the edge, allowing you to then choose to make your own ascension transition. Very interesting. Talking with one whom you have known and loved, who is now before you in a Christ-like form, and describing the awesome beauty and joy of these higher realms, might indeed be something you can take with you to the bank. And remember, they said ascension is worth more than any amount of money. You can then deposit this experience in the storehouse of everlasting love, realizing that the dividends that are paid on this investment are again much higher than any amount of money in the physical plane. With that, we leave you to contemplate these matters, and we remind you that you are loved more than you could ever possibly imagine. And then that says, peace be with you in the light of everlasting love, but I forgot to get that one in there. So we will continue next week on the same day, February 24th, 1999, And this meme popped up. One does not simply forget David Wilcock. Had to put that in there. It was great. Somebody sent that to me. I'm like, yeah, I'll use that. Sure. One does not simply forget. So the Michael prophecies are coming true now. And this is my little commercial, only 30 seconds. You can get the full download of all 7 of these books, which includes the passage you just read. And we have 35 hours of video that explain things like the cycles of history, the geometry, the interplanetary geometry. If you want to know, if you want to understand more about the reincarnation of Napoleon, the reincarnation of Patton, the reincarnation of Hannibal, and all the people from Roman history and the geometry behind all that, I did Sacred Science of Michael Prophecies, an amazing dissertation on sacred geometry, crop circle physics, Satan, AI, Lucifer. Plus we have The Disclosure, which talks about a lot of Area 51 style secrets of various things that have been hidden for so long. It's really a very amazing package. Most of you already have either decided if you're going to buy it or not. So I hardly get any sales off of this, but it makes me about $1,000 or $2,000 a week. So if you do buy it, I really want to thank you. We are offering an incredible deal. You get all 7 books and 35 hours of video. With additional discount, it's now only $144 to get all the videos and all 7 of the books, where you can see how all the dots connect to reveal how the ascension is going to go down, and to train you on how to be prepared so you can have your Christ activation. So again, go to thedisclosure.com. We're offering a $189 discount for over 35 hours of video and 7 books. Type in the code concrescence. You can write that down, pause the video. Again, it's now available for only $144, the sacred harmonic number, at thedisclosure.com. And now, lo and behold, we are up to the Alliance posts. I'm glad I made it this far, and we did it in the 4 hours. So let's see. We've got still 5,500 people watching, even though we lost about 500 people living over in Europe. They can't always be here for the show. Live and Thriving says, Om, Amen, Shalom, Namaste. The Sunflower Life just donated $111. Spiritual harmony is not attained by seeking persons, things, or conditions, but by taking no thought for these and seeking only contact with the divine reality of you, by knowing wherever I am, God is. You missed, well, I can't say the name. I mean, you just pointed it out, but I'm not going to say the name out loud because, again, if I say certain things, then we're not going to have a show. Bob Heartland says, thank you, David. I have learned quite a bit from you, and I am grateful. Celebrating his first super chat. Where is Tarotina? We don't know. Unfortunately, she never came back. I've speculated as to why that might be. I mean, maybe she was an old lady and maybe she died. Maybe now she's helping us from the other side. Who knows? But anyway, you guys are really doing great here. Happy birthday, David. My gift to you is unconditional love from Jackie Baby. Lowless donated and said, happy birthday, David. One thing bothers me. Why on earth would we need fighter jets when we have anti-gravity? Thank you for everything. This is not just a fighter jet. This goes up to 100,000 feet altitude, and it shoots out laser beams at 100 shots per minute. So more than once per second. And we had that whole thing at the beginning, so I'm not going to go through all that again. But when we go into 4D, you better believe we need to have tools to be able to fight those wars. Now, we can build other stuff as well. We can build stuff that's more advanced than this, but this is a good transitional aircraft to get us where we need to go. I'm so happy. He deserves his love and joy. You are a beautiful soul, says Darlene McCurdy. I started watching years ago. I'm so glad you came through hard times because the world needs you. Many people are scared now that you have released the Dominator, says Paraglider Life. Well, I mean, we can build it for $85 million, same price. You go watch our video. The promoting of this is really cool. And again, you know, we're going to need to take responsibility for our own planetary defense. We cannot expect, even though Ascension is great and we have a lot more happiness, we are going to have to fight off negative beings from our planet. And most of the beings out there use UFOs and other types of technology. Now, in some ways, it would be great if we skipped right over this type of transitional technology of the SM-39 and we go directly into spaceships. I don't really know how it's going to go down. But we are ready and prepared to build these, and they're a very big technological advancement. They fly Mach 4, it's the fastest speed. They fly faster. They have laser technology, 100 shots per minute. It's much, much better because you have an unlimited amount of stuff. You're not going to run out of bullets or missiles. It's a whole new way of looking at everything, and it can defend against UAPs. So we definitely want to build these, and I'm very excited about getting that out there, getting that video out there. So what we're going to be doing now is reading from the Alliance's weekly slides, and these are very important because they show us how things are changing from the Alliance's perspective. Again, in 2009, I was briefed on this. They had this elaborate plan to do UFO disclosure, to expose negative, evil extraterrestrials, how they've been running things from behind the scenes, how they infiltrated into our society much more than just the concept of one Antichrist, and how do we actually defeat them? It's only going to happen by gradually educating the public about what's going on so that they don't freak out, they don't have a panic attack, they don't collapse in fear, they can actually handle the truth. And this is where we are today. This is why I've got funny, curly, wild hair. Even when I keep it short, we got to keep it wild for you. So I look like I'm not 52 years old, but even though I am, and I'm happy, again, to be bringing the Alliance's messages to you today. And everything ties in together so beautifully. We are at the end of the war. Waterloo is coming. The end of Hitler is coming. It's all cyclically happening. The 80-year cycle, the 210-year cycle, it's all happening in real time. So what they're going to do now is give us a breakdown of individual events that they want us to pay attention to. And usually, because I guess with the algorithm on X, you get more views if you have a video. Most of these posts have videos in them. Then we look at the number of seconds that the video runs, and that corresponds to this letter of the alphabet, which they began posting from in 2017. We're going to read from those posts, and this is a formula that I've been doing now since February of last year, every week. And so we've run through just about every post there is, so it's almost all repetition. But what they do is the post refers back to the hidden insider perspective of what they really want you to know from the post that they make on X. So the post on X may be kind of fear-oriented, but then when you hear the actual numerical post from 2017, oh, that's what's really going on. So it gives us great context. I haven't seen anybody else decoding this or doing shows about this. It's just me. And so the Alliance also through these posts keeps giving me shout-outs every week that I really appreciate. I thank them for doing that, and we have several more of them this time. So without further ado, let's proceed. Here we go. So once again, we have huge fires showing up out of nowhere, this time bursting out. Poor South Carolina, they had the frickin' hurricane, and now they're having fires. And again, this could be the result of something that is not just natural forces. They've declared a state of emergency, 175 different fires burning across the state, consuming 4,200 acres, threatening multiple homes, forcing evacuations. This had already started in last week's show, continuing to spread with 0% containment, consuming thousands of acres. The governor announced a statewide burning ban warning that anyone who starts a fire will face jail time. Wow. So we have two videos here, and we're going to read both of them in terms of the number of seconds. So first we have post 25. And again, we don't read all of it because we don't have enough time, but it says, this all has meaning. Everything that we state, big picture stuff, few positions allow for such direct knowledge. The proof is about to begin. And 11.3 again is in the DoD Law of War Manual, and it refers to an enemy occupying your country. And how do they do that without causing damage to the people? It's all laid out in the Law of War Manual. We sincerely all appreciate the work that you do. Keep up the good fight. This flow of information is vital. And they keep telling me this because, I have to keep doing the show every week and not get distracted by aerospace or anything else. So then 15, there are more good people than bad. We will not allow another satanic evil POS to control this country. And they are making good on that promise. Realize that all of these negative groups are all controlled by 3 families, and the 4th was removed after his victory. And again, they refer to the DoD Law of War Manual 11.3. This is going to lead to indictments as we take the country back. And this corruption that's going to come out is so serious that we have to cut deals. Otherwise, 70% of the people in office would already be in jail. My God. A deep cleaning is occurring. The prevention and defense of pure evil occurs on a daily basis. They never thought they would lose control. So now he's saying, Napoleon 2.0 is saying, I will only step down if we get to become part of NATO, which means now we're in World War III. That's not going to happen. He insists that once he trades his presidency for NATO entry, his mission will be complete. Sounds very much like what Napoleon would be thinking. I have said I am exchanging for membership. That means I've fulfilled my mission. Da-da-da-da-da. And then 345 brings us to 225. Who knows where the bodies are buried? This is actually a new one, I think. The ones who put the bodies there. BW was used in many different shady ops by the government back when it was under their control. And as a proper PMC, they've got it all kept on the books. That's private military contractor. So everything is on the books. Books which the president just got access to. Wow. Expand further, make the connection. Our map currently has 43 confirmed connections. Important to understand because when this breaks, many people will not want to believe it, and they'll feel like throwing up, just like my father. Mainstream media is not to be trusted. You are the voice. We are here to help guide you. Future proves past. You are the calm before and during the storm. So again, this is very honorable to me and others like me who are out there fighting for the truth. We are the voice. We are the calm during the storm, which is happening right now. And when the information breaks, which it's going to do, many people are going to have a really, really hard time with it and will not want to swallow it. So that was a great new post. Thank you, guys. So then the woman who's going to be playing Jesus in this upcoming play, red carpets as a demonic vampire. It's unbelievable. The mainstream is fawning over this woman. She arrived at the red carpet looking like a demonic vampire, and she is set to portray Jesus Christ and Jesus Christ Superstar. They are mocking you. So there it is. Now again, I don't blame her. She's just doing her job, but she doesn't understand probably what's really going on here. It's very sad. Post number 19, again, they're talking about this, the control over the black population and how people are being kept poor and in need, the projection of racism. Again, we see this one every week, so I don't feel like reading it again. But you can read it if you want to. The network controlling this false narrative that keeps them under control is being dismantled, and they will be exposed as shills for the party. Then they showed you the set of the Oscars. Remember I told you they're always doing ceremonies there? Doesn't it look just like the Masonic square and compass? You bet it does, and that's intentional. Everything they do is ceremonial. They don't do anything randomly. And they consider this a religious ceremony for their negative viewpoint. Then they say there is much more between these two men than you even think. That's probably what's going to start coming out next week as we find out that Napoleon might have ordered the assassination. And now he wants to extend the war at our expense. He has a plan, and it involves imposing new sanctions and using our weapons to target and destroy their energy, military, and economy. Come on, dude, really? We're so tired of this, it's not going to happen. Waterloo is coming up on June 18th in the 210-year cycle. He argues this would cripple their ability to produce weapons and missiles. He is determined to extend this at your expense, and now he's been cut off, which nobody should feel sad about. Post number 49, follow the senator, what is different this week, and here's the important part. Have secret sessions been other way? Yes, this would be trials that have already happened. And how could this be discovered? Well, post 34, we're going to learn the truth. It's all going to come out in a big surge, and not everybody's ready for it. So we are the calm. People like me are calming everybody down as this is happening. So now we find out that she was misled about what she was going to receive and when. Even CNN is now admitting that we were duped by her, and she led us to believe that this was all going to come out. People on the right are outraged after the influencers' binders was just props, had nothing new in it at all. It was all the same old stuff we've seen for years. She insists that she was misled into thinking she'd been given everything. They're going to have more to say about her a little bit later. Post number 137 is just a list of banks. Again, you can look at this, pause it if you want to. We don't have to read all this. But again, it's just saying that this group controls central banks all over the world. Then we see that the feds have now defeated a huge problem that involved 20,000 individuals. One of the largest rings and it involves over 20,000. The ringleader, known as Turco, and his right-hand man have been arrested. They face up to life in prison and the possibility of other penalties as well. And we have post number 158. So, and again, they're talking about Saudi Arabia. When did these events transpire? Apparently they were controlling a large portion of Twitter. Who's really controlling the narrative? The media is sheltering and protecting certain selected members of the political party. And what laws were put in place to protect them from the lawsuits? And then, this is a really interesting one. How must people be made aware of an alternate reality? Yeah, it is a completely different reality. And then it says here, the stage must be set. Crumbs must be easy to swallow. What about Hugh Hefner? Was he really working for the intelligence community, using them for blackmail? Who has all the information? No such agency. Hunters become the hunted. Operations are underway. The operators are active. This information is real and necessary. So sometimes they have to mislead us for the greater good because they're also speaking to the enemy. Then we see that this obstructing agent who was stopping the files from coming out, he has been removed. They made that point very clear. His name is James. No explanation was given. Immediately after accusations that he was withholding key information in this investigation. Apparently he's been covering this stuff up for multiple years. So now they're just going through and taking the names out, and we're going to get this big drop. It could happen at any moment. I'm very excited about it. And then they tell us he was sitting on all of the best evidence. So get ready for the avalanche. He'd been sitting on files containing damning evidence against many different powerful figures, including celebrities, surveillance footage, audio recordings, and photographs. Next in line for removal should be James's daughter, who has a key position in the same office. Hopefully that's going to happen too. So there it is. There's the video. And then we got 50 seconds, which again is one of the ones that I really can't read at all, as I've said before, about cash and billions in cash being sent to people who are supposed to be our enemies. So this is very obviously high treason, and they're getting, dangerous materials as well. That there's actually a powerful entity controlling all of this that benefits from wars. And again, this is ultimately the extraterrestrial reptilian agenda, and we're going to have to fight them. We're going to have to take the power back on our own planet here. So now she reveals she got a massive trove of files, and they're just going through and redacting things. It was delivered to the director, and he is now reviewing them. She says it is a truckload of evidence. Everything, along with JFK, will be fully released. And they're going to investigate why it was all covered up in the first place. Well, this gives us a nice number, repeating digits, 222, which again is a new one, I believe, where they ask the question, is this relevant? And they're talking about this particular agency, I can't really say it, identifying, researching, and evaluating new startup technology, the same thing that just happened to us. Something from the IC is always trying to buy us out. Trying to buy up technology firms we have not sold out, by the way, that offer tremendous value to various agencies, including geospatial intelligence, the DIA, and they confirm the intelligence obtained by Keyhole was used by the NSA to support U.S. operations in Iraq. Former U.S. Army Special Operations Intelligence Officer, the new job at Google in 2005 was federal manager of what they were to become. This is Google Earth. TK refers to talent Keyhole, code names for imagery from reconnaissance aircraft and spy satellites. Very interesting. So then this was really a shocking matrix-breaking moment, 22 of them reading exactly the same thing, almost word for word, using identical scripts, attacking everyone. It's very, very strange. Post number 83, we're going to simplify it for you. When we say Alice in Wonderland, we're referring to H and this Saudi again. So Saudi is going to be huge, and they overthrew it in 2017, got those people out. It's going to be a major part of the disclosure that we end up getting, folks. So get ready for that. So now we see that the usual suspects want to control the Panama Canal. They want to take control of key ports on both ends in a major geopolitical shift. They want over 40 additional ports and significantly expand their global footprint. After months of mounting pressure, from the president to take back the canal. And they declined to provide further comments. Well, this is obviously not going to be allowed to happen, but they are doing it right now. We got post number 31, which is a classic. The world stalemate. We have all the goods on everyone. That's part of the reason why some things that tie back to foreign heads of state are going to remain classified, but not all. We are in one of our most critical periods of time. We are all working to balance the good that we're doing for America, purify our government, remove entrenched bad actors. There's so much string pulling and blackmail. These need to be cut off to truly regain the power granted to us by patriots and hardworking people. This is another fascinating thing that people in TV land are probably horrified about. But again, nobody's going to work anymore. They're sitting there empty, or mostly empty. They can all be consolidated. So 443 properties are now being auctioned off, including the Justice Department and the former HQ. This sweeping effort to shrink the government stretches across 47 states, D.C. and Puerto Rico, aligning with the goal of cutting back on the federal workforce. The properties total nearly 80 million square feet, 12 times larger than the Pentagon. Holy crap. And now, once again, they deliver us my favorite one, or one of them, post number 60, which is the ongoing alliance's reinforcement of our time loop having to do with the number 60, which again is a harmonic number, where they say, and I put a star on there, that the full number of people who know what they're doing with the plan is less than 10, and only 3 of them are non-military. So again, thank you guys in the Alliance for continuing to give me these great shout-outs. I really appreciate it. I'm very honored by the fact that you keep on pointing this out. And again, so this is like our ongoing theme now, where they keep giving me these shout-outs. And so they didn't have to do that, but they did. So thank you guys. I look forward to working for you in an official capacity in the future. All right. So now we have an American citizen fawning over Napoleon. Napoleon 2.0. Passionately declaring his unwavering support, claiming to be there alongside his American brothers and sisters to stand with them. He has the gladiator theme playing in the background, and he proudly displays medals that he says were awarded to him by Napoleon's military. He proclaims his allegiance over his own country, boasting that he dresses just like the same guy, and he dares anyone to challenge him. Well, again, people are on separate timelines. They don't know the truth. When he finds out the truth, he's going to be very, very upset, and he's going to want to throw up. Post number 45, and that day is coming, by the way. This is the thing. I think just the bottom is all we really need. Who is attempting to change the narrative and soften acts that are forthcoming this weekend? Well, yeah, if you find out that this person was directly linked to ordering that assassination, and that this Ryan individual that was at the golf course, we already showed you that from Clandestine, it's not going to be the same. So maybe it's going to come this coming week. Who is trying to soften the acts of this coming weekend? Yeah, this was a propaganda video, so that when this comes out, they're trying to soften the blow because it's going to be very nasty for them. It won't work. Then we have Burchett thinking that the original list has already been altered. He dropped a bombshell that it may have vanished or also has been changed. He says, if anything pops up, don't trust it. It could all be part of a massive cover-up. I don't think it even exists anymore. I think they've doctored it. Now, this could be disinformation. Maybe it'll be the real thing. But again, they wanted us to see this. They want us to at least think this way. Don't just fall for the next stage of whatever this is. Post number 85, again, has a lot of keywords in it that I can't use. So you can just read this one. Otherwise, I'm just going to skip over it because it's just too close to the edge. It's talking about hiring out for a hit and being eliminated after the job is complete. So, this guy is raising his cane. He says he's going to accept any punishment. The whole thing was so ridiculous. He was yelling and yelling and yelling after being thrown out of the chamber. Insists that he was a valiant guy, standing up for fearful Americans concerned about the plans to cut, which is not even true. Medicare, Medicaid, Social, that's not going to happen. That's the type of fear they want you to have. That's the propaganda, folks. He declares he will accept any punishment. Wow, I wouldn't say that. Claiming that his fight is for the people. Ugh, whatever. Post number 154. Again, it's talking about the guy that was back there in 2001. And why was this particular agency tasked with hunting him down? If we had found him and eliminated security, why would we not just immediately get rid of him instead of taking him alive? Perhaps someday people will understand they had a plan to conduct another mass extinction event. My goodness, World Wars I and II were created and planned. Remember, the more people there are, the more people the power has. So they want to get rid of the people. And why do they push for these things directly after every time there's a tragic event? Yes, because they want to take everything away from you. It's so important to their agenda. They are afraid of we the people. We are the ones they fear will one day awaken. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. I loved this so much. When he said this buzzword, he pointed right at them. We already had this at the beginning. And he labeled them and condemned the administration's open policy. That made me laugh out loud. I was cackling like the cackling VP. Oh my God. You know who I'm talking about. Post number 36. We see this one almost every week now. And I can't read it at all, but it talks about the Muslim Brotherhood. And you know the rest. It shows up every single week. Every single week. So, recognizing how offensive these ties will be to voters concerned over future attacks by radicals, they tried to downplay their involvement. But again, what is this about? It's about the treasonous arming of our enemies, and from the very, very top. Now, our friend 2.0 is changing a course, and he wants the war to continue. Waterloo is coming. Cyclically, it's on June 18th. He once again changed course. After signaling he was open to negotiations, he's now reversed the position and doesn't want any talks or any concessions. He issued a fake apology but made it clear his stance is unchanged and he does not want to discuss anything. Well, it's all going to come in on him. He's only got about 2 months to go in the cycle of 210 years. Post number 37 is talking about folks like me. Thank you again, Alliance. They are the true patriots, and we will never forget. Let these coming days be remembered in our history as the time we fought to recapture the Republic from those evil bad actors who for so long have sacrificed the good people of this land for their own personal gain. Fight the good fight and let justice be served. And yes, this coming week, they say get ready for something by the end of the week, and it's going to link Napoleon to the assassinations. So, now we have Macron out there trying to generate as much fear as he possibly can in a televised address. They pose an imminent threat to all of Europe. And remember, Michael is warning about severe wartime. He accused them of turning it into a global conflict, assassinating opponents, manipulating things, and carrying out cyber attacks. He warned that they could invade the rest of Europe as a real possibility. Well, I don't think that's going to happen, but who knows? Severe wartime, we were just warned about it. And then we got 135 seconds, which again is talking about a list of banks that are owned by certain individuals. It's just keeping it as simple as possible. This I really was impressed by. I think I'm way more out there in general than he is. But now on his show, the most popular show there is, he's bravely exposed the problem, dropping bombshells, exposing all of these dark secrets, highlighting bizarre emails, adding to the disturbing claims. Yeah, you can read that. Unsettling imagery, blah, blah, blah. So, 5.7 million views. Can you believe that? That's way bigger than the mainstream media. And as far as I know, I'm the only person that walks you through each of these slides week by week like this. So we have post number 149, which is just Old Glory, the United States flag. We are going to take the country back. Everybody's going to learn what was going on. People are going to want to throw up, just like my Tom Cruise dream. So then we have this woman who is creating a voodoo doll. This was sickening to watch. The hatred is now at a new level, and she is repeatedly and furiously stabbing the doll, hoping this individual gets sick or dies. I'm so pissed off about the new stories that I got. So yeah, they're really unraveling, and things are only going to get more intense before people learn the truth. So then we have 17 seconds talking about why does he travel in advance of the president to foreign locations and the power of the president related to the Marines, where they're going to prosecute bad actors, avoiding any corrupt judges or intelligence agencies. This is the biggest drop we've ever given you. And you can read all the rest there. We've seen this one so many times. Everything, pretty much. All the first 100 we've seen multiple times now. So he has the grift that keeps on giving. Or, well, not anymore, because people don't want to buy anything. There's nothing left to buy. He's officially bankrupt, claiming he's too broke to continue his legal battle against a former staffer. Donors are no longer bailing him out. His finances have cratered, driven by plummeting book and art sales, if you could call it that. Once were his primary income sources, he's blaming the wildfires for destroying his home and deepening his financial ruin. Well, yeah. It's bad for everybody, so they're all in the same boat. There's a classic cigarette hanging out of his mouth. Post number 18, again talking about how people's memory is going or they're faking surgery because they don't want to be prosecuted. We know this is coming anyway. This one was very upsetting. Nearly a dozen students were found murdered in Mexico, and it was really grotesque. It was discovered along a highway while they were on vacation. Some of it was inside an abandoned car, concealed beneath a tarp. Others were around the area, and a bag was discovered, and they had been apparently brutalized. Woo! Nasty. Nasty, nasty, nasty. Post number 113. Who are the top 10 shareholders of Facebook, Twitter, Reddit? Why is Saudi relevant? They control the mainstream. NBC, ABC, CBS, CNN. This is all stuff we're going to be learning about. How the financing was done. And Anderson Vanderbilt is his real last name. Why is this relevant? Well, because he's part of the elite, and he's out there shilling for them. Then, Pam is getting in trouble now. She's going to redact things for national security, and you saw that they posted Bill Barr's head on her face on TG. She's announced that the files are going to have to be redacted for national security. Why is this necessary? Well, probably because she's being leaned on by certain countries, and we know that they're relatively small. Post number 59. Once again, they're talking about SA, where they welcomed him with the sword dance during his trip there. This was historic. The media refused to cover it because that's a very honorable thing. And again, they had a revolution there. They overthrew the bad government, whereas others were welcomed very differently. We are not suggesting they are clean, but they do play a role in the global game of risk. This was 2 days before the big revolution. And remember, they say the information is everything. The flow of information is no longer controlled by the media, but by you and others. This is why we dedicate critical time, distribute crumbs that you can follow to paint the entire picture once we release more information. Why do we dedicate so much time talking about the real state of the media? We are fully prepared that all social media is going to be shut down. This could still happen, folks, so don't fall asleep. It's coming. To prevent the spread of this information, including various social media accounts and or mass censorship, and dates, impending actions are deliberately provided for authenticity. So the guy who was hiding everything has now been fired, as we already heard. He's officially left. As he exited the building, his colleagues sent him off with cheers and bagpipes. You can hear it in the video. His resignation was reportedly forced, and expect the media to offer him a new job. Yep, they take care of their own. Won't last for long. Post number 39. Would it blow your mind if I told you that he has been to these other adversarial places and they're not doing anything to slow their capabilities? This is, again, trading with the enemy. All this stuff is going to come out. You can read the rest. Too many keywords. So now we're seeing that the auto pen was being used to run everything, which means that all of those orders are null and void, constitutionally speaking. Largely run by an auto pen. Nearly every document with the signature used the exact same signature, that not even slightly different, because it was all done with the computer. And this suggests that we did not have a real president. So you can look at the three signatures there. And again, it's always basically exactly the same. It's quite fascinating. So I'm not going to type the real three letters, but it's the company, you know that. Well, now that we're going through all this old stuff, we found out 3 new black sites that they've been controlling on their own, where they were pushing to sell federal properties, and it took a wild turn when a now deleted list exposed possible black sites in Virginia. 14 buildings in the hundreds of properties that were listed are not in the official records. Most labeled Butler, which is where the assassination almost happened, Butler, PA, right? Or Franconia. So that's interesting. And there was one cryptic entry, Building A, 6810. Most of these buildings date back to the early 1950s. So you can see how crazy this is, you guys. It's all coming to a head. It's very, very exciting. We're learning about all these secret things that they didn't want to tell us. It's not on the books. And then, wait for it, take a look at the number. Ooh, the legendary Unstoppable, post number 34. Hooray! We know what this means. And I'll be happy to read this every week. Just please do it, okay? Let's get it done. My fellow Americans, over the course of the next several days, you and many others are all going to learn that we are taking back this country from evil. On his order, we initiate fail-safes to safeguard the public from the primary fallout. Again, they use 11.3, which is the DoD Law War Manual. Enemy occupation, that's going to be stopped. There's still many of them infiltrated through our systems, just like they said with the black sites, with arrest announcements that will be actionable. Confirmation to the public is then going to be revealed. That's where people like my father are going to want to throw up, man. I'm telling you. It's going to be very hard for them. Public riots are being organized in serious numbers to try to prevent people from being captured or otherwise hauled in at the highest levels. On his order, a state of temporary military control is going to have to be done. Special operations will be carried out. We've had to make false leaks to retain several people here so that they can't get out. Rest assured, the safety and well-being of every man, woman, and child in this country is being protected in full, but the atmosphere here is going to unfortunately be divided as so many people have fallen for this evil, corrupted narrative. We will initiate the Emergency Broadcast System, EMS, during this time. This will be part of an effort to provide you with a direct message avoiding the news. Organizations and or individuals who try to harm us at this time will be met with swift fury. Certain laws have been pre-lifted to provide our great military the necessary authority to handle and conduct these operations at home and abroad. So you know, I keep saying this, I'm tired, I want it to come true, I want it to happen, but don't think for a minute that they're not really going to do this. This is going to be necessary once the list comes out, once they declassify things. These people are not going to want to just say, okay, yeah, here we go, I'm all set. Let's get in the car, okay, I'll get in the back, don't bump my head, okay, fine. No. They're going to fight. And when they start telling you that Napoleon was involved in this attempt that was made, we're getting really close, and that's supposedly coming this coming week. So be ready for anything. Have your stored water, your stored food. Could last anywhere from 1 to 10 days. Do not go outside. Do not try to get involved. And if you see anything funny, call the numbers that they will give you on your phone. Your phone is going to be giving you videos, most likely, that will teach you things that are going to be shocking. I cannot wait. This is going to be my ultimate birthday present for 52 years of age. Let's get this done. I'm so excited. Then we have a boxing champion who actually grabbed the knife out of a guy's hand, by the blade no less, waited until he was distracted, his hand went loose, grabbed it by the blade, and saved the hostage. It was incredible to watch the video. He's being hailed as a hero. He fearlessly disarmed this attacker at a Kazakhstan airport and saved a young female security officer who had been held hostage. He traded himself for her. He pulled out a knife, the attacker did, seized her by her hair, threatened to detonate something with his phone. And this guy's name was Musa Abdraim. He's a father of 5 and a former boxing champion. He boldly stepped forward and offered to replace himself. Then, grabbing the knife with his bare hands, he didn't get cut, thankfully, overpowered the assailant and wrestled him to the ground. Well, there is a knife defense technique you're supposed to use. Anytime, the thumb is weakest if you go towards the thumb. So you always want to try to get the thumb and push it back. That would be the more proper martial arts protocol for disarming. But anyway, the way he did it, you really shouldn't do because you could get cut. But whatever, it worked. The guy's grip was loose. He was able to grab it and get rid of it. No problem happened to him. But again, you go for the thumb, push this direction. That's called towards the thumb. if you're brave enough to do something like that, it can really hurt you. But this guy was a hero. He pulled it off in his own way. So again, post number 72. He says, wait. Go back to the post about the families that run everything, and that he's going to take one of them out. Was one of them the S's? Seriously, because that makes this a happening. And yes, this is the theme every week. And remember, Michael specifically mentioned Saudi Arabia in this week's time loop. And then they're talking about this. So that's another connection between the Alliance and me. Alive and Thriving says there's always a right and a wrong way to do everything. Yes, that's true. And also, if there's no way that you can avoid getting cut, and you got to come in fast with your forearm, you go along here, you use this part of your forearm, you can push against, and then do the towards the thumb thing. And I don't want to get into all that. You have to be trained, but that is the training, what you're supposed to do. If nothing else fails, and it's coming towards your face, you protect it with this part of your arm. Very smart. Disinformation is real. Distractions are necessary. SA is the primary. US is secondary, then Asia and Europe, Alice in Wonderland. So yep, it's all going to come out, and Michael even talked about it this week. Then this particular mystery of the weird death, the celebrity death, deepens further. He and his wife died just days apart. I kind of find it hard to believe that one of them was dead and the other one was still alive, and they just hung out in there. But whatever. That's the story they're trying to spin now. Authorities are insisting that both deaths were natural. Come on. Really? They're trying to say she had the hantavirus, which supposedly comes from mice. He followed supposedly a week later of cardiovascular disease with Alzheimer's. They were discovered in separate rooms along with one of their dogs. This does not look natural at all to me. No surveillance footage exists of their final moments, and authorities have ruled out foul play. Well, it's nice to know. But no, this was a hit, and we already heard about that last week. Post number 60, once again, an ongoing reinforcement of our 60 time loop. Thank you, guys. The number of people knowing this is less than 10. Only 3 are non-military, the people working the plan. Then, just after I was talking about a firing squad, I think that would be the best way to go if you have to do it. South Carolina did just that. His name was Brad Sigmund because he had murdered his ex-girlfriend's parents. They strapped him to a metal chair, put a target over his heart and a hood over his head. 3 people did it from 15 feet away. That's very, very close range. The first person in their history to be executed by this manner. Isn't that funny? Just after I mentioned it, there they did it. So that's really weird, isn't it? Post number 22. And again, who really is controlling the National Guard? Can they work with the Marines? Obviously, yes. They've been recently activated in select cities. What former president used the military to save the Republic? That was Lincoln. This is the biggest drop we've ever provided. Study and prepare. The masses, including people watching TV, they tend to panic in these situations, but there will be no war, no civil unrest. It will be clean and swift. So that is coming soon, folks. And once again, the chills that I get as I'm reading this, it's like, man, let's just get this over with. I'm so excited I can barely stand it, you guys. I am just tremendously thrilled because I'm here doing this week after week. I'm risking my life. I get trolled. I get my money stolen. I'm getting sued. Subpoenas. It hasn't been the most fun, but we're getting to the end, and it's very, very exciting because they are going to do something. People tend to panic, but there's no war, no civil unrest. It will be clean and swift. I say, bring it on. I'm ready. Let's do this, man. Let's do it. So then one of the survivors of this horrible criminal actually witnessed something that does occur in the sense of the demonic, which is that when you're in these ceremonies, you'll see people's faces shapeshift. So once again, the Alliance is totally aligning with things that I've said. If you have to be in kind of a psychedelic consciousness, that could include from trauma. This wouldn't happen normally. It's not the physical flesh, but it's something that you can see when you're either in trauma or in a psychedelic state. She actually saw him shapeshifting before her eyes, said it was something impossible to understand if you don't see it yourself. She said he flickered like a hologram. That's one of the clues that it's not a physical change. It's actually just a spiritual vision. His eyes turned black, and she saw horns resembling those of a dragon or the devil. And she said other victims, the survivors she's talking to, have reported similar encounters. So yes, if you read the Michael Prophecies, this is one of the things The poor lady, I wish her healing. She looks so traumatized. This really does mess people up for life, and it had 4.1 million views, which brings us again to Post 35, talking about the banks that they own and control. So this is where it's all coming from. This family is very involved in that stuff. Once again, they're implying that she has sided with the small country for national security, which is a big drag. They both support deporting students who protest against this country on college campuses. Yep, they're definitely throwing shade at her, so I don't know. She might only end up having a temporary job. They're not going to take this well once the truth comes out. I can tell you that much. So post number 83, we're going to simplify it for you once again. Saudi, 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 Saudi. Every week we keep hearing that. And Michael even mentioned it in the time loop. So now we're hearing the files are going to drop. This was on my birthday now. The DOJ's chief of staff gave an update, revealed that the review is still ongoing. Many documents have not yet been examined. He says that we do want transparency, but he does not know what they're going to find yet. Only the names of victims are going to be taken out. Well, thank God. And once they release this, arrests will follow, so it could be game on very soon, you guys. Don't think that this is going to keep on dragging along. It could be any time now. And she's got the same kind of cool, jazzy lapel that I've got, except mine is black. Post number 51 is the guy who's really sad. He became self-harming because he can't stand that no one wants to open their eyes and see what's going on. I know how that feels. He says, I hope with all my heart that they're going to make good on the promise to clean everything up. And if this is true, the people working with him are absolute geniuses. I would have never imagined there would be any possible way to defeat this monster of corruption. And then they said, Dear Patriot, we hear you. We hear all Americans such as yourself. The time has come to take back our great land. The time is now. And again, they keep telling us the arrests are about to happen. The list is about to drop. I know it's tiring, but we're about to hit this, folks. Rest assured, he is backed by the absolute finest people alive, all of them dedicated to eradicating evil and corruption from the U.S. and the world. Find peace. God is with us. God bless you and be safe. Then we see that he was spotted alone as divorce rumors continue. He was solo at a Clippers game, reigniting speculation about his rumored split. And again, with all the heat going on and she knows arrests are coming, it makes sense that she'd want to run away. This follows news reports that he's been staying with his longtime best friend, in quotation marks, which may mean boyfriend, ahead of their moving together into a new $18 million mansion in Hawaii. Yay! Many have speculated that he may actually be the biological father of the children. I don't know if I believe that. It's weird, but okay. Maybe. Who knows? Anything's possible. Maybe they have proof already. I don't know. Post number 16. Get the popcorn. Friday and Saturday are going to deliver on the promise. We have to clean house in order to free up and demonstrate the authority to pass legislation. All will come into focus, and anyone who thinks he's not in control is kidding themselves. There you go, man. We are right around the corner. I can feel it. The Grand Prize is coming. We are going to win the Grand Prize, folks. That's the title of today's show. So then we have a senator, in this case Scott, who flies the flag right in the background. Can you even believe the audacity, right? You're an American, dude. He's now under fire for having done this in his Capitol office. Many people outraged, calling him a traitor and questioning why he's putting us last. He's also accepted hundreds of thousands of dollars from this particular political action committee. Yeah, not a good move, not a good time to do that. Only 28% support in the liberal community. People are really mad. It wasn't a good idea. Post number 23. Military intelligence has the same special access programs as these other agencies after 2001. Why is this relevant? Well, we know, because they're going to do the good job that we need them to do. They can hold people hostage, control them. That's what's happening on the negative side. They think they have foreign offshore assets that are strong enough to defend against this, but they are not accounting for military being used on our soil. Why does the Constitution explicitly grant this authority to the President, and what is it to prevent? Well, that's exactly what we're doing. They knew our agencies would grow in power so much that they could actually hold the executive branch hostage and engage with bad actors. He nominated someone new for every agency but one, and he is controlling the top. So yes, it's all going to come to a head, folks. And then I think this is the last one, which totally ties in with my reincarnation research, and they already knew I was doing this. Why does Senator Warren look like the other dude? It's really funny. And so, yeah, you know what? Facial comparisons, looking at the nose, looking at the shape of the nose, all this kind of stuff. It's right there. And that's exactly what they already knew was in my slides, the stuff about Napoleon. And then, you know, the stuff comparing 47 to Patton. Very exciting. So anyway, we're actually going to get this done in 5 hours. Let's dive right in here into our global peace meditation. Actually, first, I'll read a couple of your comments. Definitely 6,000 people are in here. LOL, somebody says. And yeah, thank you. We are... Oh my God, there's a lot of stuff that I can't say. People are dissing on this. Jeannie Kaler, dissing on certain individuals I just talked about. Happy birthday, little brother. One Pisces to another. I'm on the 15th of March in the Ides of March. Should be some really good energy coming in. I think yours was on the 8th. He's absolutely not the biological dad. How does Baron fit into history? That's another show. Post horse paste, how to use. Happy birthday. Well, we've talked about that before. You got to really make sure you have enough probiotics to balance that if you're going to use that stuff. Miss Oki Arm Amy says, speaking of visceral reactions like you're vomiting, when I'm constipated, I call my abusive ex-husband and my problem is solved. LOL. David, please compare pics of Tesla alongside Baron. Interesting. I hadn't thought of that. David, you are awesome, says Green Hills. Alive and Thriving says, thank you for today. Temple Lion says, I agree. She was creating dark energy. Does 47 know about the Yuga cycles? He said he's superstitious. Well, yeah, his own transmissions, his own speeches have telegraphed that he's watching what we're doing on many, many occasions. I think he's excited about Ascension, excited about Archangel Michael supporting him, all that kind of stuff. Gary Hyder Music says, I just had my 33rd birthday on the 4th of March. I'm Ides of March too. I always enjoy meditating with you in the collective. Thank you, David, says Sarah Beth. Happy birthday, love and light. Thank you, David, says Right Guides LLC. We love your show. Paul Cannon, prayer request. I'm in a lot of pain today. Okay, Paul, we do pray for you. We pray that your pain will end succinctly and significantly. Can you please post how to use the horse? Well, again, I don't really know, except that I'm saying that you only take a little glob and you got to rebuild your probiotics. I would recommend not doing it every day because when I did that, I started to have horrible constipation. I couldn't sleep anymore. But I think it really comes down to, you know, read stuff online. There's stuff you can read about this. I don't want to give any medical advice, and I'm not going to. But the way that I'm using it now is I use it maybe once a week in a larger amount, you know, like a size of a small glob, and then you just got to rebuild your probiotics afterwards or you're going to get really hosed. So Arrow Love Light says, thank you, David. I feel the prize inside my heart, the love beyond 3D, a love that is in equilibrium with Logos, Divine Masculine, and the love he has for his Logos, Divine Feminine. Drink aloe vera juice. Yes, I am doing that. Happy birthday. I'm sure, hope this comes to pass so smoothly, says Alexandria Lambrakis. Lisa Rhodes says, happy birthday. So anyway, let's go right into it here. I'm ready to do this. Let's do our meditation. So we're going to cut to the close-up, the extreme close-up of my face. Get a little bit of water here. And so you can start breathing now, start feeling more relaxed. Make this a little bit less wild now that I can see it in the camera. Make it a little bit less wild just for you guys. Okay, good enough. All right, so close your eyes, take a nice deep breath now. We're going into our, let's do that first, the Global Peace Meditation. Boom, there, you got the title slate. All right, close your eyes, take a nice deep breath. Just let it go. Feel your consciousness focalizing into a point as you follow the path of your breath, becoming ever so deeply relaxed. Ease and flow. No stress, no pain. Sensing that deep relaxation coming in, following the path of your breath. Following a path into the silence. If any advertisements or commercials come up, you will not lose this state. You'll just hit skip as you're allowed to do. You're just going to keep on going with me. So everything's okay. Breathing in deeper and deeper into the silence, finding that peace, not being any obstructions caused by any types of things that might happen out in your environment. It's following that path to the inner shrine of silence, letting yourself become more and more relaxed, relaxing the muscles, relaxing the mind, and just feeling the gratitude of the infinite possibility of us actually moving through this galactic shift, all of these interesting cycles of time where history keeps repeating, whether it be 80 years with Patton, whether it be 210 years with Napoleon. Pivotal prophetic events are now coming to a head in May and in June that will be the cyclical repetitions of the end of former wars. We looked at Joan of Arc. We looked at Daniel Cohn-Bennett and how 539 years later, exactly as it says in the book of Matthew, that we have this stunning repetition of historical events in the French Student Revolution in 1968. We also think back to Hannibal reappearing in World War II, Scipio Africanus as Nixon, Cato the Censor as Carter. The fascinating reality that we are all living in some type of matrix holographic illusion. We keep reincarnating, repeating karma that we had before, hopefully with a better, less violent, less warlike outcome, perfecting and renewing our karma until all of these different holographic cyclical timelines condense and collide into a singularity, an omega point, the moment of the first wave of ascension this very year of 2025, bringing us through the first wave, catapulting us into a sacred state where we are now fully transformed, and depending on how much we have followed the principles of love and light, the teachings of Christ, that we become activated and we shall shine like the sun. It is such an amazing prophecy where we'll be so much more harmonious. Yes, we will have to defend our planet against evil, but we'll be doing so in a place so harmonious that we won't even want to think about the way life used to be. It's going to be a whole new thing. Sending love to all those areas where war could flare up, whether it be Israel or Ukraine, sending that healing white light to just drain out the possibility of those timelines coming true. We do not want severe wartime. We are paying attention. We are being very careful and very cautious. And we also send this light and love to ourselves, that we may have that gift of self-acceptance, of patience, of obedience, of long-suffering, brotherly love, learning to take in our breaths, breathe in the Christ consciousness, become the awareness that we seek to be, finding that peace in the stillness, finding that joy that comes from really understanding that the promise has been kept, that you are the light, you are the love, you are the one infinite creator. And this is as it was, as it is now, and as it always shall be. And nothing and no one can take that from you. And so it is. In the name of Jesus Christ we pray. Amen. Woo! Now you can start to wiggle your fingers, wiggle your toes, breathe your way back into the room as my face consolidates. We lost about 500 people. That's okay. We still got 5,000. It's plenty enough to do the meditation effect. I've got 2 minutes left. It's 4 minutes and 58. Very happy to be here with you guys. Let's read a few more comments. Anna Berry, you are very well loved by everyone. I love you too. You are healed. Yeah, so we're not, okay. Anyway, somebody answered that. It was Donald Barker says, it was exciting to see your Stavati SM39 Razor YouTube presentation, and I enjoyed your dialogue with Chris. Yes, if you haven't watched that, please go watch that. It's on my main page, David Wilcock 333 here on YouTube. And spread the word, help us get this product out there because it's going to launch our company. Alive and Thriving says, and it is so. Praying for David, namaste. David, no word on stock acquisition yet, not even an email recognizing my interest. Hang in there. That's all I can say. Hang in there. We're very, very busy, but everybody who's written in, we hope to write back to everyone. Vanessa Swayfit says, thank you for doing this for us. Windows in the water. Every time we start a group meditation, we just start to go deep and advertisement pops on. Well, I gave you a post-hypnotic suggestion this time. Let's go, Stavati. Thank you, David. Blessings, much love. The colors I saw was a lovely red surrounded by blue, then green, then white. Great meditation. David, why do you always say amen? Doesn't that mean you're praying to Amun-Ra? No, come on. It's just the Christian software that I'm using. You guys have got to lighten up a little bit. Terry Anderson, David, is the first long video I've been able to listen to. Perhaps it is because condensation is occurring so rapidly. I saw your name in a dream like a theater screen in block letters. Well, that's really cool. Anyway, we're at the 5-hour mark. Thank you guys for watching. We will see you the next time around, and we'll see you next week, and we love you. Thanks for being here. Bye-bye for now.